the night in the great world of American TV series. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 851 Frying Pan. Vanessa decisively ran to the kitchen in this room, and ran back after more than 10 seconds, handing over a knife. This is the longest one. I can't find your samurai sword. So, where did you put your battle suit and weapons? Wade was tangled, looking at the 40+ cm long machete in his hand, which was usually used to chop bones. He didn't know whether he should complain or not. After all, it was Vanessa, that. Thank you so much, dear. But you'd better find another knife, a smaller one with a pointed tip, because I just want to use it to dig out a bullet in the body. In addition, I always think that work is work and family is family, so I left all my equipment at Viso's. Remember to remind me in the future that I need to keep some weapons at home. Vanessa couldn't help but be stunned. Didn't he use the knife to fight? Then she immediately got up and went to the kitchen. This time when she returned, she held a knife rack full of kitchen knives in one hand, and a silver table knife in the other hand. Which one do you think is suitable? Since you don't know which knife is suitable, just bring them all. Wade didn't bother to make jokes anymore. He quickly took a small table knife from her hand, pointed it at the bullet hole on his body and started digging. His movements were rough, as if the wound was not his own. In fact, he could no longer feel the pain of the wound at this moment, because these bullets were all special types, and they continued to release anesthetics after entering the human body. Wade also discovered a problem with these bullets. He could only hide in the building with Vanessa to delay time and remove the bullets. However, this also made him realize that these people were not fans of Taylor Swift, at least not entirely because he said bad things about Taylor Swift. This group of people came specifically for him. This group of people obviously came prepared, and at the same time, he also realized that he was indeed arrogant after having immortality. If he was a normal person before, he would not be careless and get hit by so many bullets. The other party knew his immortality and came prepared. With ordinary anesthetics, he would dodge at most after being hit twice. This special bullet that continuously injects anesthetics did not arouse his vigilance at first, and he needed to divert his attention to protect Vanessa. When he realized something was wrong, he couldn't get his hands out to take the bullet, and was delayed for a crucial minute or two, and his physical condition became very bad. At this moment, most of Wade's body was paralyzed, and it was still spreading. If this continued, the opponent would find him within a minute and come in to shoot him a few more times, and he would have to watch helplessly. Thinking of this, Wade was horrified. In fact, it was not easy to kill Wade, but it was really not difficult to just restrict or trap him. After Wade gained immortality, he was still bound and imprisoned by Francis for many days. Finally, he found an opportunity to blow up the laboratory and escaped. Francis's laboratory was at most a small underground workshop. Although the alloy and leather restraint device was strong, it was not high-end, but Wade could only rely on trickery to escape. The group of people in front of him were obviously more professional and better equipped. Wade didn't think he had a chance to escape after being caught by these people and put in a more tightly guarded cell. Vanessa would also fall into their hands. At that time, he was afraid to use force, but the other party could do whatever they wanted. Fortunately, he called his boss. At least he had backup, otherwise he would have been in trouble. Thinking of this, Wade's hands sped up, and his originally rough method became more violent. He directly enlarged the wound and inserted 3 fingers to flip it around. Under this crazy method, 7 or 8 bullets were quickly deducted from his body, and the anesthetic that was continuously injected was reduced by half. Although he was still in a serious paralysis state, it did not increase. At this moment, Wade suddenly patted Vanessa, who was helping him treat the wound, and gestured to her to move away. He heard the noise. Vanessa knew that she was a burden beside him, so she decisively ran to the kitchen to hide. As soon as she entered, the door of the room slammed. The specially reinforced security door was shaken by the explosion. It could collapse at any time. Then there were several explosions in succession. This door is of good quality. I thought they were profiteers before. Honey, remember to remind me, and we will patronize them again later. Wade's problem started again, and it appeared again at this time. Vanessa didn't plan to respond to her at all, but hid in the corner of the kitchen with a knife. Boom. At this moment, The door was smashed open by a fist. Honey, just ignore what I said. This door can be smashed open by a fist. Rubbish. Bad review? The arm that smashed the door quickly stretched out from the hole and tried to push away the debris blocking the main door and open the door. Those debris were actually useless, but at least they could stop the enemy. Wade noticed that there was a piece of metal wrapped around the arm with yellow crystals on it, which looked like a strange centipede. But he didn't care too much. Maybe it was someone else's hobby? With his left hand still pulling out a bullet from the wound in his stomach, Wade's eyes fell on the pile of silver table knives beside him, and a happy smile appeared on his face. Tonight, he accompanied his wife to watch a concert. He didn't bring any weapons with him. He had to protect Vanessa when he ran away, so he didn't even have the chance to find a weapon. Now, I'm going to kill someone and you're going to give me a knife. Thank you so much, my wife, for being so thoughtful. Thinking of this, he grabbed a table knife with his free right hand. Whoosh! With a scream, the table knife shot out from the hole in the broken door and went straight into the shoulder socket of the man who stretched out his hand. The unfortunate man who originally bullied Wade was anesthetic and couldn't fight back. Now his arm is useless. Anti-mother and baby, Wade's face was happy, as if he had reached the peak. He took out another bullet with his left hand and threw it away. At the same time, he didn't forget to pick up another table knife with his right hand. The man who was shot on the shoulder screamed and retreated, and a little light appeared in the hole. The man who was shot on the shoulder screamed and retreated, and a little light appeared in the hole. The man who was shot on the shoulder screamed and retreated, and a little light appeared in the hole. Then the light suddenly began to change, and Wade threw the table knife again without hesitation. Puff! Outside the door, a fighter with his back against the door moved to the entrance of the cave. When he was about to fire, a knife handle appeared on his nose. Bang! Plop! The helmet hit the door hard, and the man fell to the ground without even a chance to scream. The other fighters outside the door looked normal. Among the people they arrested, there were many such brutal and troublesome opponents, and the death of teammates was not uncommon. The captain hiding by the door just made 2 gestures and stepped back. 2 team members came forward and hid by the door. After a simple eye signal, one of them did not move his body, but just stretched out his hand to raise the submachine gun to the entrance of the cave and fired randomly at the inside. Falco, Wade, you bunch of idiots. Cowards. Come in and fight one-on-one if you have the guts. Oh, he looked down helplessly at his left hand. The bullet he took out with his left hand had not been thrown away yet. As a result, he was shot directly, and the wound from the bullet had not healed yet. There was another bullet hole next to it. Fuck, Wade could only keep his head down and dig out a bullet again. His originally not very focused attention was attracted again, causing his next accuracy to be much worse. There was no way. His overactive brain activity made it difficult for him to focus on something, even if he knew what was important. The combatants outside took turns to use the hand-reaching flow to fire, and 2 people were not stabbed, but the tip of the knife on the door looked a little scary. In fact, in addition to firing outside to attract Wade's attention, a pinhole camera also poked in from the crack of the door. When they determined Wade's position, his chance of being shot would increase significantly. Next, a low call sounded from the side of Wade, and before Wade could return his attention, he looked over the sound and a round black shadow flew over. Bang! Wade felt a black screen in front of his eyes, and he fell down. Vanessa was also stunned. How can you catch it with your face? I thought you would use your hands. Fortunately, someone's talent for resisting beatings is top-notch, and he got up in less than 2 seconds and sat against the wall. Wade reached out to pick up the weapon that had just hit him in the face, and looked at Vanessa with a puzzled look on his face. Why throw this? Vanessa made a gesture of blocking her chest. Block the bullets, Wade. Honey, this is just a frying pan, not a bulletproof insert. Yes, throw a few more to me. As he said that, he stretched out the frying pan to block the area 1 meter in front of his chest and abdomen. Because he suddenly thought of it, he was not afraid of any shrapnel injuries, but was afraid that the bullet would continue to release anesthetics in the body. So this frying pan does not need to have the same high protection as the bulletproof insert, as long as it destroys the integrity of the bullet. After a few clangs, Wade was overjoyed. It works. Although there are few more holes in the frying pan, it will definitely not block for a long time, but at least it can allow him to dig out a few more bullets. But the pinhole probe outside has been extended in, and the captain has discovered Wade's frying pan protective gear and decisively ordered. The team member at the door pulled out the safety pin of a stun grenade, flicked the safety buckle, waited for 2 seconds, and threw it into the hole. Wade was struggling with the anesthetic bullet in his body at the moment, and didn't see what was flying at all. He just subconsciously swung the frying pan backhand, just like playing baseball, and met the stun grenade in midair. The stun grenade was far less heavy than the frying pan, and the contact between the two was also very coincidental. While being carried by the frying pan, it circled along the edge of the pan for a while, completed a strange U-shaped turn, and drilled out of the hole again. Good shot. Wade cheered for himself. The combat personnel outside were waiting for a loud noise, and suddenly saw a small black shadow rushing out of the hole, hitting the wall opposite the door with a clang, and then bounced to the ground. Everyone subconsciously looked over and screamed in surprise. Fuck. But at the same time as the curse came out, the stun grenade exploded with a bang, releasing a strong white light accompanied by a roar. The goggles of these combatants have the function of automatically filtering strong light, protecting their eyes. But there is no way to deal with the strong roar echoing in the narrow passage. This thing is sound waves, at least the people behind them have not equipped them with sound wave protection equipment. Everyone was in a state of unconsciousness for several seconds, and then they were dizzy and their internal organs were churning, which was extremely uncomfortable. But not everyone was hit. Although the guy whose shoulder blade was shot by the dinner knife had a painful expression, he was able to remain conscious. At the same time, because of the unstable transformation, his personality became extremely irritable. Just a roar. The guy's body burst into bursts of red light. Roar. Then this guy, like a bull, lowered his head and rushed towards the door in the posture of a rugby collision. Boom. The door that had been defended was finally knocked open by him at this moment. Vanessa. Hide, Wade shouted this sentence and rushed up immediately. I saw this guy jump up and tried to kick the red man in the temple. Bang. There was a dull sound, and the man's body shook. Nothing happened. But Wade held his feet and kept crying out in pain. Fuck. Fuck, the big man laughed grimly, opened his arms and continued to rush towards Wade. He was going to kill him with his sister in his arms. Wade was caught off guard and was hugged by him. At this time, he immediately swung his fists and attacked the big man's head and face frantically. But the big man seemed to feel nothing as his fists rained down on him. Instead, he continued to rush forward with Wade in his arms. Boom. Wade immediately felt that his spine was about to break, and he even heard the sound of bones breaking. In fact, generally speaking, this kind of attack would not have any effect on Wade, who is famous for his skills and reaction speed. But who told him that he was hit by so many anesthetic bullets? Although he took out the bullets as quickly as possible, the effect of the drugs still inevitably took effect, and his reaction speed and thinking activities were greatly disturbed. So it was a tragedy. Go to hell, the big man's body became redder and redder. The force was getting stronger and stronger, and Wade felt that his internal organs were being squeezed to the extreme. No. No. It's coming out. It's coming out. I'm going to shoot. Ugh. It's so disgusting. Oh. I can't hold it anymore. This sound is indeed easy to be misunderstood, but the fact is true. Wade felt that the digested residue in his large intestine was about to burst out, and the same was true in his stomach. His lungs were getting smaller and smaller under this huge force, and breathing began to become difficult. Bang! A frying pan suddenly flew out of the kitchen and hit the big man's back of the head. The big man, who was obviously in extreme emotions, turned around immediately. Vanessa was standing at the kitchen door, holding a knife in her hand, standing there at a loss. The big man's eyes flashed red, and he actually threw Wade away and planned to turn around and rush towards Vanessa. But after taking 2 steps, his legs were hugged. He looked down. It was Wade. Honey. Run. Vanessa was a little panicked. But she still followed Wade's words and turned to run towards the door. If it wasn't for the fact that we were in the army, Wade would have wanted to complain. Are you walking into a trap? There are still a bunch of enemies outside. Chapter 852 Weirdos. Several guys at the door were still vomiting, but at least they were conscious. Seeing Vanessa running towards them, they barely resisted the urge to vomit and rushed towards her. Vanessa was indeed worthy of being Wade's psychopathic woman. A woman who could accept Wade could not be a goddaughter who grew up in a greenhouse. This woman picked up the frying pan that Wade had thrown away from the ground and hit an enemy on the head. Bang! Although wearing a tactical helmet, the enemy, whose brain was buzzing from the shock of the stun grenade, was knocked to the ground by this blow. After knocking down the first enemy, Vanessa, the woman, did not hesitate at all, raised her foot and hit the crotch of the second enemy hard. Oh! The men present subconsciously clamped their legs together. After all, the guy screamed so miserably that the male comrades present felt the same way. Then Vanessa backhanded and swiped the frying pan hard on the chin of the third enemy, a KO, and the opponent's body stiffened and fell straight down. The fourth enemy was in a worse condition, so he ran 2 steps slower. As a result, he saw his 3 companions fall to the ground just as he ran over. He was stunned. He never thought that this pretty girl would be so powerful, so he was a little dazed. But Vanessa seized the opportunity and raised her hand to pick up the frying pan and chopped it vertically. This guy reacted quickly and blocked the attack with a submachine gun in his hand. He was a little proud and planned to mock his companions. What the hell, he was knocked down by a little girl. But before he could speak, his eyes popped out and his mouth opened wide, opening and closing continuously, like a goldfish thrown to the ground. It turned out that Vanessa attacked from top to bottom. When the frying pan in her hand chopped down, her foot in high heels also kicked him hard in the crotch. This is the anti-wolf technique that Vanessa learned. In the blink of an eye, Vanessa knocked down 4 people. She couldn't believe it herself. After all, her anti-wolf skills usually only add a little fun to the relationship between her and Wade. After all, Vanessa likes role-playing very much, and she also likes it with a plot. According to Wade, the anti-wolf skills in her hands can only be called the stimulating and crazy skills of the gangsters. Facts have proved that she is not really suitable for fighting. Except for the unlucky guy who fainted after being hit on the chin, the other 3 people were in pain, but at least they were professionals, and this kind of pain did not make them lose their fighting power, so Vanessa was quickly thrown to the ground by the 3 people. Wade was really anxious here, but the problem was, although he was anxious, his current situation seemed to be unable to bring much help to Vanessa. He hugged the crazy Red Warrior, but this annoyed the Red Warrior again. This guy seemed to have little reason and was easily attracted to hatred, just like the boss in the game. So Wade was grabbed by the neck by the Red Warrior, lifted up from the ground, and then slammed to the ground. Then the Red Warrior threw Wade to the ground and punched Wade in the face with both fists. Wade's body reaction speed was slowed down by the anesthetic, so he could only passively defend himself. He raised his hands to block his head. But this seemed to make the violent Red Warrior even crazier. He grabbed one of Wade's hands and twisted it hard. Snap! Wade's hand was actually broken by him. Thanks to Wade's strong willpower, he was not affected by the severe pain. He picked up something from the ground and stabbed it hard into the opponent's eyeball. Luckily, it was a dinner knife that was lost on the ground at some point. The dinner knife pierced the Red Warrior's eyes, but Wade didn't know if it was because of a spinal injury or some other reason. The dinner knife pierced the opponent's eyeball, but failed to hurt the opponent's brain. So this not only did not kill the weird guy, but made him even more brutal. This guy was like an angry bear, tearing Wade's chest with his claws, grabbing his heart directly and crushing it. This was not the end. This crazy guy actually dismembered Wade in front of everyone. No, Vanessa was dragged out of the apartment by 3 guys. Go. Go. Mike is crazy. If we don't leave, he will attack us. But when they turned around and wanted to run, a man stopped them by the threshold. Tisk. You called me here just to let me see you dismembered? Wade, don't be sarcastic. Wade's head was dismembered and torn off by the guy, and thrown to the door with the entire spine. Cool. I've always wondered if I could survive after my head was smashed. Now it seems. I really can't die. Only half of his head was left, but this couldn't stop his mouth from continuing to talk. Vanessa was scared by the scene. After all, not everyone can accept a scene where a half-head with a spine can continue to talk. Very thrilling. Much more exciting than a horror movie. Hey. Baby. Close your eyes, you will have a nightmare. Wade didn't want to destroy his image in Vanessa's heart. Of course, he didn't have much image to speak of. Everyone, can you tell me who you work for? You should know that I am the one protecting this chatterbox idiot. I am curious about which idiot is so bold. It was Kai who finally arrived. Kai looked at the 3 unlucky guys holding Vanessa hostage and asked with a smile. Obviously, these people knew Kai, even the glowing guy. After seeing Kai, he immediately stopped moving and froze in place, as if he understood that even if he had some ability, he could not compare with this superhero who could chop thousands of aliens in the sky. The three people looked at each other, gritted their teeth, and one of them pulled out a dagger and put it against Vanessa's neck. "Let us go, or I will kill her." Kai looked at them in shock. "Is this your first time meeting the police? When have you ever seen the police care about hostages? The police here in the United States are not public servants serving the people. They are just slightly special office workers. In the police regulations, the top priority for the police to perform their duties is always to protect their own lives from threats. They have never been obliged to protect the lives and property of the people. That's just their job. There is no reason to risk your life for a job. According to the U.S. Constitution, citizens have the right to self-defense and the right to carry guns in public. Police service is a service provided by the government to the entire society to maintain peace, safety and order. The government only provides police service to the entire public as a whole, and does not assume this obligation to individual members of society. In a sense, the police are just a kind of public service personnel. Firefighters are obliged to ensure the safety of citizens' lives and property. Therefore, neither the police nor the government have the obligation to protect residents from criminals, and residents have no right to demand that the police and the government be held responsible if they are violated by criminals, unless there is a special relationship between the plaintiff and the police and the government. In other words, if Kai could draw his gun now, he would just beat them and Vanessa into a hornet's nest. And the responsibility Kai needs to bear, except for social condemnation, will not cause any trouble, not even civil liability. In fact, there are many cases of American police killing hostages. This kind of thing has been criticized for a long time. But the problem is that under the American system, if this is not done, there will be very few people willing to be police officers, and the garbage public security in the United States cannot be handled without police. You should know that among the civil servants in the United States, the proportion of police officers is 63%. The highest in the world. It is not an exaggeration to say that this is a police state. The three guys were a little panicked. How could there be such a policeman? After all, this is the case, but there is really no one who said so openly. "Hey. I called you to save my girlfriend. I didn't ask you to beat her into a hornet's nest. Shut up." This is my style. In fact, among the police, there are really many people who hold this view, that is, they are not threatened, because if the criminals succeed, it means that the probability of hostage-taking will greatly increase, because those criminals know that the police will be afraid of hostage-taking. This will instead cause more hostages to be taken and more innocent victims. It is better to resolutely not be threatened from the beginning, and kill the hostages in a hurry. Those criminals will understand that there is no benefit in taking hostages except that their crimes will become more serious, or even be shot on the spot. This will reduce the occurrence of similar things and protect more innocent people. Protecting hostages and being steadfast and not compromising, both views are not wrong. It can only be said that the latter is more difficult to accept, even if this approach is actually better rationally. If the whole world does this, I believe that not many people will be bored enough to go and hijack hostages. But the question is, who can guarantee that such a thing will not happen to them? Moreover, this thing is indeed contrary to political correctness. I don't care. I don't care. You must save Vanessa. Otherwise, what can you do? For a waste like you, I can chop 10 of them in 1 minute. I don't believe that you can be resurrected if I burn you to ashes and scatter you into outer space. Why not? If you dare not save my girlfriend, I will definitely cling to you. Haha, I'm so scared. When the time comes, I will be burned to ashes, put into a box, and thrown directly into the sun. I'll see how you can be resurrected. And I have more cruel tricks, such as locking you in the most tightly locked box and throwing you directly into the Mariana Trench. Let you stay in it for the rest of your life and can't get out. Wade was stunned when he heard this. So vicious? Then this guy went off topic. I can understand throwing it into the sea, but throwing it into the sun? Are you kidding me? Kidding you? You know I know the Asgardians. Earthlings really can't get close to the sun, but they can. At this time Vanessa couldn't help it. Hey. That's enough. I'm still being kidnapped. Save me, stop making noise. Wade actually said this. We were just having a good chat. Wade, you've changed. Why have I changed? You weren't like this before. When you saw me in danger, you would definitely save me at the risk of your own life. I already risked my own life. Didn't you see that I only have half a head left? By the way, can any one of you scratch my ears? They're so itchy. You must have someone outside. Vanessa screamed. No. Honey, I don't. You did. Otherwise you wouldn't be like this. Don't be unreasonable. I'm just powerless. You actually said I was unreasonable? You really don't love me anymore. The screaming Vanessa seemed to have completely lost her mind. She pushed the guy who held her hostage away and was about to walk to Wade's head. One of the unlucky guys immediately went up to pull her, joking that this was a hostage. But unexpectedly, Vanessa was much more righteous than he thought, and pushed the guy away with her backhand and ran away. Ran away. When the three unlucky guys saw the hostage running behind Kai, they realized that they might have been fooled. Oh, honey. I knew you would know what to do, but Vanessa kicked Wade twice with an expressionless face. Ah. No. My brain is going to flow out. No. When seeing Vanessa kicking Wade's disgusting and terrifying head with an expressionless face, Kai finally determined that this woman must be a psychopath. Of course, in a sense, Vanessa is really a good person. She didn't abandon the radiation Shar-Pei dog and continued to be sweet. She can really be called a wonderful woman in the world. As for Wade's current behavior, there is nothing to worry about. Anyway, that guy has a strong self-healing ability, and the torture he endured during the transformation is beyond imagination. This leads to a high level of acceptance of pain. It is definitely a super abnormal level. The pain is enjoyable. Then everyone, you have lost your last trump card. So cooperate. Anyway, you won't die if you are caught by the police, but if you resist arrest, Kai said with a smile. The three people were very hesitant, but the strange guy behind them suddenly changed his face, and then charged at them without saying a word. Kai was stunned. Is he so reckless? But it doesn't look like it. His face is full of grief and anger. What's going on? Kai grabbed his fist and kicked it with his foot. At the same time, his body followed the direction of his rush and threw him to the ground. It looks like you are a bit strange. Kai felt the inhuman power the moment he touched him. This is not a power that an ordinary person can possess, and the red light and waves of heat emanating from his body also made Kai very concerned. Can you tell me, what are you? Kai twisted his hand behind his back and pressed it to the ground. Logically, it was impossible for him to break free. But the next second, this guy roared, and actually broke his arm, and punched Kai's head with a backhand punch. At the same time, the red light and heat on his body were even more amazing. Kai grabbed his fist again, and this time he didn't hold back and twisted it hard. Crack! His wrist was directly broken. But the next second, his hand, which should have been fractured and dislocated, punched Kai in the face with a backhand punch. Double guaranteed monthly ticket. Please give me strength. Chapter 853 Death Warrior. Kai was knocked away, and his body knocked over the dining table in Wade's house. But the next second, Kai stood up and pushed the table that was pressing on him away. The huge force made the broken table directly crack the wall. By the way, he also smashed Wade's handsome photo to pieces. That photo was Wade's appearance before he turned into a radioactive Shar-Pei dog. Wade had to look at that photo every day to fight against the fact that he had become a bottomless ugly bastard. Hey. That's my most handsome photo. Vanessa hid aside with Wade's miserable head in her arms, and covered Wade's chattering mouth with her hand. Shut up. It seems that although Vanessa is weird, she at least knows when to say what. The other three unlucky guys took this opportunity to escape for their lives. Are you kidding? Kai is here, and they can't take Wade back. In that case, why keep him? But the moment they walked out of the door, they heard three very slight muffled sounds, and then their bodies froze. Bang! Seeing three people fall to the ground inexplicably, Vanessa and Wade looked at each other, not knowing what these three guys were doing. What happened to them? Maybe hangover. Wade gave an answer that matched his brain circuit. Vanessa looked left and right, and tiptoed out. Just kidding, the two guys in the house are fighting more and more fiercely. Staying here may be affected at any time. Hey. Vanessa, honey, are we just leaving like this? Do you still want to help? Please, you only have half a head left. Wade heard this and shook his spine desperately. I really don't know how he made this move, there is no muscle on it. No. I don't care about him, what I mean is, do we want to collect my body? It's my body anyway, just leaving it there, won't it be bad, huh? Afraid that others will see your little dick and laugh at you? Vanessa can fall in love with Wade, so don't expect her mouth to be as lovable as her appearance. Huh? Vanessa glanced at Wade. Wade immediately and smoothly stopped his dirty talk. Vanessa didn't mind Wade's dirty talk, but the premise was that he didn't say it to her. I was afraid that they would have nightmares after seeing it. Everyone knows that Wade has a super big enemy, everyone doesn't know. Who have you shown it to? Women's ability to grasp the key points can always catch men off guard. Ah. Listen to me. The voices of the two disappeared at the corner. The battle in the room became more and more intense. The guy who was fighting Kai, the red light on his body became brighter and brighter. At the same time, his body began to swell as if blowing air, and his strength became stronger and stronger. Every punch he threw would bring rolling heat. A punch hit the wall, directly punching a big hole in the wall, and there were even traces of burning around the big hole. This is a bit outrageous. But that's not all. After all, even so, he still couldn't be Kai's opponent. What really made Kai feel incredible was this guy's strong recovery ability. Kai accidentally tore off one of his arms during the battle, but this guy grew another one in the next second. Too exaggerated. At first, Kai thought this guy was a mutant, but as the red light and heat waves became stronger, the guy's face became more and more painful. No. No. I don't want to die. Let me go. Then he heard this guy shouting while intensifying his attack on Kai. What he said didn't sound like a lie. He was indeed afraid of death. But the problem was, Kai didn't intend to kill him. He was still thinking about catching him and forcing him to ask for some information. Hey. Friend. What's wrong with you? Maybe we can sit down and talk. I can help you. Kai tried to make this guy surrender. Unfortunately. Get out of here. I want you to die. Only when you die can I live. Go to hell. Kai didn't expect this guy to respond to him like this. But combined with the previous words, Kai felt something was unusually strange. Is this guy schizophrenic? After dodging several attacks in a row, Kai realized that this guy was not talking to him at all. He must have a communicator on him. But this communicator is a bit powerful. Now the temperature of this guy's body is close to 500 degrees, and it is even rising. This communicator can still work. Calm down. Tell me. What happened to you? Only then can I help you. The man was stunned for a moment. Just when he was about to say something, the yellow part of the centipede-shaped metal object wrapped around his left hand had lost its color and fell off. The man's eyes suddenly became extremely desperate. No. No, his body temperature suddenly soared. The red light became brighter and brighter, and finally turned into a dazzling light ball. Finally reaching the critical point, the whole person seemed to have turned into a small sun. Kai quickened his pace and tried to catch him. But the next second, boom! A huge explosion directly blew up Wade's apartment. The entire floor of the apartment was gone, and by the way, the apartment building also became a dangerous building. Kai himself flew dozens of meters away and landed directly on the street. Just not far from Wade. Hey, my lovely boss, what's wrong with you? Kai glared at him fiercely. Doesn't he know what state he is in now? Only a head is left. Still talking, are you trying to scare others to death? Vanessa understood and immediately wrapped him up with clothes. Wade was still not quiet and continued to chatter. This made Vanessa unbearable. Kai ignored him. Although it was scary, they were New Yorkers after all. They were well informed. No matter how horrible things they saw, they would not be afraid. Well, I think so. Kai stood up from the ground, and then he tragically discovered that his clothes had been carbonized. My new clothes, because of Afu, Kai's clothes are basically not repeated. Even if they are exactly the same, they are actually two pieces. At first, Kai was really not used to this wasteful behavior. So many clothes were only worn once and then thrown away? Kai and Afu talked about this issue. But Afu's family has served the top nobles for generations. In his opinion, it was a dereliction of duty for him as a butler to wear such casual clothes twice on his master. In fact, for Afu, Kai was too simple. You should know that the masters that their family had served in the past all had full-time tailors and servants who specialized in managing clothes. Clothes made on the assembly line had no value at all. What else could they do if they were not thrown away after wearing them once? But as a housekeeper, the master's request was his duty. Since the master thought it was a waste, then don't waste it. So he sold the clothes that had been worn once directly to those second-hand clothing stores. There is a consignment store for high-end second-hand clothes in the United States. You take the clothes there. If the store thinks that your clothes are of good quality and can be sold, they will let you keep the clothes and give you some commission after the clothes are sold. Here people can buy some products of famous designers at a lower price, which is much lower than the market price. So don't be surprised when you see many gangsters on the streets of the United States are bright and beautiful, and don't think that those gangsters are rich. In fact, these guys buy this kind of good quality second-hand clothes. In addition, many gangsters will buy clothes that can be returned within a specified time in order to show off. If you see clothes with trademarks still on a gangster, don't be surprised, that's because they are freeloaders. Wear it for a few days and return it immediately. This even became a fashion among those gangsters. After all, if the trademark is retained, people will immediately notice the brands and price of the clothes, which can be regarded as a kind of comparison. So don't look at those gangsters who are bright and beautiful. In fact, their pockets are cleaner than their faces. They are just pretending. In short, it's not a waste. Kai didn't quite understand. What's the difference? Why do you insist on this strange point? But he just let it go. Pulling off the still carbonized clothes, Kai's exquisite figure immediately made Vanessa beside him swallow a few mouthfuls of saliva. Men like to look at women. This is their nature. It has nothing to do with whether they are fickle or not. Who doesn't like beautiful things? Women are the same. Hey, Vanessa. I'm still here, I'll just take a look, not do anything. Vanessa didn't care what Wade said. These two people are born to be a pair. Can you imagine that these two guys used to whistle together when they saw beautiful women on the street? At this time, the people around also took out their cameras and mobile phones to take pictures of Kai. Kai didn't react at first, but seeing those women looking at him with green eyes, even a man like Kai felt a little bit overwhelmed. Fortunately, the police came quickly, because it was already September, and the night was getting a little cold, and the police began to wear coats. He found a coat and put it on, and then followed the police into the scene again. There were only 3 bodies at the scene. This was not beyond Kai's expectations. After all, such a strong explosion erupted from that guy, it would be strange if he didn't explode into ashes. But the other 3 bodies, they didn't die from the explosion. Although there are obvious burn marks on their bodies, these are left after death. The colleagues in the forensics department didn't need to dissect them, and immediately saw from the marks on the bodies that these people had died long before the explosion. How did they die? Preliminary judgment, died from excessive intracranial pressure. What do you mean? It was the first time Kai had heard of this kind of death. Kai knew that excessive intracranial pressure could cause death. Many of them were caused by cerebrovascular diseases. This kind of death is not something that can be completed in an instant, it requires a process. The forensic doctor did not explain and took Kai to see it. The 3 dead were lying on the ground, so their faces were intact and not affected too much. Kai could clearly see the faces of the 3 unlucky guys. The 3 people had their eyes wide open, and their left eyes were bleeding severely, even turning the entire white of the eye blood red. At the same time, there were traces of gray-white mucus flowing out of their mouths and noses. If I'm not mistaken, these people have been planted with bombs in their brains. It doesn't need a large equivalent, just a very small bomb can cause this effect. But I'm more curious about how they were planted with bombs. I didn't see any traces of craniotomy, and it was placed right behind the eyes. It's incredible. This may be an important discovery in forensic medicine. I can't wait to go back and dissect them. The forensic doctor of the forensic department was very excited. Kai was emotionally stable about this. Some forensic doctors who love their work have this problem. This is also one of the reasons why forensic doctors are tabooed by ordinary people. They always deal with the dead, so in their eyes, anyone may be a corpse that will be placed on their dissection table. It's just an occupational disease, but it's hard for most people to accept. Kai nodded. At this time, Vanessa came over with a red face. That? Wade asked me to ask. Our apartment, your police station will compensate for it, right? Kai turned his head in surprise. What is he thinking? What does this have to do with our police station? These people are here to find Wade. We police won't take any responsibility at all. American police may have 1,000 bad things, but there is one good thing. That is, the police need to take very little responsibility, and it is so justified to shirk responsibility. Also, didn't you buy insurance? Vanessa stopped talking immediately. Haha, if Wade wasn't afraid of his money being stolen, he wouldn't even trust a bank. How could he buy insurance? In his opinion, insurance is all scams. They are just making money out of nothing, which is what Wade hates the most. Time goes back a while. At the moment when Kai just appeared, in a secret base dozens of kilometers away, a woman in a flowery dress was standing in front of the screen, watching all this. The perspectives of these screens are all from the perspectives of the mysterious agents sent to Wade's house. In other words, the images she said she saw were the images those people saw. This woman monitored everything the whole time. At the moment when Kai appeared, a voice came from the headset on the woman's ear. Then the woman immediately used the device in front of her to see the mysterious glowing warrior. Mike! Go kill Kai Wayne. Now, the man named Mike was immediately shocked. Although he had some superpowers due to some mysterious transformation, he didn't think he could be compared with Kai. But the woman in the flowery dress didn't care at all. Mike, either kill him, or you die. You know, my orders cannot be disobeyed. Think about your family. This sentence completely defeated Mike. Just as she said, if he didn't obey the order, not only would he die, but his family would also die. So he could only rush to Kai according to the woman's order. Seeing that Mike obeyed the order, the woman pressed her headset. Do we really want to do this? Mike is a successful test subject with great difficulty. Haha, success? Is your definition of success so cheap? He is not the warrior we want to create at all. Death Warrior and Centipede Serum are not such simple things, the man sneered. The voice was obviously processed and sounded like an old man who was about to die. But the flower skirt knew very well that this voice was not his own, because the last time the other party contacted him, it was still a child's voice. It's a pity. We originally wanted to use Wade's gene to improve our Death Warrior plan. But it doesn't matter. Aldrezi Killian has made a breakthrough. He has begun to mass-produce a new generation of extremis virus. We just need him to continue to improve it, and we can complete the second generation update of Centipede Serum. So what is my next task? Seeing that Mike was becoming more and more unstable, the flower skirt also retracted his gaze and focused on the communication with his online. Of course it's to monitor Aldrezi Killian. He will need our help. Go help him, Floral Skirt. Understood. Floral Skirt nodded, and then she asked, when can I see you? Clairvoyance? Haha, we will meet one day. It's always like this, Floral Skirt said disappointedly. Haha, clairvoyance represents the secret in everyone's heart. Since it is a secret, it will not be easily approached, okay. In addition, Killian's mood is a problem. You know, this guy is a paranoid. He will definitely find Tony Stark, and then, Floral Skirt pointed to Kai's heroic fighting figure on the screen and said, I don't think Killian is Stark's opponent, Kai Wayne. That doesn't matter, dear. I just want his research to succeed. You will convince him, right? As long as he gets the thing, he can find whoever he wants. Chapter 854 Clairvoyance. At the same time, somewhere in the DC area, a man in a room frowned and turned off the encrypted communicator. He walked out of the room and took the elevator. A black-haired Chinese woman in the elevator saw him and nodded slightly. Agent Garrett, are you off work? John Garrett smiled politely. Yes, Agent May. With just this polite sentence, the two of them tacitly turned their eyes away, looking at the special zone outside the transparent elevator, and said nothing more. They were quite familiar with each other, mainly because May was very famous within S.H.I.E.L.D., but they didn't have much personal relationship, and they didn't even have much contact in official business. Especially since May had left the field department and was now a civilian. It had nothing to do with John Garrett's department. With just this polite sentence, the two of them tacitly turned their eyes away, looking at the DC special zone outside the transparent elevator, and said nothing more. In order to make the silence when going downstairs more normal, the two used the simplest courtesy. When the elevator arrived at the first floor, May nodded to him again and walked out. Garrett relaxed his facial expression slightly. This woman was not only smart and capable, but also on his side. The news just now made him a little emotional. It would be bad if she noticed it. The elevator continued to descend and soon reached the underground garage. Garrett got on the car and left the Triskelium building behind. Only then did his expression relax, from a slightly relaxed smile to lightly pursed lips, and his narrowed eyes made his whole face look gloomy. Mike, who died in New York, was nothing to him, just a chess piece. But this chess piece was still a successful experiment. The experimental model of the Death Warrior on him was expensive. On the other hand, the life and death of Mike, who was installed with the experimental model, depended on Garrett's thoughts, because when installing the experimental machine, they installed the Thousand Eyes system in Mike's eyes. Once Mike made any unusual movements, he could activate the self-destruct device and blow this guy's brain into paste. So he was not afraid of his rebellion at all, and he had extremely strong combat power. It was indeed a very useful chess piece and very useful. Many things that were inconvenient for him to handle could be done by him. But such a useful chess piece had to be abandoned. Although it was expected, it still hurt. But soon he didn't have to feel so bad anymore, because the most important basic technology for making the Death Warrior had a new breakthrough. The so-called Death Warrior was a secret project within Hydra. But if you want to get to the bottom of it, this project was not the result of Hydra, but they stole the scientific results of a scientist named Aldrich Killian. Aldrich Killian, a crazy scientist, focused on virus research and biotechnology. He was also a crazy fan of Tony Stark. But he was not famous in the scientific community, at least he was definitely not comparable to Tony Stark. 13 years ago, Killian accidentally cultivated a virus that did not exist in nature. After getting this result, Killian naturally wanted to carry it forward. He fantasized that he could reach the pinnacle of life with it, just like his idol Tony Stark. Although Stark did not make a fortune by his own brain, he was born into a top American wealthy family. But the reality is cruel. Killian took his achievements and went around to attract investment, but unfortunately, no one was optimistic about the future of this virus. Some even thought Killian was a delusional person who was talking nonsense. This hit Killian hard. In the end, his laboratory was almost bankrupt due to his persistence. The investors were angry about his idleness, so they decided to withdraw their investment. He will face a future with nothing. Killian decided to make a last gamble. He found out that Tony Stark would appear at a dance party. So, adhering to the beautiful fantasy of fans about idols, he felt that his invention would definitely attract the attention of Tony Stark. Unfortunately, all fans' views on idols are filtered. Many of them wishful thinking that their idols are perfect. Just look at the little fresh meat that has turned over recently. One by one, they are praised so much that they want to be saints on the spot. All kinds of academic bullies, hard work, loyalty, and pure personalities make those fans wishful thinking that their idols are the best and the whole world is not as important as him. This is roughly what Killian thinks of Tony. But what about the reality? Tony has always been an asshole. It was even worse before. He was trying to pick up girls at the time, and basically turned a deaf ear to Killian's words. At best, he even made a joke to him, saying that Killian's invention was epic making, and asked him to wait on the rooftop while they talked in secret. Then Killian believed it out of the blue. Anyone who knows a little bit about Tony's character will not be fooled. So, don't be a fan of idols, that thing is definitely not what you imagine. Then Killian waited on the rooftop in the cold wind of -10°C for a whole night. When he was sure that he was fooled, he even wanted to jump off the building to end his life. But at the last moment, the despair after his hope was shattered made him black. He was determined to take revenge. At this point, we have to mention Hydra's vision. No one else saw how important Killian's invention was, but they saw it. To be precise, Garrett saw it, so Hydra began to secretly fund Killian to establish AIM. AIM, the full name is Advanced Idea Mechanics, translated into Chinese as Pioneer Technology. Then relying on the energy of Hydra, Killian showed unprecedented energy in the new virus he named Extremis virus. After countless human interventions and evolutions, the Extremis virus has become a supervirus that can enhance the ability of the human body and repair its damaged body. Not only can the injured Extremis virus carriers have the ability to regenerate limbs, but they can also spontaneously generate high fever. This virus can instantly create a batch of super soldiers who can emit light and heat, have infinite power, and have strong regeneration ability. This is undoubtedly full of temptation, especially for the US military, whose super soldier serum program has reached a dead end. The same is true for Hydra. So under the secret operation of Hydra, the US military became a sucker, using their money to help Hydra complete the research. Of course, this Extremis virus is not without limitations, that is, it has poor adaptability and very high requirements for the recipient. Once it cannot fit, it will explode immediately. If it is just like this, neither Hydra nor the military will care. After all, for them, everything is valuable. And human life happens to be the least valuable. But the problem is that even those qualified people will explode due to the extreme instability of the Extremis virus, emotional excitement, or other stimulation, which will cause the temperature to rise. The power is quite large. This is very fatal. Can an imperfect super soldier still be a super soldier? So the military had to increase investment again, hoping that Killian could improve this problem. At first, Killian naturally planned to start with the virus itself, wanting to remove this limitation. But in the end, nothing was achieved. However, recently, Killian thought of another solution. Since the improvement of the virus itself seems unlikely at present, why not work on the receptor? Let the receptor adapt to the extraneous virus to increase the success rate. So Killian found Maya Hansen, an expert in DNA modification, and asked her to help modify the receptor's DNA. It is said that there has been a breakthrough, and they can produce suitable receptors in large quantities. Of course, this large quantity is relative to the previous pitifully low success rate. In the past, there was about one successful case in 1,000, but now it has become a success rate of 1%. Hydra's Death Warriors are an improved project based on the extraneous virus. This plan is called the Centipede Project. They use a special inhibitor to stabilize the instability caused by the extraneous virus, but unfortunately, this thing is not very successful. But it doesn't matter, as long as there is a steady supply of extraneous warriors, they can definitely find a solution. Garrett's car soon arrived at a manor on the outskirts of the special zone. This is the manor of Alexander Pierce, the former director of SYNOPSIS. Garrett is considered Alexander's old subordinate, and it is not strange to meet him, so Garrett walked in swaggeringly. When Garrett came in, Pierce had just closed the video conference. It was just a meeting between the leaders of the Hydra regions. Fuck. These lunatics, why are those French people looking for you for the obelisk again? Garrett obviously knew the troubles Alexander was facing now. It's not just from the US government. Because of the nuclear bomb, the relationship between the US government and the Security Council is very tense. The two sides are fighting openly and secretly, and SHIELD is caught in the middle. In order to maintain SHIELD, Alexander has recently suffered from high blood pressure. That's not all. Hydra is not peaceful either. Malik, the leader of Hydra, who is far away in France, keeps proposing that Alexander hand over the obelisk. After seeing the New York War, the Hydras began to get agitated. They felt that Alexander's method was no longer feasible. This world was too dangerous. They, Hydra, must master more powerful power. So they want the obelisk. The so-called obelisk is a mysterious piece of metal with obvious traces of artificial processing, but its history is very long and can be traced back to the Stone Age. Humans of that era had no ability to make metal at all. So it is speculated that it is an alien product. Before World War II, Hydra excavated this obelisk. The Red Skull once said that it has the power to explain death itself. In 1945, it was stored in the last known base of Hydra in Austria. When Hydra was preparing to move it, Agent Carter, an old lover of Captain America, led the members of the Howling Commandos to show up and destroyed the last stronghold of Hydra. The obelisk was also taken over by the Strategic Scientific Corps, SSR, for safekeeping, and has been kept in SHIELD since then. These fundamentalists are all crazy. Alexander was particularly troubled by the so-called Malik. Malik here refers to Gideon Malik, one of the only leaders of Hydra from World War II and a member of the World Security Council. Very old. Speaking of the Malik family, we have to talk about the history of Hydra. The Hydra organization is very special. People who are familiar with history know that the Hydra organization built by the Red Skull aims to rule the world. Of course, it is no problem to say that the Red Skull is the founder of Hydra, but a qualifier needs to be added, that is, the modern Hydra organization. Why do you say that? That's because Hydra existed long before Red Skull, but the purpose of Hydra at that time was completely different from that of Hydra later. The real Hydra organization was not established by Red Skull, but was funded by various families hidden on the earth. These families are loyal believers of Hydra. Yes, these families regard Hydra as a belief. Their families have served Hydra for generations and even sacrificed their lives. The earliest origin of Hydra should be counted as 1,400 years ago. The purpose of their establishment of this organization was to welcome back their gods. They believed that when their gods returned, they would be rewarded the right to rule the whole world. So the origin of Hydra is not Red Skull. Red Skull just built the Nazi Hydra according to the concept of the Hive version of Hydra. Although the Hydra here is crazy, most of the time it just works for Red Skull in order to let Red Skull rule the world. The Hive Hydra didn't care what the Red Skull wanted to do. They paid the Nazi Hydra to study all the ways to bring the Hive back. These families believed that as long as the Hive returned, the world would naturally be ruled by him. The Red Skull knew about this, but he didn't care, because he didn't believe in the so-called God at all. In his opinion, when he ruled the world, these idiot families would be useless. Unfortunately, the Red Skull died early. These family forces still survived and escaped the reckoning after World War II. And they were mainly concentrated in France. France surrendered so happily at the beginning, and these guys made a lot of efforts. Of course, this was also related to the French themselves wanting to surrender. After all, it was France. It was also because of this that these people were the most intact faction in Hydra. This gave them a lot of say in Hydra. They are now called the fundamentalists of Hydra, and they are still committed to bringing their gods back. But in Alexander's eyes, these religious fanatics are all crazy. The people inside Hydra naturally knew what this so-called god was. It was just an experimental product of aliens. Not even a mutant. And it was an experimental product abandoned by the Kree. This thing is a monster. How stupid would one have to be to let an alien monster come back to rule the earth? Forget it, let's not talk about him. This time I asked you to come here for your Thousand Eyes system. Garrett looked at Alexander in surprise. What's wrong? Nick Fury seems to be planning to launch Project Insight. Chapter 855 Insight Plan. Garrett frowned. It was not that he opposed the plan. On the contrary, the plan was secretly promoted by Hydra. The Insight Plan was first proposed in 1973 by Dr. Zora, who was then inside SHIELD at that time. We had to take out the paperclip operation again. Dr. Zora entered the United States because of the operation, thus avoiding trial and liquidation. Dr. Zora was the most capable scientist under the Red Skull. He presided over the energy extraction of the Cosmic Cube and the transformation of the Winter Soldier. After Dr. Zora was captured, he was absorbed by the Paperclip Project. Then Zora continued to absorb former Hydra members into SHIELD, and secretly rebuilt a new Hydra inside SHIELD, and then accidentally killed Howard. However, on the surface, he was a timid and cautious, even a little neurotic scientist. After Zola proposed the plan in 1973, the then director, Ms. Carter, did not agree with the plan, but then asked Zola to complete the underlying algorithm required for the plan. So, when an avalanche occurs, no snowflake is innocent. Back to Zola. After getting the approval of Director Carter, Zola spent 3 years to complete the underlying algorithm of the Insight Project, which was in 1976. Zola was actually dead at that time. He was diagnosed with cancer in 1972. Director Carter reviewed the plan, sealed it, and used it as a trump card of SHIELD. The so-called Insight Project is actually a big data screening algorithm. Zola's algorithm can summarize all traces of a person's social actions, including but not limited to, voting methods, call records, consumption records, bank records, letters, mailboxes, online browsing records and message records, etc., and then evaluate personal personality traits according to the algorithm to determine whether they are potential criminals. Then, based on the evaluation results, all potentially threatening characters are eliminated. Anyway, Zola said in his report to Ms. Carter at the time that they could determine those people with criminal tendencies based on the results of the algorithm, and they could act in advance based on this tendency to nip crime in the bud. I guess Ms. Carter did not agree to this plan at the time. The biggest possibility is that the technology at the time could not complete such a large data collection. Another thing is the infringement on citizens' privacy. Once this plan is announced, it will immediately attract countless people's opposition. Of course, it is more likely that the funds required for this plan are simply astronomical. The US government at that time would never agree to it. When Alexander Pierce was in office, he failed to launch this plan for this reason. Of course, Alexander Pierce's original intention to launch this plan was naturally not to prevent crime. It is impossible to imagine. This plan has always been in charge of Dr. Zola. How could this die-hard of Hydra do such a good thing? His underlying algorithm does have such ability, but in fact, Zola intends to use this algorithm to find all those who may threaten Hydra's business. After all, the underlying algorithm was completed by him, and it was easy for him to change one or two key data. When social technology develops and the internet explodes, data collection becomes extremely simple, because in today's world, people will automatically and consciously upload their information and daily activities to the internet. There is no need to collect it specifically, and the information is all on the internet. This undoubtedly reduces the cost of the Insight Plan. And it is greatly reduced. How could Garrett oppose this plan? On the contrary, what he didn't understand was that at such a time, Nick Fury actually planned to launch this plan. This was abnormal. Although he knew that Nick Fury was a man who would do anything to achieve his goals, this did not mean that he was a member of Hydra. Moreover, if Nick Fury really took the bait, Pierce would not have this expression. Nick Fury? What has changed? The only thing Garrett could think of was whether something had happened to Nick Fury. Well, he finally realized that S.H.I.E.L.D. had been infiltrated. Well, didn't he realize this a long time ago? S.H.I.E.L.D. was hated by people. This kind of thing was not a secret at all. But from the day S.H.I.E.L.D. turned into an international organization, the organization began to accept infiltration from various countries in the world. But this was inevitable. Ms. Carter had foreseen it when she pushed S.H.I.E.L.D. to this position. It is impossible to establish an absolutely neutral organization in the world with only a few idealists, and to cover the law enforcement power in most countries in the world, and to maintain absolute autonomy. This is impossible. It is impossible in dreams. The essence of politics is to be in harmony with the world. As long as it does not affect the maintenance of world peace, some flaws are within tolerance. Of course, Ms. Carter has not completely set up a protective wall. For example, the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. must come from the direct line of S.H.I.E.L.D., which has been strictly enforced. The hidden players of other countries and organizations will never be able to gain dominance within S.H.I.E.L.D. This is why S.H.I.E.L.D. has always been deeply bound to the United States, because the group of people who first established S.H.I.E.L.D. wanted to use the United States to check and balance other countries, to ensure that the dominance of S.H.I.E.L.D. is always in their hands. Did Alexander Pierce really push Nick Fury to the position because there was no one else to choose? Haha, isn't it good for a Hydra to continue to be the director? The real reason for making this decision is precisely because of the above set of rules. Nick Fury is a Native American. He's from the line of Ms. Carter, who has a red seedling. Other abilities and personalities are secondary. This is the real reason. And Nick Fury's choice of successor to the director will also be within this framework. For example, Black Widow, Hawkeye, and even Agent Hill, it is impossible for them to appear on the succession list. Because Black Widow is a Soviet, Hawkeye is a latecomer, and Hill, this is equivalent to half a traitor. On the contrary, the ordinary Phil Coulson has a great advantage. His ancestors for 3 generations are all Americans. He was born and raised in the United States. He entered the S.H.I.E.L.D. Academy when he graduated from college and has been working there ever since. Nick Fury has been his direct superior since the beginning. Is there anyone more legitimate than this? As for others, it is difficult to squeeze into this succession sequence. I have gone too far. Let's get back to the topic. No, if it were that simple, it would be great. What went wrong? Garrett couldn't figure out why Nick Fury found the problem. Remember those pilots who went to launch the nuclear bomb? Didn't they all get it done? Garrett asked in surprise. At the beginning, those pilots all died for various reasons. This incident caused quite a stir in Washington. Even the Secretary of Defense was called to the White House by the president and scolded. But the interesting thing is that these were not handled by Hydra at all. Although they helped a little bit secretly, it was the bigwigs in the Security Council who took action. For those bigwigs, since the nuclear bomb did not explode and the US government automatically cleaned up the matter, they would naturally not be stupid enough to jump out and take any responsibility. After all, this thing is too taboo. Even if it spreads to their own country, it is estimated that few people will support them. After all, it is to use nuclear bombs to clean up a city with a population of tens of millions. From a humanitarian point of view, no one will support such a decision. So the bigwigs naturally have to treat this matter as if it does not exist. So those little pilots will naturally disappear. After all, they are the ones who directly receive the instructions from the Security Council and are direct witnesses. The United States will not directly announce these witnesses to the world, but it does not prevent them from using these people to threaten the Security Council and let the countries behind them spend a huge price to settle this matter. So in order to reduce losses, it is the best way to make these people disappear directly. What? S.H.I.E.L.D. still has so many witnesses? Haha, can those people testify? Once this is really done, S.H.I.E.L.D. will lose its internationality instantly. Then is S.H.I.E.L.D. still S.H.I.E.L.D.? In short, they are ruthless and have a stable mentality. Of course, the benefits should be given, especially to those countries that usually need to rely on the United States. It is impossible to take over this matter without giving benefits. As for those who don't get along with the United States at all, they don't get along with each other, so why give them benefits? Just make a sympathetic speech. Yes, But the problem lies with these little pilots. I don't know what Nick has discovered, but I'm sure he must know something, but I can't be sure. So he plans to start the Inside project, but the scope is aimed at S.H.I.E.L.D. Garrett's face also became serious. Once the Inside project is started, without changing the underlying data of the Inside project, Hydra can't hide at all. No wonder Alexander Pierce would come to Garrett at this time. What do you mean? I know that the underlying algorithm of the Inside project is in your hands, Pierce said. Why does Garrett call himself a clairvoyant? Because of his intelligence ability and the ability to predict a person's future. As for where this ability comes from, it is naturally because of Zola's algorithm. At the last moment of Zola's life, it was Garrett who was responsible for monitoring him. It can even be said that this algorithm was given to Garrett by Zola. I need you to change the underlying algorithm. In Alexander's opinion, since Garrett has the underlying algorithm, it should not be difficult for him to change the underlying algorithm. Unexpectedly, Garrett looked weird, and then said, I can't do it, Mr. Pierce. Huh? Pierce was a little unhappy. If it weren't for the fact that this thing appeared in S.H.I.E.L.D. and attracted too much attention, Pierce would not let Garrett run around with this thing. Now the organization needs this thing, and you actually take it as your personal property? No, you don't understand, Mr. Pierce. The basic logic of the underlying algorithm has always been mastered by Dr. Zola, and no one has cracked it. If you want to change it, Dr. Zola can only change it himself. This is also to prevent this system from being used by the enemy. Pierce exploded instantly. Zola is fucking dead. Well, in a sense, it is true. But not entirely. Unexpectedly, Garrett threw out a violent theory at this time. What do you mean? Do you know about the consciousness storage plan, Zola's ridiculous immortality plan? Did it fail? For others, the plan failed, but Zola succeeded in himself. He transferred his consciousness to a supercomputer. Wait? Zola is still alive? Yes, Garrett said affirmatively, although I'm not sure if that counts as being alive. He is definitely not dead. Pierce looked at Garrett with a gloomy look. Garrett raised his hand and said to Pierce, don't look at me like that. You were not a leader at the time, Dr. Zola was. He ordered his location to be sealed and ordered to strictly block the news that he was still alive. I was just following orders. Although Garrett is considered Pierce's subordinate, according to factional classification, he is not Pierce's direct subordinate. He was absorbed into SHIELD by Zola. Why can I tell you now? Because Project Inside is about to be launched, Garrett said frankly. According to Dr. Zola's order, when Project Inside is launched, it is time to activate him. So naturally there is no need to hide it anymore. Humph, Pierce snorted coldly, but he didn't intend to pursue it. After all, this is Hydra. The reason why Hydra can split infinitely is that in this organization, each leader will only know a part of the secrets within the organization. Even if a leader is captured, it will not cause the collapse of the entire organization. Anyway, except for Red Skull, no one can become the worthy leader of Hydra. I don't plan to know where he is. I just want to know whether he continues to be loyal to our cause. Of course, it's like this when he is alive. After death, it seems to have become more paranoid. This is the price of immortality. He regards the cause of Hydra as his first priority. You can think of this as the paranoia of the computer system. That's good. Pierce nodded. Then let Zola start his plan. No problem. Garrett nodded. Watching Garrett walk out, Pierce's eyes glowed. Can a man who dreams of ruling the world allow others to play tricks in front of him? Of course not. Dr. Zola and Garrett are both on Pierce's kill list. But not now. He still has many things to do. First of all, that pile of shit. As an important channel for communication between the United States and the Security Council, he has also suffered a lot of criticism and blame for this nuclear bomb incident. He needs to maintain a stable position, at least not to further break the relationship between the US government and the Security Council. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 856 Vacation. Phil has been feeling very confused recently. He feels that the familiar S.H.I.E.L.D. has become unfamiliar. Of course he knows what happened. The last time they planned to use a nuclear bomb to blow up New York had a very bad impact on S.H.I.E.L.D. Many people began to say that the justice that S.H.I.E.L.D. upholds has been shaken. They don't know how to describe what they have done. Isn't S.H.I.E.L.D. for the maintenance of world peace? Why didn't they go out to fight the aliens? Instead, they wanted to blow up New York? Is this to maintain peace? By killing tens of millions of people? The panic of the people is the biggest problem within S.H.I.E.L.D. at this stage. Director Phil was called to Nick Fury's office again. Recently, their director has become strange and started to be mysterious. Although he was like this before, this time, he seemed to be even more mysterious. Wait a minute, Nick was staring at something on the computer. He waved his hand for Phil to sit down. After a while, just when Phil couldn't help it, a woman walked in. May. Phil couldn't help but scream. The woman was the woman Garrett met before. May's full name is Melinda May, a third-generation Chinese immigrant. Speaking of which, May is also a legitimate SHIELD agent. As far as we know, May has only one relative, her brother. Because her brother is an SHIELD agent, May grew up in the SHIELD base. Her brother often goes out on missions, so Wesley, the family agent designated by SHIELD, has always taken care of her. When she was 7 years old, she met 57-year-old Peggy Carter by chance, and was recruited to SHIELD by her insightful eyes. Soon, May was arranged to go to the SHIELD training base for training. At the age of 17, May had already become a legend among the novice agents. She was smart, courageous, wise, good at judging the situation, and agile. She always tried her best to prove that she was not a child, but a qualified SHIELD agent. In short, this Chinese agent is the most legitimate descendant of SHIELD from the root. Originally, she should have been included in the list of successors to the position of Director of S.H.I.E.L.D., but for some reason, she became one of the few S.H.I.E.L.D. agents with many secrets. Everything about her has a confidentiality level of 8. You have to know that she is only a level 7 agent. As far as Phil knows, a few years ago, May single-handedly solved a superhuman threat during her mission in Bahrain Island, saved a team of S.H.I.E.L.D. agents, and completed the mission brilliantly. This incident made S.H.I.E.L.D. highly praised, and as the biggest contributor to this mission, May was also awarded the title of Knight. Melinda May is an experienced female agent and spy. She is very skilled, a fighter and a skilled pilot, especially good at flying airplanes. She is also calm and meticulous, and has a strong character. Because May gradually lost her original emotions at the beginning of her training, she was as cold as steel, and was also called Iron Knight. However, a little girl was killed in the crossfire, and May was hurt by this experience and chose to withdraw from the field. In short, in recent years, she has retreated to the administrative department of S.H.I.E.L.D. She has never been very conspicuous. Phil originally thought that May would retire. Unexpectedly, she actually appeared here. Phil, I'm going to give you a task. May will be your partner in the future. Partner? Phil felt very strange. Logically speaking, he was already an 8th level agent, already a senior executive, and had left the frontline combat position. He was a commander or something like that. There was no reason to assign him a partner. That's why Phil felt the seriousness of the matter. I need you to set up a secret team according to the list. And all the actions of this secret team only need to be responsible to me. I will allocate a secret base for you. In addition, you can't accept any orders except me. Even if I die, no one else can order you. This, after all, S.H.I.E.L.D. is a disciplined force with a command sequence. If the director dies or loses contact, all agents need to accept the new leadership's orders according to the command sequence. This is not a reasonable order. Phil, you are my most trusted subordinate, and this mission is related to the entire S.H.I.E.L.D. You must promise me that you will not be disturbed. Yes, out of trust to Nick Fury, Phil still accepted the order. Very good. Now listen carefully. My order to you is to rebuild the Avengers. Phil was immediately shocked. The Avengers? Half of the people on the original Avengers list wanted SHIELD to die, such as Kai, Tony, and maybe even Bruce Banner. Another part of them also had no good feelings towards SHIELD, such as Batman and Thor. The rest, such as Hannibal, Blade, the Defenders, etc., probably would not have a good impression of SHIELD either. And there are people like Captain America, who, even if they have no ill feelings towards SHIELD, definitely don't have any good feelings towards it. The only two people on the entire list who would obey orders are probably Hawkeye and Black Widow. It's not that Phil looked down on his two friends. It's just that compared to other superheroes, they really lack weight. Whether in terms of strength or fame, they are far behind. Phil thought he was a bit friendly and was good at making friends, but this thing was too much, right? I know. SHIELD has a very bad reputation now. So you should contact them as individuals. Not in the name of SHIELD. Doesn't Nick Fury know that this mission is difficult? Of course he knows, but what can he do now? Because of the previous incident, SHIELD's reputation in the superhero circle has become stinky, and no one cares about SHIELD. Let Phil use his specialty, sincerity. Speaking of it, an agent's specialty is sincerity, which makes people laugh, but there is no doubt that Phil is the most suitable candidate at present. Of course, this is just the surface, and Nick didn't plan to really complete this mission. He wanted Phil to get out of the current situation. Maybe Phil could play a greater role in this way. Without mentioning how Phil formed his own team, New York gradually returned to its daily life. Although it would not be so easy to recover from the warbed for a while, life still had to go on, not to mention that New York, it was a city with a lot of forgetfulness. The pace of life here is too fast, so fast that many people have no time to think about it. Kai also got a rare vacation here. Yes, Kai is finally going to take a vacation. Kai has been working these past few years. This is not America. Americans don't have the concept of dedication. They put their personal time on work. Generally speaking, they are either workaholics, work is life, or they are idiots. Kai doesn't want to be a workaholic, after all. This is America. What is the point of a Chinese going to America to be a workaholic? He doesn't want to be an idiot. So he took a month off. Going back to Wyndham. Speaking of which, Kai himself forgot that he had an old house in Wyndham. Well, strictly speaking, it was Adam's house, and Kai never had any memory of that place. If it weren't for the money in the monthly bill to maintain the house, Kai would really have forgotten it. When he heard that Kai was going back for vacation, Saji wanted to go back with him as soon as possible. He had been transferred here by Kai for a while, and he had been in Chicago before, and he hadn't been home for 2 years. But just when they agreed to leave together, Saji changed his mind. He's even busier than Kai. Because of the excellent performance of the special department before, the special department expanded again. This time the city government directly allocated funds. Kai, the head of the special division, was also taken down. The director and the mayor personally came to Kai. At first, they hoped that Kai could resign from the position of the 15th precinct and concentrate on the special division, but Kai was not willing to do so. After all, the special division, to be honest, Kai was not really needed. Saji did a great job, and Kai did not go to work there on a daily basis. After negotiation, the position of the head of the special division was finally given to Saji. After all, Saji had been following Kai since the army, then to GA Town, then to Chicago, and even to Los Angeles. They had followed him for a while. There was no reason for the old brother to work so hard and not have any benefits. So Kai simply let Saji be the head of the special division. Don't underestimate the position of the head of the special division. In terms of rank, this rank is higher than Kai. The power is equivalent to that of a deputy director of the headquarters. And the prospects are good. If you do well, you can be promoted to deputy director at any time, which is considered to be on the road to success. It is also because of this that Saji has become busier. With the expansion of the special division, new bases, training, equipment, etc. all need to be taken care of by Saji, the boss, so the vacation is ruined. Fortunately, Saji likes this job. After all, the prospect is good, and the job is what he is best at, so there is no reason to hate it. Now Kai will go on vacation alone. But things changed after he boarded the plane. When Kai just found his seat, a familiar female voice sounded beside him. "Excuse me, help me put down the gift." Kai looked up and saw that it was Natalie. "Why are you here?" "Vacation." Natalie naturally handed the gift in her hand to Kai. But Kai was about to say something. But after thinking about it, forget it. The other party is an agent, and it is not surprising to find out that he is going to Minnesota, and the flight information is even simpler. Well, I hope you like the countryside. Compared with New York, most cities in the United States are in the countryside, not to mention Wyndham. Although Wyndham is considered a city, it is completely different from crowded places like New York. The city has only more than 30,000 people, and the place is large, without many tall buildings. The main businesses of the city are also agriculture, Animal husbandry and aquaculture. After all, Minnesota is known as the state of 1,000 lakes, with more than 15,000 lakes and many rivers. A place that mainly relies on agriculture and animal husbandry will naturally have a slow pace of life, and the scenery of Windham City is indeed good. Although it is not a tourist destination, it has its own unique flavor. It is September now, with clear and cool autumn weather, which is the best time. If it is earlier, it will encounter the summer in Minnesota. Well, this damn place is very hot in summer. And if it is a month later, it will enter winter again, which is even worse. Minnesota's winter is also very famous and famously cold. This place is like this: it is extremely hot in summer and extremely cold in winter. Even the locals in Minnesota complain about the climate of their hometown. Natalie smiled and didn't care at all. I often stay in big cities. I have forgotten how long I haven't seen green. Does Natalie like the countryside? Of course not. She doesn't want to be a country girl. It's really Phil who found her. She hoped to ease the relationship between Kai and Shield through her. Kai happened to be on vacation, so she used this excuse to leave New York. To be honest, Natasha had gradually become disgusted with working for Shield. Because she found that she had been deceived. All the things that Shield had promised her in the past, none of them had come true. A stable life, haha, the life of an agent can never be stable. Natasha had actually expected this. Which intelligence agency would allow a super agent like her to retire? But what about the noble goal of maintaining the world? As a person who has lived for 90 years, some things such as fame, wealth and money are actually not much to pursue. But people always have to have a goal in life. Shield's once great cause made her feel that her abilities would not be buried. Since it is destined that there will be no peace, why not do something meaningful? But what did Shield do? The Battle of Los Angeles. Because Shield wanted to arrogantly study the secrets of the gods, and then it overturned. Because of Shield's mess, the gods broke the seal and came out directly, turning Los Angeles into a battlefield. Then there was the Battle of New York, which was even worse. If it could be called a civil war on Earth before, then this time, it almost brought about the end of the world. The aliens were all attracted by Shield. This was not what they promised at the beginning, to do something meaningful for the world. They only maintained peace like this? You know, if it weren't for those superheroes, the Earth would be doomed. And what did Shield do in the meantime? Nothing, absolutely nothing. After the crisis broke out, they did not notify the countries of the world, or even the United States, but concealed it. When the crisis broke out, Shield, with its powerful strength, didn't even get a supporting role. It was marginalized the whole time. And before this, Natasha had warned Nick Fury many times. But obviously, Nick Fury didn't take her warning to heart. He still didn't trust her. An organization that not only deceived her but also didn't give her trust. Is it necessary for Natasha to work for it? So Natasha simply took this opportunity to give herself a holiday. While Kai and Natasha were on vacation, in a coastal town in northwest Minnesota, near the border between Canada and the United States, a man was swimming in the sea at a speed that humans could not reach. Behind him was a tattered fishing boat. When approaching the town lighthouse, the man leaped from the sea more than 10 meters high, and then landed steadily. The man had a face with obvious aboriginal features, long hair, a slightly messy beard, showing roughness, depth, and full of wild male beauty. He was strong and powerful, and his upper body was naked with large tattoos. This did not give people a sense of barbarity, but naturally gave people a sense of security. This sense of security not only came from his burly and tall figure, but also from his natural primitiveness. Not long after he came ashore, the door of the lighthouse opened and a middle-aged man walked out. This man was shorter and much older, but just as solid and strong. Hey, Arthur. You should have brought them to the harbor instead of leaving them here. This is the third time this month. Others will become suspicious, the middle-aged man shouted. Chapter 857 Coincidence. That's too far, old man. I pulled them back from more than 100 miles, can't you let me rest for a while? The man named Arthur casually shook off the water on his body and complained with resentment. It's so close to the harbor, it won't take much effort. I don't want my precious lighthouse to be disturbed by some messy people. The man called the old man didn't care about his son's complaints at all, but drove him away indifferently. Really? Others are superheroes, I am also a superhero. Why can others be worshipped by countless people, while I can only hide in this small bay in obscurity? Arthur complained in a low voice. "What are you talking about?" The old man immediately turned his head and asked. "Nothing. I'm saying, you have to at least give me a bottle of wine to quench my thirst. I'm really dying of exhaustion." The old man turned back to the lighthouse with a look of disgust, took out a bottle of cheap whiskey and threw it to Arthur, then complained loudly, "I really shouldn't have taught you to drink. Damn it. We don't have money to buy wine this month. You bastard is simply a wine barrel." "Ha ha ha ha." Arthur bit off the seal of the whiskey, took a big gulp and said mockingly, "Who told you, old guy, to let a 3-year-old child drink? Now you're getting retribution. To be honest, I'm going to the Child Protection Agency to sue you. I don't know if they will accept it. 3 years old. You old guy is abusing children, bullshit. After we Samoans are weaned, the first thing we drink is wine. It's a national tradition. Just like our tattoos." The old man showed his strong arms, which were covered with tattoos of unknown meaning. Arthur took a big sip of wine and curled his lips. "Since we are Samoans, why don't we live in the warm South Pacific Islands, but go to the damn Minnesota?" After saying that, Arthur threw half a bottle of wine back to his father. "That's because, your mother and I," an old story. Without waiting for his father to finish, Arthur turned and jumped back into the sea, intending to tow the broken ship to the port. Watching Arthur leave impatiently, the old man sat dejectedly on the rocks by the sea. He looked deeply at the sea. But then again, this story is indeed old-fashioned. A princess from a wealthy family met a wild crew member, met under a lighthouse, and then fell in love inexplicably, and finally separated because of the opposition of the princess's family. Third-rate screenwriters are too lazy to write such a story. The old man actually blamed his mother for abandoning them until Arthur, but the old man always believed that his lover must have left them because of their safety. So he has been waiting here. It is also because of this that he, a crew member who yearns for freedom and loves the ocean, has been trapped in the lighthouse for so many years. On the other side, Arthur dragged the boat towards the port. He didn't continue to think about the old story. After all, he had no memory of his so-called mother, so there was no so-called hatred or love. Because there was no emotion from the beginning, how could there be love and hate? He was just angry about why his father trapped him to death in that lighthouse that was only an inch in size. For an illusory possibility? Over the years, Arthur didn't know how many reasons he had used to get his father to leave there, but it was useless. So he gradually got used to it. Anyway, it has been so many years. He is used to it. It is the frequent shipwrecks that have happened recently that make Arthur more concerned. Arthur, whose full name is Arthur Curry, his father is Thomas Curry, who is the keeper of the Curry Lighthouse in Shreveport. It was also at the Curry Lighthouse that Thomas Curry and Arthur's mother fell in love and gave birth to Arthur. And his mother is not a human in the ordinary sense, but a species that is older than today's humans. Atlanteans. Arthur is an extremely rare Atlantean hybrid. Of course, Arthur is still unclear about what this means, and he is not even sure whether Atlantis really exists. In short, he sees himself more as a special mutant. He even has a nickname for himself, Aquaman. But his father obviously doesn't want his son to be too prominent. As an old sailor who has traveled half the world, Thomas Curry understands the discrimination and fear of the world towards those special people. He hopes that his son can live a peaceful life. Fortunately, Arthur is a good boy. Although he is never polite, he is really obedient. He suppressed the restlessness of youth and lived an ordinary life like an ordinary person. After finishing high school in Shreveport, he honestly became a fisherman and captain of a salvage ship. Although he is a captain, in fact, Arthur Sea Sovereign is just Arthur alone, and the so-called Sea Sovereign is just a small fishing boat. However, because of his special ability, Arthur did a good job. He dared to go to the deep sea to fish in a small boat. At the same time, he was also a well-known diving expert, so his Sea King ship also took some salvage business. Life was okay. But how to say it, perhaps because of his restless blood and kind nature, he would still do some good things secretly. For example, saving some victims of shipwrecks. Thomas also supported Arthur in this regard, and the only requirement was not to let people see him. For example, the ship today was a victim of shipwreck he found when he was patrolling in the sea before. There were 6 crew members on the ship, the hull was damaged, the engine was damaged, and it had been drifting on the sea for several days. In addition to the wind and waves in the past 2 days, the crew members on the ship were injured, but there was no life-threatening danger. At most, they were dehydrated, and then they were all knocked down by Arthur with drugs. After all, he couldn't let people see his true face. Soon Arthur abandoned the broken ship near the harbor, fired a distress signal flare, and jumped into the sea and disappeared. Although Sheenport is only a small city, it is still prosperous and there are many fishing boats. They should be able to be rescued. This is the third boat that Arthur has rescued recently. The probability of fishing boats encountering accidents at sea is actually not as low as imagined, especially in the waters near Maine, where the hydrological conditions are complex and the weather is changeable. But it is still quite rare for this to happen 3 times a month. After all, fishing boats are now equipped with radios and various navigation systems that can monitor the sea surface conditions in real time. Unless they encounter sudden large-scale extreme weather, generally speaking, there will not be so many accidents in a row. After all, the sea is so large, and he encountered 3 wrecked fishing boats. What about those he didn't encounter? In short, this situation is not normal. He felt that he should find out what happened. After Kai returned to Windham City, he took Natasha back to Arthur's old house, which was a century-old house with a typical European manor style. Although the house is old, it is very beautiful. Unlike before Arthur was alive, Kay has enough money to maintain it, so the whole house is no longer gloomy and decayed. Instead, it is more like a dream manor in the air. Natasha seems to like it here. But Natasha's comfortable days are over soon. Because Kay's real girlfriend came. Kelly brought Catherine and Diana here. Although no one said that Diana was Kay's girlfriend, and the two had never made any substantial progress, both Diana and Kelly saw Natasha and automatically and consciously regarded Natasha as a rival for men. They didn't seem to like Natasha very much. This is very strange. Kelly and others don't even care about the relationship between Kay and Susie, but they are full of vigilance against Natasha. She lives in lies and is good at lies. Her life is full of betrayal and defense. Such people have no feelings, let alone trust. This is the comment made by Catherine and Kelly lying in Kay's arms. Kay agrees with this. He is not a fool. He can still feel whether a woman likes him or not. Natasha can only say that she doesn't hate him. As for liking him, just like what Catherine said, she may not have such a feeling at all. I know, she is different from you. Dear. How to describe her? More like a closer comrade. Although Kai has never taken the initiative to explore Natasha's true identity, it doesn't matter. From now on, I will use the name Natasha. I always vacillate between the two names of Natasha and Natalie. Sometimes I get confused myself. Anyway, it is clear that she is a spy. She is from S.H.I.E.L.D. Although it is not appropriate to admit it, S.H.I.E.L.D. does have some effect. At least at this stage, I need to reach a tacit understanding with S.H.I.E.L.D. through her. Kai doesn't like S.H.I.E.L.D., he really doesn't like it. But you have to admit that since the cosmic cube, the situation of the Earth is not good. And Kai can't change this situation at all. The Earth has been exposed, and Kai doesn't know what will happen to the Earth next. In this situation, any power that can be used is precious. Otherwise, Kai would not be so quiet after the war. This time, Kai neither went to arrest S.H.I.E.L.D. people nor exerted influence on Washington to punish S.H.I.E.L.D. It was also because of this. Even the White House took such a big blame, but it only made things difficult for S.H.I.E.L.D., and did not really hurt S.H.I.E.L.D., precisely because of this reason. Everyone is not stupid. It seems very good to abolish S.H.I.E.L.D. at this time. But what about later? Who can replace S.H.I.E.L.D. next? S.H.I.E.L.D.'s decades of hard work are no joke. In a short period of time, whether it is the Shadow Bureau or any other organization, there is no way to replace S.H.I.E.L.D. So Kai did not refuse Natasha to come. Do you really think Kai is horny? No matter how bad S.H.I.E.L.D. is, it has a unique advantage in information collection and handling various supernatural events around the world. This is why both Nick Fury and Alexander Pierce are only troubled by the current situation, but are not really worried. In a sense, they are completely fearless. Now S.H.I.E.L.D. is too big to fail. At least it cannot fall until an organization that can replace it emerges. She can't be our partner. Kelly is young after all, and his thoughts are simpler. She will expose us, don't worry. Natasha is smart, she knows what to do. This is not Kai's guess, but a guess based on Natasha's recent actions. In the past, Natasha's contact with S.H.I.E.L.D. was impossible for Tony and Kai to detect. But in the recent few times Natasha contacted S.H.I.E.L.D., she would appear in Tony's surveillance inexplicably. This has never happened before. After Tony noticed that there was something wrong with Natasha, it was naturally impossible for him to relax his surveillance on Natasha. With Jarvis, it was very easy for Tony to monitor someone. Any network camera could become Jarvis' eyes, but this woman had the ability to be under Tony's nose without being noticed. There is no need to elaborate on how terrifying this ability is. Even Kai and Tony suspected that the reason they were able to detect that she was a spy was that she took the initiative to show it to them. This is definitely not a fantasy. But it's not like that recently. Several of her meetings were caught on camera. Did she slack off? It's impossible to imagine. Then what was the reason that made her deliberately walk into Tony's surveillance? This is very interesting. Kai felt that this should be some kind of temptation. Although he didn't understand why she did this, Kai felt that they could just go with the flow. This is also the reason why Kai accepted her so easily. After all, no matter what, if she can help them, it is definitely a good thing. The days of a man and 4 beautiful women fooling around in a manner soon came to an end. After all, people can't live on that alone. That's too boring. It happened that September 6th was the Labor Day holiday. Yes, the United States also has Labor Day, but it is different from the Labor Day we celebrate. They celebrate it on the first Monday of September. Although strictly speaking, May Day originated in the United States, because on May 1st, 1886, the United States went on strike for an 8-hour workday. The struggle was fierce at the time and many workers and workers' leaders died because of this struggle. In order to commemorate the May 1st strike of American workers, the Second International at that time held a Congress in Paris. The meeting passed a resolution to designate May 1st of each year as International Labor Day. So basically many countries in the world have designated May 1st as Labor Day, and many countries also have holidays to celebrate. But the United States likes to play differently. In August 1889, U.S. President Benjamin Harrison signed the Labor Day Act of the United States. It stipulates that the first Monday of September each year is Labor Day, and it is designated as a legal holiday with a day off. Because it is the first Monday of September, plus the previous weekend, Labor Day is generally a 3-day holiday in the United States. So Sage's sister Angel found Kelly and planned to go out together. Sage's sister and Kelly are classmates. She is currently studying at the University of Minnesota and happened to be on vacation and went home. She planned to go to the beach with Kelly. As it happens, he has a cousin in Port Clement, and they can take his boat out to sea. Well, his cousin's name is Arthur Curry. Chapter 858 Arthur and Peter. Sage and Arthur are indeed relatives. Sage's grandmother and Arthur's grandmother are sisters. However, it is hard to say how close the two families are. After all, Thomas Curry has been shutting himself up in the lighthouse and has basically never left Port Sheen in recent years, so there is not much contact between them. After all, Port Sheen is quite far from GA Town. Geographically, Minnesota is in the middle of the American continent, while Port Sheen is in Maine, which belongs to the north of the continent. It takes a short trip across half of the United States to go there, which is quite troublesome. I put Port Sheen in Minnesota before, which was a typo. It has been changed. Sage doesn't know much about his weird cousin. Only Angel, who thought it was very romantic after hearing about old Thomas's love story, went there on purpose for his high school graduation trip, so he is more familiar with the Curry family. Although the distance is far, it is naturally not a difficult task for Kai and his family. Just take a private plane. It just so happened that John Dutton, the largest farmer in Minnesota and even in the United States, whom Kai had helped, had a private airport. From the Dutton family's private airport, you can quickly reach Portland, Maine. There are 2 Portlands in the United States, one in Oregon, but generally speaking, the city of Roses Portland refers to Portland, Oregon. Portland, Oregon is actually more famous, while Portland, Maine is not so famous. Portland is on the coast of the Gulf of Maine. Walking along the Gulf of Maine, you will reach Port Sheen when you reach the US-Canada border. Port Sheen is a very peaceful town. In fact, the whole of Maine is like this. The state is densely forested and has beautiful scenery. Because the state mainly relies on agriculture, animal husbandry, forestry and fisheries, the pace of life is slower than Minnesota, which is very suitable for vacation. When Kai and a few girls arrived at the place, Arthur was already waiting for them. The first time Kai saw Arthur, he felt a familiar feeling from him. A very subtle feeling. Angel, Maine is a northern state, so the temperature is still relatively cold compared to southern states. Even in September, it is not winter yet, but the weather is still not warm. Today's temperature is still high, but it is only 23 degrees. It is estimated that only people in a bitter cold place like Minnesota would think that this kind of weather is okay. Arthur in front of him is even more exaggerated. He is wearing a small vest, with strong muscles exposed outside, covered with tattoos, and looks extremely tough. However, Arthur does not look fierce. On the contrary, he looks a bit honest with a big beard. Arthur quickly noticed Kai. There is no way to do this. A little green in a sea of flowers is conspicuous no matter how you look at it, especially the girls around Kai are of high quality. Then Arthur turned his attention to those beautiful women. Angel, is this your friend? Didn't you say that your friends are so beautiful? Although there is a suspicion of teasing, at least it does not seem vulgar. It is just a common thing to chat up with beautiful women. At least Kelly and the others did not have any extreme reactions. Given their looks, this kind of thing is inevitable. If they care about it every time, I don't know how many men will be unlucky. Angel obviously likes her cousin very much. She slaps Arthur without any hesitation. Damn it. Don't use your tricks to deceive little girls on my friends, In front of beautiful women, you should be more careful about what you say. When have I ever lied to anyone? Arthur is obviously not that kind of good boy, at least in terms of men and women. Of course, it's a bit too much to say that he lied. He would rather call it consensual. In the eyes of many American girls, Arthur's appearance is very exotic, especially Arthur's appearance and strong body, which are very consistent with the current aesthetics, so generally speaking, they don't mind having something with Arthur. Kelly looked at the eyes that kept looking at him, and simply put his arm around Kai's arm, which was considered a declaration of sovereignty. Kai didn't mind Arthur's gaze. Logically, Kai should mind it. Unfortunately, these women are more capable than each other, and there is no need for Kai to stand up and show his chauvinism. Seeing that Kelly was already taken, Arthur did not pester her. Instead, he looked at the other three. Diana glanced at him, and the warning and resistance in her eyes were really too obvious. Arthur decisively chose to give up, because this woman gave him a feeling that he was not easy to mess with. And Catherine was still wearing a veil as usual. To be honest, it was really rare for someone like Catherine to go out wearing a veil. But there was no way, if she didn't wear a veil, the scene would be very bad, so she had to do this. Also because of the veil, Arthur couldn't see Catherine's expression. On the contrary, Natasha not only didn't care about Arthur's aggressive gaze, but was actually interested. Well, that kind of interest. This is not Natasha's fickleness, but this is her survival strategy, to use her advantages as much as possible. This is already instinct. I can help you carry the gift, thank you. Natasha smiled and threw the gift to Arthur. Diana snorted coldly and ignored Arthur at all. When it comes to feminism, Diana is definitely a radical. Of course, in Diana's opinion, this is not radical, because this is the norm for Amazons. Catherine didn't want to move the gifts, so she said thank you very politely. As for Kelly, of course, Kai will help. Arthur didn't plan to help Kai move his luggage, after all, he didn't like men. A group of people soon came to a place called Mount Desert Island. Mount Desert Island is a natural island around Port Sheen. In fact, it is called an island, but it is actually a peninsula. There is a natural and beautiful coastline here. In summer, many Portlanders will choose to vacation on this island. On the contrary, there are not many people at this time. In autumn, walking on the island will make you feel like you are the owner of the island, and you will really feel the feeling of being in nature. Enjoy this opportunity to enjoy nature alone. There are mountain trails, tracts of virgin forests, and beautiful coastlines. There are rocky cliffs, reefs, and snow-white beaches. Arthur had booked a holiday villa for Angel before. Since Angel came with Kai, he naturally didn't need to consider the budget. Angel ran to the observation deck on the seaside at the fastest speed. This villa is located on the edge of a cliff. The entire cliff is the villa's observation deck. There is also a huge 24-hour heated swimming pool here. There is no problem in holding a party in such a huge space. It's really great. Arthur, why didn't you bring me here when I came last time? Arthur finished his courtesy at this time and walked over. Please, we are both poor. This is not a place for poor people to come. Although Arthur lives nearby, Shangmo Island is not far from his lighthouse, less than 3 kilometers away in a straight line, but this is a private place, and it is his first time here. As he said, Arthur looked left and right, and whispered, "You are so rich this time, is it because of that rich man?" Arthur regarded Kai as a rich man who is arrogant and extravagant. What rich man? Don't talk nonsense. Kai is my brother's old comrade in arms and boss. Although he is indeed very rich, Angel said unhappily. I remember you said your brother is a policeman. What's wrong? Then he is also a policeman. Wait, you don't know him? Angel immediately found the blind spot. At first, she thought that Arthur was so cold to Kai because he was not interested in superheroes. There are all kinds of people in this world. There are those who like superheroes, and there are those who don't, and there are quite a few of them. Do I need to know him? Is he famous? Arthur really didn't pay much attention to TV and newspapers. He would rather swim a few more laps in the sea. Then you must have heard of the name Kai? Angel slapped his forehead. Kai? Wait, it can't be the one I think of. If Kai was still a marginal character in the Battle of Los Angeles, then after the Battle of New York, Kai was definitely one of the protagonists. Yes, that's the one. You never said that your brother's boss was the Thunderman. Well, Thunderman is the new nickname given to Kai by those superhero fans. Originally, the nickname Thor was more suitable for Kai, but the appearance of Thor registered this trademark. The Flash was also a candidate, but unfortunately it was registered by the good neighbor in Los Angeles, the Flash, so a bunch of idle guys gave Kai a cool nickname. Americans. To be honest, they have never been very literary. Look at the nicknames they gave, full of rustic flavor. And full of copycat feeling. Anyway, Kai never admits these nicknames. Arthur was stunned. He didn't expect that his cousin would go on vacation with such a superhero. The camera returns to New York. Today, Peter visited the Osborne group with his three friends, Gwen Stacy, Harry Osborne and Ned Lisborne. Originally, this visit should have taken place a long time ago, but unfortunately, a series of things happened, causing the Osborne group to postpone this visit again and again. It was not easy to wait until the Labor Day holiday, and the Osborne group finally agreed to the visit that was supposed to take place a long time ago. This visit is a science and technology visit organized by Midtown High School, aiming to make students more interested in science. So it is semi-forced, because you need to submit an observation report later, and if you don't go, the report will be ruined. However, because the visit was on Labor Day, many students complained. After all, high school students are much more interested in video games and pretty girls from the next class than in so-called scientific visits. But Peter is not like that. He has been looking forward to it for a long time. Peter's motor nerves have always been poor, but he is a top student. He has always believed that science can change his destiny. After all, he's thin and short in reality, and his poor athletic ability makes him unpopular with girls. But who doesn't want to be popular? His idol has always been Tony Stark. He dreams that one day he can become popular with his smart brain. So for adolescent boys, science and hobbies are not as important as being popular with girls. It seems that the idol of every tech geek with social phobia is Tony Stark. But what's interesting is that Mr. Peter Parker, apparently, forgot to look around himself when pursuing the dream of being popular. Gwen Stacy, the most popular girl in the school, has always been by his side, but he still has to pursue the matter of being popular with girls. It must be said that his unpopularity with girls is definitely not just because of his poor motor nerves and short stature. Hey, Gwen, Harry, and Ned. Can you guys hurry up? The school bus is about to leave. Harry walked behind with a look of despair on his face. Sometimes he even wondered how he became friends with Peter, a fool. As Peter's best friend, Harry naturally knew Peter's little thoughts, but he couldn't believe it. The most beautiful girls in the school were already by his side and kept circling around him, but he didn't see anything from it. Is he stupid or slow to react? Is such a beautiful girl like Gwen always by his side because she wants him to be a top student? Because she wants him to worship superheroes all day long? Wait for me. I just had diarrhea. Wait for me. Ned Leeds chased after Gwen and Harry while holding up his pants. Ned Leeds, a fat man, was from Hawaii and had obvious Hawaiian native appearance. In a sense, he was Peter's closest buddy. Compared with Gwen and Harry, they were in the same class. They were all from poor families. Gwen is not to be mentioned. Her father is George Stacy, the deputy chief of the 15th precinct and the spokesman of the police. He is definitely the second generation of an official. Harry is even more exaggerated. His father is the president of the Osborne Group. This can be seen from his last name. They became friends with Peter, but in many people's eyes, they were not a good match. Ned Leeds was different. They were both the unpopular type. They were both smart and loved science. Well, they also hoped to be popular with girls. By the way, Our little Peter's sexual enlightenment was brought to him by the fat boy Ned. This fat boy opened the door to a new world for Peter by illegally downloading small videos from his computer. Oh, these two little bad guys would also invade the backends of some paid websites and download some bad videos. Peter learned computer technology because of this. In addition, Ned and Peter seemed to have the same thing in terms of slow reaction. This guy was obviously a little pervert, but he didn't realize that Gwen was interested in Peter. The three of them quickly met up with Peter and got on the school bus together. After getting in the car, the fat Ned sat down next to Peter without paying any attention to Gwen's intention to sit next to Peter. Then the two of them started to chatter about the trip to the Osborne group. Gwen, who was left behind, kept sulking. Harry covered his face. These two idiots. In fact, he had suspected from the beginning that Ned was mentally dark. He didn't want to be the only one who was unpopular with girls, so he secretly destroyed the progress between Gwen and Peter. Harry was not as naive as Peter. Born in a wealthy family, he was also exposed to some of the darkness of society. But as time went by, Harry sadly discovered this guy was not that complicated at all. Ned, the fat guy, really didn't know. Maybe in the hearts of Peter and Ned, they never thought that a dazzling girl like Gwen would be interested in Peter. But for some reason, after Harry understood this, he felt that Peter was even more miserable. There was no way Gwen could only sit with Harry. Just like many times. In fact, it's not Peter and Ned's fault for being slow to react, because most people in the whole school think that Gwen and Harry are a perfect match. As for why Gwen and Peter are so close, it's entirely because Harry and Peter are best friends. Chapter 859 The Birth of Two Heroes. The scientific tour went smoothly at first, until Peter suddenly felt unwell. Peter was originally visiting with everyone, but it seemed that something bit his neck, and then his body had a strong reaction, first vomiting and diarrhea, and then his body was slightly hot. Ned was terrified, because this morning he and Peter shared a roadside hot dog stand, which was a small stand opened by a Mexican. Because of its unique taste, it is very popular, but unfortunately, it is a bit unhygienic, and people always get sick and often have diarrhea. So this stand is illegal. Seeing Peter's condition, Ned's first reaction was food poisoning. As for why he himself is fine. Looking at his figure, you can tell that he has never been sick from eating anything in his life. Peter. Oh my God. Peter, are you okay? Ned was scared to death. He likes me very much and doesn't want to be hated by me because of this. Although he claims to like maize nut pie, in fact, you know, little boys like mature and sexy big sisters. Of course, Ned didn't dare to tell Peter this. This is a secret that he would never tell anyone. If May knew that he had given her precious nephew food poisoning, he couldn't imagine how May would look at him. Okay. I'm okay. Peter was a good kid, so he didn't want to put pressure on Ned, so he said with all his strength, I just feel a little uncomfortable. God, Ned, remember to remind me next time not to snatch food from you. Then Peter ran to the bathroom again. In fact, Peter's feelings were not as simple as he said. The nerves in his body were like ignited fuses, burning from one end to the other. It was not painful, but very uncomfortable. It's just that this child didn't like to trouble others, so he didn't say it. He felt his stomach and intestines were twitching, which caused him to vomit and diarrhea. The vomited things were the same as the shit, which were all undigested food. After a while, Gwen and Harry also rushed over. Ned and Peter like those hard technology things, which are generally things that high school students either can't understand at all or are not interested in at all. At least Gwen and Harry are not very interested in those things, so the four of them visited separately in small groups. How is Peter? I ate something unclean this morning, Ned said frustratedly. He really wanted to share the hot dog with Peter. I ate the same thing, why didn't I have any reaction? Can you be the same as Peter? Peter has always been in poor health, Gwen complained. Okay, Ned felt strange. How could Gwen know Peter's physical condition so well? After a while, Peter came out of the toilet wiping his mouth. Ned's eyes widened. Peter, you were in the toilet, full. Peter didn't understand at first, but soon reacted, you bastard. Ugh, Peter was not feeling well at first, and thinking about Ned's subtext made him feel sick again. You? Gwen glared at Ned. Ned quickly shrugged his shoulders, always feeling that Gwen was too concerned about Peter. This was not normal. Then the scenes of the short movies flashed in his mind. Then he secretly glanced at Harry. God, Harry, don't blame me, I just watched a short movie with Peter, not to mention the fights of several young people. Finally, Peter was sent home by Gwen because he felt uncomfortable. Gwen originally planned to send Peter to the hospital, but Peter felt much better, but he was not energetic and wanted to sleep. In order not to trouble others, he planned to go home to rest. Gwen had no choice but to tell Peter to go home. In Shinport, after going out to sea in the morning, Kelly and the others returned to the villa with satisfaction. They were very lucky today and actually caught a bluefin tuna. This thing is precious. Especially this one, which weighed more than 150 kilograms. In fact, 150 kilograms of this kind of fish is not heavy. The average weight of an adult of this tuna is about 400 kilograms. Don't forget that they are in the near sea. It is a miracle that a small fishing boat can catch such a big tuna. But Kai always feels unreal. Although the rod for sea fishing is much stronger than the ordinary fishing rod, catching such a heavy tuna, it is unreasonable to think about it. But he didn't think much about it. Just thought it was an accident. Anyway, everyone is happy. Arthur smiled and sent them to the shore, then sailed away immediately. I don't know if it was an illusion, but Kai always felt that this guy was in a hurry. In fact, Kai's idea was right. He was indeed in a hurry. Because just before catching the tuna, Arthur learned from his pet Rachel that a submarine had been attacked in the nearby waters and was about to sink. Oh, I seem to have forgotten to mention Arthur's ability. Arthur's born with the ability to communicate with marine animals. Of course, most marine animals don't have much brains, so generally speaking, Arthur can only communicate with some animals in a very simple way, such as telling a bluefin tuna where there is food to come quickly. But with very smart marine animals such as dolphins and whales, he can communicate more complexly. In addition to communicating with marine animals, Arthur also has a strong body structure that can fully adapt to the low temperature and high pressure deep sea environment. The skin also has extraordinary strength, which can resist the attacks of most conventional firearms including individual rocket launchers. At the same time, it is extremely powerful and can lift an object weighing several tons with bare hands. His strength will be amplified in the ocean. In addition, Arthur can breathe with his skin, and the efficiency of this breathing in water is much stronger than on land. In addition, he can also use ultrasonic waves to summon all marine life within the sound wave range. In addition, he can also use the power of the ocean to make the seawater act according to his will to a certain extent. And Rachel is Arthur's pet, a dolphin. Many times, the reason why Arthur can save those suffering people in the vast ocean is that he relies on dolphins like Rachel to report. The next day, at dawn, Kai saw such news. A new superhero was born. It was a U.S. submarine. During routine training in the waters of the U.S.-Canada border, it was attacked by a group of terrorists. At the most critical moment, a man appeared, defeated the terrorists, and rescued all the people before the submarine sank, and sent them to the coast, so they were rescued. This made the media climax. While they were complaining about the Navy submarine being robbed by terrorists and wasting taxpayers' money, they were also anxious to dig deeper into this new superhero. Although the submarine sailors did not take clear photos of this benefactor, there were still blurry images obtained by reporters. So the new superhero, Aquaman, was born. Aquaman, the same old rustic nickname. But they had no intention of paying attention to this, but stared at the blurry photos carefully to identify them. The more they looked like him. Isn't this Arthur? It was not only Kai who discovered this. Angel hurriedly found other people to confirm whether the man in the photo was his cousin. Aquaman? In other words, my cousin is Aquaman. Angel was very happy. After all, superheroes are really popular recently. If you tell others that your relatives are superheroes, it is definitely a very face-saving thing. Kelly and others looked at each other and were a little disapproving of Angel's excitement. Having a superhero as a relative or friend is not necessarily a good thing. After all, many enemies cannot deal with the superheroes themselves, so they will attack the people around them. People like Tony are the real outliers. After all, he is a star of misfortune. There is no one else in his family except him. The only relatives and friends are Carter and Pepper. But the problem is that one of these two people is a legend. If he is so easy to kill, he would have died 800 years ago. The other has always been by Tony's side, and Tony is rich. But not everyone has the conditions like Tony. Other superheroes will hide their identities. Just when Kelly was about to tell Angel the theory that Kai taught her, Arthur came. When Arthur walked into the room, He found that everyone was looking at him. "What's wrong with you?" Kai didn't say anything, just pointed at the TV. Then Arthur saw the news about himself. "Ah, Arthur. You are really Aquaman. That's so cool." Angel didn't think too much, screaming and pulling Arthur to ask questions. "Are you a mutant? What abilities do you have? Can you control water like Kai controls lightning? Or can you turn into some cool armor and weapons? By the way, you are not a superhero on the scientific side like Tony Stark, right? That's not cool at all. By the way, can you show me?" Arthur's face was stunned. He never thought that the group of sailors were so bored that they didn't forget to take pictures while running for their lives. No wonder the US military's battle was so bad. With such a virtue, what else can you expect? Wait. Let me slow down. Arthur also realized that his troubles were coming. Although Arthur often complained that his father didn't allow him to be in the limelight, he actually knew very well why his father did that. Being in the limelight is not necessarily a good thing, and he didn't save people for fame at all. He just simply felt that he had the ability to do so, so he did it. But now, once exposed, he can almost imagine what he will encounter in the future. After all, consulting is so developed. He doesn't like to watch the news, but has he never seen a movie? On the other side, Natasha's eyes flickered. She thought that S.H.I.E.L.D. should be interested in this news. As for betraying Arthur, don't underestimate S.H.I.E.L.D. Maybe because of some ideological tendencies, they look stupid and do a lot of stupid things, but this does not mean that they are really stupid. On the contrary, S.H.I.E.L.D.'s intelligence analysis ability should never be underestimated. Even if it is just a few blurry photos, it is only a matter of time for S.H.I.E.L.D. to find Arthur with its ability. It is not even difficult for other similar intelligence agencies to find Arthur. In this case, there will be no problem for her to reveal the information in advance. After all, those things are destined to happen. Just when Aquaman was born, another superhero also completed his transformation, from an ordinary person to a magnificent life. Peter opened his eyes and stretched. This sleep was really very, very comfortable, and he felt unprecedentedly full of power, as if, well, he couldn't describe it. Just feel, very refreshing, very clear. Feeling uncomfortable everywhere in the body. After he returned home yesterday, he fell asleep immediately without even eating dinner. Aunt May called him, but he just said that he had eaten outside, and then went back to sleep. May and Ben didn't think much about it. It's not uncommon for adolescent boys to play too crazy. Although Peter is a good boy, it's not bad to do this occasionally, otherwise his high school life will be too boring. Who hasn't done a few stupid things in high school? The couple just decided to have a good talk with Peter about this matter later. Appropriate indulgence is acceptable, but the most important task of students is to study. Don't say that American high school students are all happy education. Midtown High School is not a school that implements happy education. It is a standard cradle of elites. Students who graduate from there are all aiming for Ivy League schools. Peter just has good grades and scholarships, otherwise May and Ben can't afford the tuition of Midtown High School at all. The tuition of such a school is expensive. Even though Ben has become the general manager of the Wanderer Construction Company, he is still worried about such tuition fees. After all, May and Ben are both good people. Even if Ben works at the Wanderer Construction Company, his salary is not very high. He can only be considered a salaried worker, because it was agreed from the beginning that the Wanderer Construction Company would not operate for profit, so Ben was embarrassed to ask for too much salary. In addition, they also need to support the Mutual Aid Association, so the financial situation of the Parker family has never been particularly good. Back to the point, Peter, who was full of strength, always felt that he had endless strength in his body, so he jumped up from the bed. Bang! Then his head hit the ceiling. Peter, who fell on the bed, didn't react at first. But immediately, he widened his eyes and looked at the ceiling he hit. Ceiling? Why did he hit the ceiling? Peter. What are you doing in the room? May heard the movement in Peter's room in the kitchen and shouted immediately. It's okay. Aunt May. I hit the head of the bed. Peter himself didn't understand what was going on, so he hurriedly lied. Are you okay? No, that's good. Get up quickly. Didn't you say you were going to the museum with Ned today? We're going to be late. Okay, I'll get up right away. Peter got out of bed carefully, and then he was surprised to see his changes in the mirror. His weak body, which was originally like a ridge, actually bulged with muscles. It wasn't particularly exaggerated, But each muscle was very distinct, and the six-pack abs made Peter's eyes widen. Abdominal muscles. He always knew he had them, but he had never seen them. But now, what was this body of clearly defined muscles like? Peter couldn't help but do a few poses, and found out. It was real. This was really him. It wasn't an illusion caused by his sexual fantasies. He clenched his fists, and the feeling of being full of power. He had never felt it before. He tried to take the second-hand dumbbell in the corner of the room. That thing was a second-hand item he bought and used for fitness. Who among adolescent boys doesn't want to have a strong body? But it has been useless all along, in every sense. But now, he held the dumbbell as if he was holding a plastic bag. Can't feel the weight at all. Peter, because he was addicted to the dumbbells, Peter forgot the time, so May urged again. Yes, I'll be right there. He wanted to put the dumbbells down, but a magical thing happened. The dumbbells stuck to his hands. Peter immediately got anxious. Which bastard put glue on his dumbbells? But the more anxious he was, the harder it was for him to get rid of them. Peter. What are you doing? Are you not feeling well? May was a little worried when she saw that Peter didn't come out, so she knocked on the door. I'm coming in. No. I am not wearing any clothes, Peter shouted quickly, for fear of scaring Aunt May. May was stunned outside, and then a smile appeared on her face, not sure whether it was relief or embarrassment. Her little boy has grown up. Chapter 860, Love and Resentment. That's what happened, Arthur explained to his father. Thomas looked at the group of beauties following Arthur in a daze. To be honest, even a romantic like Thomas was a little dazzled by these beauties. What's worse is that these people discovered Arthur's specialness. Thomas was not sure whether this was good or bad. But after all, others had no ill intentions, so Thomas did not reject them. Then Thomas was annoyed by Angel. This little girl probably had a superhero complex and kept pestering Arthur to ask questions. Arthur ignored her, so she pestered Thomas. Uncle Thomas, do you have superpowers too? Arthur inherited his superpowers from you, right? If so, according to blood relationship, can I also have superpowers? Ah, so amazing. Seeing Angel excited alone there, Thomas was also embarrassed. He knew that his son was not a mutant, he was the son of Atlantis. And his bloodline had no superpowers at all, so Angel's hope was destined to be a delusion. Just as Angel was pestering Thomas with questions, Arthur suddenly looked up at the sea. Kai and Diana did the same thing. Soon a whale shark broke out of the water, and a person stood on it. Diana was the first to react. Atlanteans. Thomas heard this and immediately turned his head to look at Diana. It was the first time he heard this term from an outsider. In the past, when people talked about Atlantis, they thought it was a legend. Only Thomas knew that it was not a legend. Atlantis really existed in the depths of the Atlantic Ocean. Diana could naturally recognize the Atlanteans. Since the Age of Gods, Amazon and Atlanteans have had exchanges, because they are the only two nations blessed by the gods. Amazon was blessed by the gods, especially loved by the goddesses among the Olympian gods, especially the hunting goddess Artemis and the queen Hera, who especially liked these female warriors. Atlantis was loved by the sea god Poseidon. You know, Poseidon even put his palace in Atlantis. Perhaps among all the main gods, Poseidon is the most people-friendly. He really regards Atlantis as his own people. It is also because of this that although Amazon and Atlantis are essentially human beings, they are very different from ordinary people because of the gods. Once upon a time, Amazon and Atlantis have always maintained a considerable degree of contact, but as time goes by, this contact has become less and less. Now, there is basically no contact. The reasons are very complicated. There are cultural, living habits and religious reasons. But Diana can still easily tell that the person in the distance is an Atlantean. On the sea, Nudis Vico also stood on the whale shark and looked at the lighthouse from a distance. If possible, Nudis Vico does not want to get close to here. It was here that the monarch to whom Nudis Vico was loyal, the Queen of Atlantis, violated the laws of Atlantis and gave birth to Arthur with a land human. This led to the execution of the most cruel punishment for Her Majesty the Queen. Nudis Vico is the royal advisor and warrior leader of the Kingdom of Atlantis, which is somewhat similar to the position of the Minister of Defense. Before the Queen's death, Nudis Vico was rid of by his own queen, and asked him to teach Arthur how to become a true Atlantean warrior. Nudis Vico did not like Arthur, and it was because of his existence that the queen was sacrificed. But the queen's final exhortation made him unable to turn a blind eye. Over the years, Nudus Vico has been secretly teaching Arthur how to use his power. To be honest, Arthur is indeed very good, and he has all the advantages of the Atlantis royal family. Unlike human society, Atlantis pays great attention to blood. It is not like a human being who simply fabricates the theory of blood superiority and inferiority for the orthodoxy of rule. Among the Atlanteans, the royal blood is naturally much stronger than that of ordinary Atlanteans. Among the 7 underwater countries today, all the royal blood comes from the original royal family of the Atlantis Empire. Take the Kingdom of Atlantis for example. The royal family members have power that ordinary Atlanteans cannot reach. They can easily manipulate water to fight for themselves. They can easily send out sound waves to tame the wildest sea beasts. Their bodies are extremely tough. Even the sharpest blades cannot easily break their skin. In short, blood brings many benefits. And the purer the blood, the stronger the power that can be exerted. This is why Atlantis cares so much about blood. Arthur is the best among the royal family members of this generation. He is so good that he doesn't look like a half-blood. In some ways, he is even better than those royal families with pure blood. Because Atlantis lives in water, they can't leave the water for too long anyway. Arthur has no such concerns. He can live on the shore for a long time like normal humans. And it is this excellence that makes Nudus Vico always try to cover up Arthur's existence. No Atlantis will accept that a barbarian half-blood is better than the royal pure blood. For more than 30 years, he had been doing very well. Although the royal family knew that there was such a half-blood, they didn't know where he was, and they were not sure whether he was still alive. But yesterday, he couldn't cover it up anymore. The current king of Atlantis, the second child of the former Queen Atlanta, Marius, knows about Arthur's existence. It is also because of this that Nudus Vico came to the lighthouse to warn regardless of everything. Arthur saw Vico, and although he felt surprised, he was still very happy. In fact, over the years, Arthur has had some guesses about Vico's identity. But he is not interested in Atlantis. So he never asked anything. He just simply regarded Vico as his teacher. It's not that he didn't think about introducing his teacher to his father. But Vico always asked Arthur to keep the secret strictly and not reveal everything about him. Unexpectedly, the teacher came today. This made Arthur very happy. Soon Vico came to the lighthouse, and Thomas looked at Vico vigilantly. The person who walked out of the sea last time took his wife away. He didn't want his child to suffer such a bad fate again. Vico ignored Thomas. If he could, he even wanted to kill this man. Vico. Why are you here? Vico said to his disciple with a cold face. I'm here to warn you, Arthur. Warning. Arthur was a little confused. Yes, they have noticed your existence. You must leave now. Otherwise, they will not give up. You go to the depths of the continent immediately and never return to the seaside. Vico did not beat around the bush, but directly asked Arthur to leave quickly. Why? Arthur was not stupid. He could probably guess who was going to deal with him. I don't want to cause trouble. I just want to live a quiet life. I won't affect them. He didn't know that his mother was dead. This was the request of his mother Atlanta. She didn't want her son to hate her country and people. So Arthur has always felt that it was his irresponsible mother's remarriage partner who wanted to deal with him. He obviously didn't realize that this was not just a simple family conflict. No, Arthur, your existence itself is a trouble, so, he is a hybrid of Atlantis and humans. Diana suddenly interrupted and asked. Vico's face turned ugly. Even though Vico could look at Arthur's existence differently because of the Queen, he was still unhappy with a half-blood statement. Woman. Watch your words. You are humiliating the great Atlantis. Arthur was stunned for a moment, then said with a strange look on his face, humiliation. His existence was actually a humiliation. It was the first time he knew that his teacher was actually a racist. You should be careful with your words. Atlantean, the person standing in front of you is Diana from Paradise Island. The future queen of Amazon. Diana would not indulge anyone. Even if Kai talked nonsense, she would still confront him. Not to mention an Atlantean. Amazon? Vico did not expect that he would actually meet an Amazon from Paradise Island. Paradise Island is a good place. There is a barrier guarded by the gods. The Amazons living there can live forever and never need to worry about hunger and disease. If there is any place in the world that is closest to the mythical paradise, it can only be there. Atlantis is much worse in this regard, because they are in the water. The Atlanteans did not live in the water from the beginning, although they did love the ocean and strictly follow the teachings of Poseidon. But they were indeed land creatures at the beginning. It was only because of an accident that they became what they are now. However, the Atlanteans still looked down on the Amazons. In their view, those women with a little bit of nerves were barbarians who wantonly wasted the gifts of the gods. Look at those women. 10,000 years ago, these women fought with spears and swords. 10,000 years later, these women were still holding spears and swords. What else could they be but barbarians? Unlike them, Atlantis, with its rich technology, relied on the gifts of the gods to develop into the most powerful and brilliant civilization in the world. So he did not take Diana's threat seriously. If the current Atlantis can't beat a group of female barbarians with spears and swords, then it's better to just perish. I'm very sorry, Your Highness, Princess of the Amazon. I apologize for my gaffe. However, out of the politeness of civilized people, Vico still apologized. But it was very perfunctory. Diana was of course upset and wanted to teach the old man a lesson, but Kai stopped her. Why did they get involved? Then he turned around and persuaded Arthur to leave quickly. Of course Arthur disagreed. The two started arguing. Kelly seemed to be very interested in this quarrel and watched the whole process, and so did Angel. Only Catherine didn't care much about it. Instead, she noticed the strange expression on Kai's face. What's wrong? Nothing. I suddenly remembered that I once lived in Atlantis for a while. Well, it was still on the sea at that time. It was a very good place. By the way, I had a good relationship with the Fisher King of Atlantis, and he also gave me a natural coral crown. Kai did think of the past. 10,000 years ago. Atlantis was indeed a very good place, even better than Athens and Uruk and Sumer at that time. It was full of humanistic atmosphere, people liked knowledge, they loved the ocean, and at the same time paid attention to balance. They might be the first people on this planet to pay attention to environmental protection. Of course, it is not without shortcomings. Their biggest shortcoming is, the taste is too salty. You have to know that Kai was a Jingchu person in his previous life. People in Jingchu originally like salty and fragrant food, which is considered to be a heavier taste. But the Atlanteans just treat salt as if it is free. Well, they are definitely salty when eating tofu pudding. For Kai, the sweet party is the right way. Fortunately, there were no soybeans in Atlantis at that time, so there was no tofu, and there was no dispute. In short, it was full of memories. By the way, it seems that we fought with the Atlanteans at the beginning. Do you still remember the King of Atlantis? Kai didn't pay attention to the name of the King of Atlantis at that time, and completely forgot it. Catherine also recalled and thought of Pontus. Yes, Pontus. Kai finally remembered the man's name. By the way, his daughter's name is Atlanta, right? Catherine looked over with a smile. Why do you remember her daughter's name? Well, after all, beautiful women always give people extra memory points, right? I feel sad for Pontus. After all, he is a comrade in arms. But his presence is not as high as his beautiful daughter. Kai smiled and did not deny it. The argument on the other side also fell into a white-hot situation. Arthur did not want to be like a coward and run away at the slightest sign of trouble. And Vico thought that Arthur had no idea of the situation at all. I will not let you go. Do you understand? Because you and your father killed his mother, Vico roared. Arthur was stunned. What? Atlanta is dead. Before Arthur could react, Thomas grabbed Vico. What did you just say? Thomas was only related to one Atlanta woman in his life, that is Arthur's mother, Atlanta. Yes, Vico grabbed Thomas's neck and lifted him up. It's because of you. My queen was sacrificed to the Trench clan. If it weren't for your ignorance and deception, the queen should be ruling the waves now, instead of being eaten alive by a group of savage monsters. You are the culprit of everything. Arthur immediately rushed to rescue his father. At the same time, he was also confused. He always thought that his mother was just irresponsible, but he didn't expect she was dead. Or because of her love with his father and his birth. Has always hated you. Hated you for killing his mother, and he has always regarded this past as a shame. Atlanta wanted to avoid political marriage, so she escaped from Atlantis, but she was unlucky and met the Trench clan, was injured, and then rescued by Thomas. After that, they fell in love and gave birth to Arthur. After being caught, Atlanta married the captain of the Royal Guard, Aurex Marius. The Marius family is also a family with a long history, a distant branch of the royal family. The royal family of Atlantis relied on this kind of marriage to consolidate its power and keep its bloodline pure. But Atlanta didn't love Aurex, which made the loyal captain of the guards feel extremely sad. He once tried to make Atlanta admit her mistakes and clean up the dishonorable evidence to save Atlanta's life. But Atlanta refused and told Orvax directly that she didn't regret it. These years on the shore were her happiest time. Then the captain of the guards completely collapsed. Not long after Atlanta was sacrificed, he also passed away. How else can you say that Orm hates Arthur and Thomas? This is the hatred of destroying a family. Vico knew that he had said too much, but since it was like this, he might as well just say it all. Soon Orm's soldiers will be here, and you can't be their opponents. Arthur is very strong, but he can't be stronger than the entire army. At this time, Kai interrupted, "You are too late. It seems that someone is coming." Chapter 861 Attack. Vico's face immediately turned pale, and he took out a piece of cloth from somewhere and covered his face. Then he shouted to Arthur, "Go. I'll stop them first." Of course Arthur refused, and he said to his teacher, "Let them come. I'm not afraid of them." After learning that his mother did not abandon him and his son, but was sacrificed to the damn Atlantis kingdom because of them, Arthur was furious. That damn Orm was still brooding over him, and he was also very angry and didn't know where to vent. But as soon as Arthur finished speaking, the originally calm tide suddenly broke, and a strangely shaped submarine surfaced. Then several mechanical tentacles stretched out from the submarine, and energy cannons on the top of the tentacles were accumulating energy. Vico reacted quickly, and threw Arthur to the ground with a side pounce, and rushed into the sea with him. Boom boom boom. Continuous energy cannons directly bombarded the island where the lighthouse was located. The huge explosion raised the entire lighthouse to the ground in an instant. The huge roar was heard clearly in the nearby Sheenport. Arthur broke free from Vico in the first place and floated up from the sea. Then he saw the Curie lighthouse filled with smoke and dust. "No. Father. No." Vico soon caught up with him. He grabbed Arthur and planned to take him away. "Quick. Let's go. Orm." He sent out his guards, as the king's private guards. This unit was equipped with the best weapons and equipment in Atlantis. This Atlantis armed ship had firepower. Vico, the royal advisor, knew very well that even if Arthur faced a concentrated fire of such war weapons, he would only be defeated. Arthur naturally refused to leave. How could Arthur, who had never encountered a major setback, accept such an ending? His father was killed, and he could only escape in disgrace. Arthur, who was extremely kind, had only one idea, that was revenge. Just when Arthur was about to declare revenge, his body suddenly froze. Then he saw that the Curie lighthouse, which was supposed to be destroyed, was standing intact, but a layer of golden protective shield was flashing around it. When he looked carefully, he found that Diana had been floating above the lighthouse at some point, and her casual clothes had turned into a very hot set of armor. To be honest, it was really unknown whether this thing had any defensive power. After all, apart from a breastplate that looked more like a belly band than a breastplate, she only had some armor on her limbs. Her thighs and arms were bare and white, a bit like the gangster excitement punch. Diana crossed her hands, and a golden divine shield protected the lighthouse and the people inside. Angel stood on the ground with her mouth wide open, looking at Diana floating in the air. She was actually not familiar with Diana. She only knew that this was a fashion designer who had just graduated from the School of the Art Institute of Chicago. She was also invited by Kelly to participate in Diana's graduation show. She didn't know much about fashion, but just thought it was pretty. But, now, this is Wonder Woman. No one knows what Wonder Woman looks like, but Angel knows it today. Legend has it that the three Chicago women are in the same group, so. Angel turned his head and looked at Kelly and Catherine. He found that they were very calm. Angel was able to be admitted to the University of Minnesota, so there was no problem with her IQ. Kelly and Catherine's identities were almost obvious. But what she couldn't accept was why Kelly was a superhero. They graduated from the same high school. Atlanteans. Humph. A bunch of weaklings. Amazons never trust so-called technology. What these women trust most is the spears and swords in their hands, and the second most trust is the gifts given to them by the gods. They look down on the Atlanteans, who abandoned the pride of their ancestors and turned to research technology. You know, the Atlanteans were also very brave 10,000 years ago. Arthur saw that although Thomas was frightened, he was not hurt, and he almost cried with joy. He shook off his teacher and swam desperately to the shore to meet his father. Vico was indeed frightened. He didn't expect that the Amazon princess he had treated perfunctorily was so powerful. Compared with the Atlanteans who had always stayed in the sea, the Amazons were actually more closed. Even though they had diplomatic relations with the Atlanteans, they refused to allow the Atlanteans to land on Paradise Island. In fact, the diplomacy between the two nations was very ridiculous in the eyes of humans. There were no diplomatic ambassadors, no special diplomatic agencies responsible for docking, and the few exchanges were limited to sending messengers to each other. As for how much they knew about each other, there was none. So even an Atlantean high-ranking official like Vico only looked down on the Amazons as barbarians. But the scene in front of him almost scared Vico's little heart out. This was the latest large-scale combat vehicle of Atlantis, and he knew its power best. But it was blocked by an Amazon without any pressure. Are all Amazons so powerful? The Atlanteans on the sea obviously did not expect such a thing to happen. They did not know how to deal with it for a while. The large combat vehicle actually stood there in a daze, not knowing what to do. Their daze did not mean that others would be dazed. After all, these Atlanteans attacked them as well, and obviously did not care about their lives. Catherine took 2 steps forward and posed a very embarrassing posture. A huge magic circle appeared next to the giant battleship of Atlantis. Then, from the bright red magic circle, a giant beast with 7 heads broke through the bloody ocean and appeared in reality. Hydra, as Catherine shouted, her hair began to grow rapidly, tightly entangling the 7-headed beast. This monster named Hydra has a body like a giant snake. There are some blood-colored scales on its dark body, forming strange patterns. There are 7 heads on its body. Each head is similar to a snake, but more hideous and terrifying. On the top of each head, there is a thick and bright red horn. As soon as this monster appeared, the sea surface suddenly rolled violently like boiling water. Then the 7 huge heads of the monster slammed into the Atlantis warship. The ferocious and sharp horn, like a hot butter knife cutting on butter, easily destroyed the Atlantis warship. This is not over yet. Then the 7 heads plunged into the water frantically and greedily, preying on those poor, living Atlanteans. When Vico saw this scene, he instinctively wanted to stop it. He obeyed the Queen's order to educate Arthur to protect Arthur, but it did not mean that he betrayed his country and people. But everything was too late. Although Hydra was crazy and greedy in preying on the Atlanteans, it was too big. In comparison, the Atlanteans were obviously too small, so there were always fish that slipped through the net. A group of royal guards wearing red mechas used the mobility of the mechas in the water to escape from Hydra's predation range and continued to move towards the lighthouse. On the one hand, it was because Hydra blocked their way back to the deep sea, and they would die if they turned back. On the other hand, these loyal warriors still did not forget their mission. Clear the stain of the royal family and keep the purity of the royal blood. They wanted to kill Arthur and Thomas. Soon these people boarded the Curry lighthouse. Ordinary Atlanteans could not move on land. Only those Atlantean nobles with noble blood were able to breathe on land, and their physical strength could not withstand the huge pressure difference between the deep sea and the land. Although the environment in which the Atlanteans lived was not a true deep sea. It is true that they lived thousands of meters deep in the sea, but in fact, the deep sea where Atlantis lives is protected by a special isolation layer composed of hydrogen sulfide and special positions. They call it the Poseidon current layer. This strange ocean current not only blocks the huge pressure on the seabed, but also protects the environment within the current layer, making it extremely suitable for the survival of various marine life. It is not as desolate and cold as the deep sea that humans have explored. On the contrary, the seawater there is very warm and rich. There live countless marine life that have been extinct since prehistoric times. For example, the extinct mosasaur, megalodon, leviathan whale and other giant marine life. The seabed pressure there is far less terrifying than other deep seas. But there is still a huge seawater pressure there, which is not too great compared to the atmospheric pressure. And ordinary Atlanteans have adapted to that kind of pressure, and their blood pressure is much higher than that of humans. When ordinary Atlanteans walk from the seabed where they live to the land, the huge pressure difference will cause their blood pressure to soar directly, and blood will spurt out of all the holes in their bodies that can bleed, until they become a blood balm. So if ordinary Atlanteans want to come to the ground, they must wear special mechas to ensure that they will not die due to the pressure difference. In addition, they cannot breathe the air in the atmosphere directly, just like fish cannot breathe on land, they will suffocate in the atmosphere. So their mechas are full of water. As soon as these tall mecha warriors appeared, they immediately attacked Thomas and Arthur. They held a strange gun in their hands. Although the shooting frequency was a bit low, each shot needed to be charged. When not charged, the gun was blue and there were streams of water attached to it. Once the charge was activated, the water would be immediately sucked into the gun, and then the gun would be like half alive, and began to deform slightly, and then the gun body began to turn red, and then it could be activated. Anyway, Kai felt that this thing was actually just so lethal when fighting alone. After all, the long pre-shooting swing gave the enemy enough time to dodge. Of course, the power of this thing is really crazy. After charging, they will fire a group of energy beams, and the huge power is no less than a round of infantry artillery. It was even worse than the previous one. More importantly, this thing had no recoil. Except for the slow firing frequency, it was a perfect single-soldier weapon. Arthur was hit by one shot and was knocked down. Fortunately, there were other people here. Kelly screamed, and countless shadows climbed up her body like smoke. She was suspended in the air, and the black smoke wrapped her lower body and formed a pair of black wings on her back. Then she looked at the Atlantis soldiers with a faint light in her eyes, and then screamed at them. Countless black smoke surged out and submerged those soldiers. The high-tech mechas on them were useless to them and could not resist Kelly's power at all. Then in the black smoke, souls were dragged out of the bodies of the Atlantean soldiers one by one, and then swallowed by the black smoke. Bang! One by one, the Atlanteans fell to the ground. Angel was frightened by Kelly and hid behind Natasha. Kelly doesn't look like a good person, but more like a ghost who has returned from the netherworld. Kai has not made any move, just quietly watching the three women go crazy. Natasha has seen the strength of the three female warriors, so she doesn't have any special feelings. However, she feels that she needs to reevaluate Kai. In the past, S.H.I.E.L.D. has always believed that the three female warriors in Chicago are more of Batman's comrades in arms. Of course, this judgment is based on the fact that they don't know the true identities of the three female warriors. But now Natasha has seen their true colors. In other words, it is actually Kai who has a close relationship with the three female warriors in Chicago. Before this, she and S.H.I.E.L.D. had never thought about it. Kai hid it very well. At the same time, Natasha also understood that the reason why they revealed their identities in front of her was more of a test for themselves. If she reported the identities of the three female warriors to S.H.I.E.L.D., the tacit understanding between her and Kai would collapse instantly. But if she continued to pretend not to know, then she would definitely get more trust. Natasha thought again and finally decided to keep it secret. It's very simple. She has already started to find a way out for herself. Do you expect an agent like Natasha who is almost 100 years old to be loyal to an organization that has only worked for more than 10 years? Don't be funny. Trust is always mutual. S.H.I.E.L.D. does not trust her. She can understand this approach. After all, her resume is very brilliant. But it doesn't mean that he can accept it. The reason why she switched from the Red House was that she hoped to live a different life. She was tired of the intrigue and wanted to do something more meaningful. When she was in the Red House, she did too many things that she regretted. She didn't want to be an emotionless killer and spy. She thought that S.H.I.E.L.D.'s career was meaningful and could make up for the harm she had done to the world. In order to alleviate her guilt. But S.H.I.E.L.D.'s performance disappointed her very much. S.H.I.E.L.D. is just another Red House. No, it's not as good as the Red House. The Red House may have done a lot of wrong things, but their fundamental purpose is to maintain the rule of the Soviet Union. In fact, reality also gave Natasha a new view of the existence of the Red House. She once thought that the Soviet Union was an evil empire, and her betrayal could allow those oppressed people to gain freedom and a better life. But after the disintegration of the Soviet Union, the former Soviet republics are living worse than before. NATO, led by the United States, has done a lot. What's even worse is that S.H.I.E.L.D. almost destroyed the world for its own purposes, twice. This made Natasha begin to doubt what she had done. She felt that leaving the Red Room to join S.H.I.E.L.D. might not be the right thing to do. At least the Red Room had no intention of destroying the world. More recommendation votes. I want recommendation votes. Chapter 862 Undersea Kingdom. You killed them. Vico came to the bodies of the Atlantis soldiers in a daze. He had just witnessed how terrifying the high-end combat power on land was. Diana glanced at Vico with disdain. She couldn't quite understand Vico's emotions. When a warrior went to the battlefield, he should be prepared to die in battle. Since they dared to attack their group, isn't it normal to be killed by counterattack? Although the Amazons can maintain immortality, it does not mean that they do not accept death. After all, they are a pure warrior nation. In their culture, Dying on the battlefield has always been the most respected way of death. If an Amazon dies on the battlefield, her relatives and friends may be sad and may miss her, but they will never hold a grudge, and may even act as weak as Vico. The consciousness of a warrior should have existed since the day they picked up the spear and were recognized as a warrior. If you cry and wail when a few people die, as if your parents have died, then why fight? Just cry at the grave instead. Arthur also came back to his senses. They are enemies. Vico had taught him before that he must not be merciful to his enemies. Although he did not kill these people, the truth is this. Vico looked at the bodies of his people, then looked at Arthur, opened his mouth, and could not speak. He originally wanted to say that they were not your enemies, they were your compatriots, your people. But after changing his mind, he remembered that although Arthur was of royal blood, he was not a member of the royal family. The eldest son of the queen had lived on land since he was born, and he had not even been to Posidonius, the capital of the kingdom of Atlantis, next to the ruins of the ancient city of Atlantis. He is a human, not an Atlantean. Vico fell into extreme entanglement. The current situation is that in order to protect Arthur, he must be an enemy of his people. This conflicts with the Queen's instructions. The Queen hopes that Arthur can love the people of Atlantis like she does. But if he does not make enemies with his people, how can he protect Arthur? This also violates the Queen's instructions. You have to leave. Arthur, if you don't want to have a bigger conflict with Atlantis, Vico could only take a compromise approach and let Arthur leave the seaside. Atlantis' influence is limited to the deep sea and cannot cover the continent. As long as he is on the continent, he is safe. This can also avoid further conflicts with Atlantis. Arthur naturally refused. It's not that he didn't understand, but he thought it was too cowardly. I think it's better for you to accept it, Kai suddenly interrupted. Arthur looked at Kai. Although Kai didn't take any action from beginning to end, Arthur could feel that these people were led by him. Kai picked up an Atlantis weapon and waited. You are not facing some scattered soldiers or terrorists, you are facing a civilized society with a very high level of technology. To put it simply, you are facing an entire country. Maybe next, you will face a whole well-armed army. And judging from their equipment level, they are very difficult to deal with. Kai observed the thing that looked like an energy gun, but couldn't find the source of its energy. On the contrary, Natasha observed carefully. She had noticed the water on these guns before, so she took the mineral water she carried with her and poured it on the guns with a try mentality. Then the guns immediately seemed to come alive and absorbed the water. The water kept rotating around the surface of the guns. Everyone looked at each other. This thing, can it be charged with water? Kai pointed the gun at the water surface and fired a shot. Buzz! After a strange noise, an energy arrow was stimulated and exploded more than 10 meters high on the sea surface in the distance. Wow! This time, I was not surprised by its power, but its operating mechanism. It can be charged by adding some water. This is too foul. What about the law of conservation of energy? Being eaten? Vico frowned. As a high-ranking noble, Vico naturally knew what the consequences would be if such a weapon fell into the hands of humans. This would leak state secrets to foreign countries. But the problem is that he seemed to be unable to do anything. After all, except for Thomas, Angel and Arthur, he might not be able to defeat any of them here. Natasha looked at the weapon and her eyes immediately flashed. This seems to be something she can use to get things done. Arthur finally listened to the advice and left the beach and went to a city 60 kilometers away from the coastline. Kai and the others naturally had to leave. After all, no one knew whether these Atlanteans would come back. After all, they also lost a battleship and so many soldiers. It was reasonable for them to come to investigate. And Vico returned to Atlantis. On the one hand, he still hoped to bridge the contradiction between Orm and Arthur. After all, the tragedy of Queen Atlanta was caused by the laws of Atlantis. At least Arthur was innocent in this regard. He did nothing and should not bear this hatred. On the other hand, he could also be a spy and give Arthur a warning. Just when they arrived at the city called Topsham is not far from the interstate highway, and it only takes 40 minutes to drive to Portland. Vico also returned to the bottom of the sea. As soon as he returned to the bottom of the sea, he got a message. Just 2 days ago, Orm represented the Kingdom of Atlantis and King Nereus of the Kingdom of Zabel for a diplomatic meeting at the alliance side of the Lord of the Seven Seas. The meeting had an accident. They were attacked by humans, and King Nereus was even a little injured. Of course, this is nothing. The real problem is that 3 statues of the Lord of the Seven Seas were destroyed. This is unacceptable to any Atlantean. The statue of the Lord of the Seven Seas, this involves the former Atlantis Empire. The Atlantis Empire was extremely prosperous 10,000 years ago because it had the protection of Poseidon, the god of the sea. Under the protection of the gods, Atlantis relied on marine resources and lived an extremely rich life. Its science and technology culture was also highly developed. Until the gods left, only the loyal Atlantis remained on the earth, and the Neptune trident, which symbolized the royal power of Atlantis, was left behind. The trident is said to be a weapon forged by Poseidon, the god of the sea, for his favorite voters. It not only symbolizes royal power, but also a divine weapon with supreme power. This divine weapon can extract endless energy from the ocean, allowing Atlantis to have a technological level far beyond that era when people on the surface still thought that the earth was flat. Unfortunately, after the gods left, the bad nature of human beings also appeared. The Atlanteans are also human beings. And naturally no exception. They tried to decipher the power of Neptune's trident, so that their race could go to the next level and make better use of the power of the ocean. Unfortunately, like all the fools who try to master the power they don't understand at all, they failed. And the price of failure is very heavy. The entire continent of Atlantis sank directly because of the power of Neptune's trident. But fortunately, perhaps it was the last time that Poseidon, the god of the sea, had mercy on his people. The power of Neptune's trident sank the continent and also gave the survivors of Atlantis the ability to breathe underwater. At the same time, the power of the trident protected them firmly in the warm and rich deep sea. After leading his people to rebuild a kingdom on the edge of the ruins, the last king of Atlantis disappeared into the deep sea with a trident. This was his punishment for himself, and he was exiled forever. This is also the source of the law after Atlantis that treats kings equally. In short, with the disappearance of the last king, the successor to the kingdom became a problem. The last king did not have a direct bloodline, so there was no undisputed heir. Now there are many candidates who are qualified to inherit the throne. So soon after the king disappeared, Atlantis entered the so-called Republican period, with nobles jointly managing the country. Although unified on the surface, the kingdom had actually entered a split in fact. This superficial unity lasted for hundreds of years, but this false unity would always be punctured. Eventually, the parliament split, and the warlords and nobles of all parties started a war of unification that lasted for hundreds of years. In the end, the 7 strongest, most powerful and most royal nobles defeated other competitors and came to the end. However, the long-term division and civil war made Atlantis fall into unprecedented weakness. If the war continued, it would only make the noble Atlanteans enter the barbaric era. So, under the witness of the sea god, the 7 nobles came to the place of alliance, concluded a peace covenant, and defined each other's territory and borders. In the end, 7 kingdoms were born. They are the kingdom of Atlantis, the kingdom of Zabel, the kingdom of fishermen, the kingdom of saltwater, the kingdom of trench, the lost kingdom and an unknown ancient country. The Atlanteans of these countries entered different seas and began to evolve in their own directions. Among them, the Atlanteans changed the least in their homeland. The kingdom of Zabel is closest to Atlantis, but in terms of absolute distance, it is still very far away. Atlantis is in the Atlantic Ocean, while Zabel is in the Pacific Ocean. There is North America in between, and they are on both sides of the United States. The people of Zabel are very similar to the Atlanteans, with little difference, except that the people of this country all have red hair. The history of the Fishermen's Kingdom is much older. In the Atlantis era, they were also the ethnic group closest to the ocean. They practiced a high degree of self-control. Even in the original kingdom of Atlantis, they had their own small kingdom. After that, they went to the warmest sea in the world, between Eurasia and Oceania. In order to better adapt to the marine environment, the Fishermen's Kingdom abandoned its useless legs over a long period of time and turned into a mermaid. They are the most peace-loving country among all the countries. They love art and hate fighting. They are the weakest among the 7 countries. The Saltwater Kingdom, they live in the submarine volcanic area. Like the Fisherman Kingdom, their bodies also undergo adaptive evolution, but the direction of their evolution is a bit off. They have evolved into a form similar to marine crustaceans. Their national strength ranks 3rd among the 7 countries, and they have the most resources. Because mining and forging in the sea are very difficult, only the Saltwater Kingdom is uniquely endowed. The countless volcanoes in their territory can spew out a large amount of high-purity metal ores endlessly. The people of the saltwater kingdom can even directly scoop up molten metal from the lava river. They are the best equipment manufacturing and resource mining sites in the submarine kingdom. The fate of the remaining 3 kingdoms is a bit bumpy. The Trench Kingdom has long been annihilated, and now they are called the Trench Clan. For them, it is not known whether to say evolution or degeneration. Their territory is in the most mysterious Mariana Trench. In order to survive, they abandon their weak bodies and wisdom that is not beneficial to survival, and turned into half-fish, half-human monster. The people of the Fisherman Kingdom are fish in the lower body and human in the upper body, while the Trench Clan is the opposite. They have become sea monsters. They have strong bodies and extremely strong fertility, which makes them the most numerous and the most ferocious. Their base camp is in the Mariana Trench, but in fact there are signs of their activities in the deep seas all over the world. If they hadn't stayed in the dark deep sea for too long and became afraid of light, it is estimated that the entire underwater world would be their territory. As for the Lost Kingdom and the unknown Ancient Kingdom, it's hard to describe. The Lost Kingdom, the entire country disappeared. It disappeared overnight. The cities and buildings of the kingdom are intact, and there are no signs of any battle, but they just disappeared, and no one knows where they went. Anyway, they disappeared. As for the unknown Ancient Kingdom, you can tell from the name that since the establishment of this country, no one knows where they are and what they have become. In short, the 7 kingdoms were established at the place of alliance, and a statue of the King of the 7 Seas was also erected there to commemorate it. Important diplomatic affairs between the countries of Atlantis will also be carried out there. This time, King Orm and King Nereus negotiated in the Land of the Covenant to resolve the conflict between the 2 countries, but unexpectedly, a submarine suddenly broke in and attacked the Land of the Covenant. There were not many casualties, although the 2 kings did not bring mechanized troops, but only brought a royal sea beast cavalry as guards. But these guards are the elite of the elite, and a submarine can handle them. But the problem is that 3 statues of the King of the 7 Seas were destroyed. This is intolerable. Although the statues of the King of the Trench tribe, the first king of the Lost Kingdom, and the first king of the unknown Ancient Kingdom were destroyed, the statues of the ancestors of the other 4 kingdoms were fine, but the problem is that this nature is too serious. That is the Land of the 7 Seas Covenant. The original place where the 7 kingdoms were established. Its status among the countries is equivalent to a holy place. So King Nereus and King Orm were very angry. In fact, all the inhabitants of the sea don't like their cousins on land, although this is true biologically, no Haitian admits this. In the past, they just regarded them as noisy monkeys and turned a blind eye to them. However, in the past 200 years, their destruction of the ocean has made many Haitian residents dissatisfied. A large amount of garbage and pollution have entered the ocean, making the marine environment worse. In addition, unscrupulous fishing has caused many marine creatures to become extinct. That's not all. As time goes by, the damage caused by these pollution has gradually affected the living areas of all Atlanteans. So in the Haitian world, there are many voices that hate or even advocate tough treatment of humans. In addition, this attack has led to an alliance between the 2 kingdoms that originally had friction. Jointly deal with the threat of humans. Vico is not a novice, he doesn't believe in such a coincidence. There must be something fishy. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 863 Various Routines. But this did not stop the alliance between Atlantis and the Kingdom of Zabel. It was even for this reason that the Kingdom of Zabel agreed to Orm's marriage request. Like the ancient European nobles, marriage is not just a simple political union, but also a combination of inheritance rights. For example, the current King Nereus of the Kingdom of Zabel has only one daughter, who has an undisputed inheritance right. If she marries Orm, then their children will naturally have the inheritance rights of the Kingdom of Atlantis and the Kingdom of Zabel. This is equivalent to merging Atlantis and Zabel. This has never happened in thousands of years. The nobles between the 7 countries may intermarry, but the royal families will never intermarry. It is to ensure the independence of each country from each other. But now King Nereus of Zabel actually agreed to let the Princess of Zabel marry the King of Atlantis. This matter also made Vico feel uneasy. He always felt that there were too many tricks in the middle, whether it was Orm's side or Nereus's side. The fact is similar. When Orm returned to Posidonius, Nereus was also giving instructions to his daughter. Mela, Nereus' only daughter, is also the most legitimate heir to the kingdom of Zabel. This princess, who is as stunningly beautiful as a legendary enchantress, is the most beautiful woman in the 7 kingdoms. Nereus is very proud of this, and because of this, Nereus has extraordinary expectations for Mela. Yes, from the beginning, Nereus did not intend to let Mela conduct a political marriage in the country. Among the 7 kingdoms, the kingdom of Zabel is a society with a high concentration of power and a bit of militarism. In the kingdom, the king has an extraordinary influence, so Nereus thinks that letting Mela conduct a political marriage in the country is just icing on the cake for the royal family. She should have a greater role. And this opportunity came so easily. The silly boy Orm was so smart that he thought his little trick could deceive Nereus. That is the land of the covenant, and the meeting between the 2 kings is about to be held, so the security work must be perfect. Such a large submarine ran to the land of the covenant. Unless the guards of the 2 kings were blind, it would be impossible for this situation to happen. Then the situation is very clear. Since it was not the people from Zabel who let the submarine in, it must be the kingdom of Atlantis. Nereus saw it very clearly, but he did not expose this trick. After all, he was also unhappy with humans. What's more, signing a covenant and concluding a marriage contract would be beneficial to Zabel. So, I want to marry Orm. Mela had no objection to this, as Orm's identity was very suitable. No, you are marrying the king of Atlantis. Nereus smiled and looked at his daughter, the treasure of the kingdom of Zabel. Mela frowned. She could hear the subtext of her father. It didn't matter who she married, what mattered was marrying the king of Atlantis. But no one except Orm has the undisputed right of succession in Atlantis. This was also the reason why Mela was puzzled. That child is a little immature, but very ambitious. If I really want a son-in-law, he should be a good candidate, but I don't need an ambitious son-in-law. All I need is, to unify the whole Atlantis. That's right, Nereus, the king of Zabel has greater ambitions and aspirations than other kings. Child, you are still too young. You don't know some secrets of the past. This King Orm is not the only son of the former Atlantis Queen Atlanta, nor even the eldest son. There is still a child in the world who is the legitimate heir to the throne of the Kingdom of Atlantis. Although the Kingdom of Atlantis hates mixed-race children, it is interesting that there has never been a law in the laws of the Kingdom of Atlantis that prohibits mixed-race children from becoming kings. This mistake should be because the Atlanteans never thought that the royal family would marry humans, so they never imagined such a situation, and naturally there was no law to talk about. Queen Atlanta, a drum doesn't need a hammer. Some things Nereus only needs to mention. Mira's smart little head will naturally think of it. She knows her father. If it was just Orm, Nereus would not consider such a marriage at all. After all, Orm has an absolutely orthodox status in Atlantis, so his prestige is very high. If Mira marries him, then it will be impossible for Zabel to manipulate or even annex Atlantis. Orm is definitely a strong monarch. But if Orm has a half-blood brother, it will be different. If Mira helps the half-blood become king, then Mira's influence on the new king will be infinite. After all, a half-blood has no foundation in Atlantis, and even no decent supporters. On the contrary, everyone hates his identity as a bastard. In this way, if the new king wants to gain a foothold, he must rely on other forces. Who else can support him except the Kingdom of Zabel? By then, the people around the new king will all be Zabel people. Then, in the name of the king, Zabel could legitimately interfere in and manipulate the internal affairs of the Kingdom of Atlantis, and even wait until the child was born to kill the puppet king. It's not impossible. In short, is very good, ambitious, and skillful, although he is still a little immature. But it is precisely because of this that he is not suitable as a marriage partner. You want me to, Mela said, but where is the half-blood? I don't know, child. You need to find out. I believe you can do it, Mela nodded, and she thought so too. Soon, Mela came to the Kingdom of Atlantis. Received his fiancée with the highest standards. However, unlike what imagined, Mela was particularly resistant to this marriage. Of course, was not surprised. Not everyone is willing to accept a fate arranged by others. Mela is just more rebellious. This is nothing, an immature girl, just throwing a tantrum for her imagined self-esteem. Was not angry. To some extent, he was like Nereus. He did not care whether Mela was really willing to marry him. He did not want Mela's sincerity. He wanted Mela's identity, Her identity as the heir of the kingdom of Zabel. As for whether she was willing or not, was it important? So just laughed at Melah's temper. Don't think I don't know your tricks. Mira seemed to be irritated by Orm's calmness, and she said something without thinking. Atlanteans are the children of the sea. We will not start a war that requires the killing of countless people because of your ambition. My father was just deceived by you. No, 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 my princess, I am fulfilling the duties given to us by the sea god, maintaining the balance of the world and the safety of the sea. Humans have done enough harm to the sea. In the sea, species are extinct every day because of humans. And our fish are wantonly fished by humans. They never go back to consider how many years it will take for those fish to recover. Look here, naive princess, this place used to be beautiful. Orm felt it necessary to make it clear. Although it didn't matter what the princess thought, it would be easier if she could cooperate. Orm pointed to the outside of the border city of Atlantis. This place used to be full of seaweed and various marine life, but due to human pollution, it has become barren. Sooner or later, these pollutions will enter our land and turn our rich territory into a dead place. We must fight back. Let humans respect the sea, Standard Tyrant remarks. In order to save some people, we have to kill another group of people? You call this salvation? This is tyranny. We have a better way, method? Do you mean hiding in the sea and diligently cleaning the ass of those land people? No. That is not the future that the Atlanteans should have. The order of the world should be set by us, said Mila was unmoved. She sneered and said, no matter how beautifully you talk, you can't change one thing. That is, you must get the consent of the 4 countries to start a war. This is the law that all Atlanteans must abide by. Without the consent of other countries, you can't start a war, even if you bewitched my father. In addition, don't forget that according to the law, you are not the Orthodox king at all. You have a brother. The eldest son of Queen Atlanta, he is the Orthodox heir to the king. The underwater people also have the eldest son inheritance system, and there has never been a law prohibiting mixed bloods from ascending the throne, so in theory, Orm is not Orthodox. Orm's face changed, but soon returned to his original state. The Fisherman Kingdom is just a group of cowards. As for the Saltwater Kingdom, let's wait and see. After that, he resumed his previous politeness and took Mila into the territory of Atlantis. Mila seemed indignant. On the second day after the incident, an invisible Quinjet arrived in the sky outside Topsham. So what is our mission this time? A tall and handsome man stood in the command room of the plane and asked with a relaxed look, are we going to fight against the messy mutants again? His name is Grant Ward, a level 7 agent of SHIELD. He was adopted by a senior agent of SHIELD since he was a child. He grew up in SHIELD. He is a secret action expert of SHIELD, a typical martial artist, who is much better at using guns than talking. But he also has shortcomings. He is not good at teamwork and communication with team members. Due to his personal character, his skills in handling tasks are slightly lacking. He is a sharp knife, but not suitable for overall planning. Phil said helplessly, we are agents, Ward, not superheroes. We should use more agent methods to do things, instead of fighting and killing every time. Ward curled his lips, obviously disdainful. Agent methods? In the end, don't we all rely on fists and bullets? May walked in from the side. We are about to reach the destination. Can we announce the mission now? There was a man and a woman standing on the side. The woman was called Gemma Simmons, a level 5 agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. She worked in the science department of S.H.I.E.L.D. She majored in biochemistry and was an expert in mutant research. She was a scientist who loved science to the extreme. The man was called Leo Fitz, also a level 5 agent. He was a mechanical engineer and an electronic engineer. He was responsible for designing and building all tools and technical networks. He was a person who was out of touch with reality. He spent most of his time with Agent Simmons. Since the S.H.I.E.L.D. Science Academy, he and Simmons have been inseparable. Both of them are the youngest graduates of the Science and Technology Department. There may be the craziest arguments between them, but after 10 minutes, it will be as if nothing happened. These 4 people are members of Phil's special team except Hawkeye and Natasha. The reason why these people entered this team is that they have been screened through layers and have the cleanest backgrounds. They are also trustworthy people. Phil nodded. This team has always operated like this. Only when they are closest to the mission will they disclose the mission target. For the sake of keeping it secret. Although this has a little impact on the team's preliminary preparations, Fortunately everyone is an elite, so it's not a big deal. Have you heard of Atlantis, huh? Ward looked like he was kidding me. Fitz and Simmons, two science geeks, immediately became excited. Simmons screamed, "Ah! I knew I was right. Atlantis really existed. We are exploring the ruins of the Atlanteans this time, right?" Fitz was a little frustrated. How is it possible? The existence of any civilization will leave traces. How could Atlantis really exist in this world? If Atlantis really existed, the noise caused by its silence could cause a global tsunami or even a mass extinction. I'm sorry, Fitz. I made you lose the argument with Simmons, but I can tell you that Atlantis has always existed, always existed. Fitz quickly grasped the point. Yes, not only that, they have always been there, living in the deep sea. Phil was actually shocked by this. If Natasha hadn't desperately guaranteed it, and there were pictures and the truth, he wouldn't have believed it. Living in the sea, Simmons asked curiously. Yes, they developed a brilliant civilization in the seabed, well, more advanced than us, Phil continued. How is it possible? Fitz still couldn't accept it. We passed the god of war Ares, encountered ghosts, and aliens, and you still say how is it possible? In this world now, nothing is impossible. Phil also felt desperate about the increasingly crazy world now. All kinds of monsters and ghosts have come out. Think about it on the bright side, at least we humans are not alone, right? Simmons smiled and comforted. Ms. Simmons is a passionate fan of aliens and strange creatures. Sometimes I still hope that we humans can be more lonely, so that at least we won't be invaded by aliens. Okay, let's stop chatting here. I'm going to repeat our mission and contact the Atlantean who lives on land. If possible, we can recruit him and let him join the Avengers plan. Ward almost couldn't help laughing when he heard this. Come on, you haven't given up that plan? Because of the stupid things we did, those superheroes don't like us very much? Chapter 864 Neptune's Trident. The evaluation of the New York battle within S.H.I.E.L.D. was not high. After all, it caused such a big mess. Even if they would subconsciously defend S.H.I.E.L.D. to the outside world, they also complained a lot in front of their own people. There was really no way to wash this away. No matter how many reasons they gave, they could not cover up the fact that they had messed up. Phil was silent for a while. Seeing Phil's expression, May gave Ward an elbow hard. Fortunately, Phil adjusted quickly. I believe that as long as we work hard enough, we can definitely reorganize the Avengers. After being taught a lesson by May, Ward did not talk back. In fact, he has always been very contemptuous of such remarks. That success can be achieved as long as you work hard. It would be great if things in this world were really that simple. But seeing that Phil attaches so much importance to this matter, he would not be stupid enough to pour cold water on it again. This is our target this time. Arthur Curry. As Phil introduced, Arthur Curry's information appeared on the virtual screen. There was a very detailed introduction of Arthur Curry on it, and even the fight with a group of classmates because of a dolphin in high school was remembered clearly. He doesn't seem to be anything special. What abilities does he have? May looked at the information, and there was nothing eye-catching on it. Abilities. Phil's mouth corners slightly raised when he said this. This time Natasha really brought him a huge surprise. He can breathe underwater, has infinite strength, and can lift a truck with one hand. His body is as hard as steel, and he can still be intact when facing a rocket launcher head-on. He can command submarine creatures and even control a water flow. It must be said that Arthur's abilities are indeed very useful. Although he is a little biased towards underwater combat, it does not mean that his combat effectiveness on land is poor. After all, he can lift a truck with one hand. This combat effectiveness is terrifying. What about Atlantis? We don't know much about this civilization. May was not as optimistic as Phil, and was still very calm. Atlantis. We have collected very little information about it. We only know that Arthur seems to be the prince of this civilization. Phil did not know much about Atlantis, and Natasha did not know much either. Another prince in distress. Ward pulled the corner of his mouth and said with lingering fear. After all, wasn't the instigator of the New York War the villain Loki in The Last Prince in Trouble? Phil pursed his lips. According to the intelligence, it's very likely there won't be any war of succession due to the right of succession this time, right? Also, even if these princes are in trouble, can't they move to another place? For example, Australia? They are surrounded by the sea. Americans are very arrogant and always think they are the best in the world, although this is not wrong. They always think they are the best in everything, So they don't like Britain and think that the British like to pretend. They also don't like Australia and think they are rustic, especially their accent. So there are many jokes about Australia in the United States. Phil has also considered this possibility. Phil was a little embarrassed, because from the current intelligence, although there will not be a war of succession, but Atlantis seems to be full of resentment towards its own prince. Look, there was a conflict just now. No way? Really? Ward looked like I was going to collapse. The others were similar. After all, half of New York was almost destroyed because of this kind of thing last time, and New York is still cleaning up the mess. Manhattan is now a big construction site. Many buildings were blown up and rebuilt. There are also the wreckage left by the Chitauri, which also needs to be carefully cleaned up. After all, a lot of Chitauri equipment was left in New York at that time. These alien equipment are very dangerous. Now the New York Shield branch has been dealing with this matter. There are also the corpses of the Leviathan beasts. One of them is 100 meters long. The amount of work to clean up is huge. Because they are alien creatures, it is very troublesome to deal with them. The CDC, the US military and SHIELD have been carefully cleaning up those things, which has led to many areas in Manhattan being under martial law. Even now, many areas have not been developed. Many people have a lot of opinions about this. That's Manhattan. Anyway, if it happens again, everyone will be in big trouble. Don't worry, Kai is there. If there's a problem, the superhero should be able to deal with it. Phil actually didn't want to say that. After all, that is their SHIELD's responsibility, but now they have to rely on a group of superheroes to cover the bottom. It's shameful to say it. Others feel the same way. We actually have to rely on those vigilantes to cover the bottom, Simmons whispered. Phil pretended not to hear. He was a flexible person. On the bright side, this was also a very good opportunity to get close to those superheroes and build good relationships. Even if it could not improve the relationship between superheroes and SHIELD, it could bring them closer. Arthur was lying in the motel, thinking about his mother. Since he was a child, he only knew that his mother had left him and his father. His concept of mother was actually incomplete. He didn't think there was anything wrong with his life. His father was very good to him and he didn't lack love. He was just angry about why his father trapped him in that small lighthouse. But since he knew that his mother was willing to return to Atlantis to die for him and his son, or after marrying a man she didn't love and giving birth to a child, she was sacrificed by the Atlanteans. He felt a surge of anger in his heart. These are the people that his mother wanted to protect until her death? A country that murdered her? At least Arthur couldn't accept it. Vico always said that his mother hoped that he could serve as a bridge between Atlantis and the land people. But how could he forget the hatred of his mother's murder? What's more, those people didn't seem to intend to end it. As soon as they received his message, they immediately launched an attack. The bridge was impossible, but a life and death struggle was very likely. As for the eldest prince, the heir, he didn't believe it at all. Just when Arthur was thinking about what to do next, there was a knock on the door of his hotel room. Arthur thought it was his father. Kai and his family lived in the best hotel. Arthur and his father were not willing to spend Kai's money. After all, others had helped them a lot. Don't push too much. They probably wouldn't come to him if they had nothing to do. Angel was sent away. Before she was sent away, she had been warned by Kelly not to reveal everything she saw and pretend that nothing had happened. Kelly explained the reason to Angel very clearly. Those news would only bring her endless troubles. As a normal adult, Angel naturally knew that what Kelly said was true, so she repeatedly promised that she would not say anything. So for now, only his father would come to him. Since Thomas knew that Atlanta was dead, his whole state has been bad, as if he had aged 10 years overnight. Arthur could understand. After all, his greatest wish in this life was to reunite with Atlanta, which was why he had stayed in the lighthouse. It could be said that his life was supported by this expectation. But now the support was gone. He was not completely depressed, which was great. Arthur did not comfort her. In his view of life, men hated comfort the most at this time. Just be quiet, it will be fine. Now he came to knock on the door, which meant that he should come out. But when Arthur opened the door, the person who came was not Thomas. It was a woman he had never seen before. This woman was very beautiful, very beautiful. She had beautiful red hair. Her clothes were also very distinctive. A dark green one-piece tights covered with scales. Logically speaking, this color combination and this shape should look weird, but it was particularly pleasing to the eye of the woman, even amazing. Miss, I don't know you. Besides, I don't need special services. At this time, in this scene, Arthur subconsciously regarded her as a special service staff. After all, this is a motel, so it's normal to have some fireflies. But, are the special service personnel in big cities so qualified? Isn't there something more promising for such a beautiful woman? Alice, the world is really going downhill. Arthur sighed and planned to close the door. If it weren't for what happened recently, he might have accepted it. It's not a loss to spend some money on such a beautiful woman, but he is not so heartless. Mila was stunned. She didn't understand what special service was. How could she, a princess, know this? She thought Arthur just regarded her as a waiter. Well, the person who came was Mila. It was not easy for her to find Arthur's location through ancient witchcraft. That was one of the secrets of the kingdom of Zabel. She started her own plan. She showed so much disgust for Orm in the kingdom of Atlantis, just to give people the impression that she was a saint who grew up with peace education and hated war. This was also the foreshadowing of her next actions. Otherwise, if she brought Arthur back without any signs, anyone would feel that there was something wrong. So she quarreled with Orm, argued with her father, and shouted loudly in Atlantis. They were all about building her own personality. Now when she comes to Arthur, everything will fall into place. The appearance of Mara in the movie is always a bit abrupt. Although there is a foreshadowing of the previous Justice League, it still seems a bit problematic. It is rationalized here. It is not intentional to blacken Mara. After all, in the comics, Mara approached Arthur for a purpose. Here is just a reasonable foreshadowing for her behavior. Otherwise, it is too unreasonable. A princess is like a silly and innocent, and then she falls in love with Arthur after spending a few days with him. It's weird no matter how you look at it. You know, in the movie, this woman was ruthless when she killed the Atlanteans. Is she a pacifist? Seeing that Arthur was about to close the door, she immediately held the door. Arthur, your people need you. Arthur was stunned, and he looked at Mara sharply. Who are you? I am Mila Zabel Chara of the Zabel Kingdom. Your brother's fiancé. But I don't like your brother because he is planning to start a war. Arthur didn't expect that this woman was his sister-in-law. That's none of my business, no. Of course it has something to do with you. He plans to attack the land. He wants to drag the Atlanteans and the land people into a rational war. For the land people and for your people, you must stop him, Mila said quickly. It must be said that her acting skills are really good. She played a character who dares to love and hate for world peace without hesitation. There is no flaw at all. Hearing that Orm was going to attack the land, Arthur also knew that the situation was serious. He opened the door and looked at Mila. Okay, then how do you say I should stop him? You are the eldest son of Queen Atlanta. It is your right to inherit the throne. Now the only way for us to stop the war is to take back the throne that should belong to you. Arthur laughed. What kind of bullshit method is this? If a king's throne can be seized so easily, how sad this kingdom would be. Then what should I do? Run to Orm and tell him, oh, my dear brother, give me the throne? Do you think Orm will give me the throne easily? I am the bastard born by the executed queen. Believe me, I can't be king. Even if I show up, those lunatics who murdered their own queen will kill me immediately and show off my head everywhere. After all, fools like me are rare, I believe it. It's not that easy for you to become king. Look, we have reached a consensus. Arthur was about to close the door. A beautiful princess with a hole in her brain, it's really a pity. Why doesn't she have a brain? But I have a way. Arthur turned his head to see if this girl with a confused mind had any more outrageous remarks. Neptune's trident. The legendary sacred trident. Arthur didn't know much about Atlantis, and Vico didn't want him to know too much. After all, if he knew too much, he might know the truth about the queen's murder, so Vico had been carefully avoiding these things. But some legends were still mentioned. For example, Neptune's trident, the supreme artifact of Atlantis. That's just a legend. That thing disappeared 10,000 years ago. Until now, no one is sure whether it really existed. No. That's not a legend, Mila said firmly. In fact, all the royal families of the 7 countries knew that Neptune's trident was real. It's just that no one knows where it is. With a sacred trident, you can rule the ocean, and then you can assert your royal power and overthrow Orm. Haha, my royal power? My royal power ceased to exist after my mother was murdered by the Atlanteans. This girl is really sick. Goddamn Neptune's trident. If that thing was so easy to find, it wouldn't be his turn to find it. So he didn't plan to waste words with this girl anymore. I can promise you that as long as Orm declares war, I will treat him the same way they treated my mother. No mercy, he said and closed the door with a bang. Of course he was bragging, but not entirely. He couldn't fight Atlantis alone. Don't forget, this world is not easy to mess with. With so many superheroes around, how could they allow Orm to mess around? Mela looked at the closed door and didn't find it strange at all. This was still within the plan, but it didn't matter. Orm, the hot-tempered and ambitious man, would make Arthur make up his mind. There is a saying that children without love will grow up to be monsters. Orm is like that. He already knew that the soldiers sent to deal with Arthur were annihilated. The furious King Orm was determined to take revenge. Tonight. Mela left soon. All she had to do was wait. Arthur returned to the room and just lay on the bed. But before he could close his eyes, the door was knocked again. Chapter 865 Tsunami. I said. Arthur opened the door forcefully and was about to say something harsh, but he found that someone else was standing at the door. A bald man and a few others were standing in front of his door. Who are you? These people were obviously not from Atlantis, but looked a bit like cops. Arthur asked cautiously. The Strategic Homeland Defense Attack and Logistics Support Agency, Phil said with a smile. Arthur was a little confused. What? You can call us SHIELD. This was not the first time Phil had encountered this situation. Anyway, he would be complained about every time. SHIELD itself was desperate about this broken name. It was too long. It would be forgotten if you were not careful. SHIELD, what does it do? Arthur had never heard of SHIELD, which was normal. Well, how to explain? You can think of us as a secret government organization that specializes in dealing with various supernatural events, Phil explained a little helplessly. SHIELD, to those who know it, is naturally a well-known and huge behemoth, but to those who have not heard of it, it really has no power at all. It would be great if the Avengers plan was successful, and we could just say that we are the organizer of the Avengers, and the effect would be absolutely shocking. Unfortunately, it didn't succeed. So SHIELD can't come up with any achievements that can shock people. It's not that they don't have any achievements, but the truth is that those achievements were all done in secret, and no one has ever heard of them. Arthur can probably guess why these people are looking for him. What do you want to talk to me about? This is it. We have a lot of questions about the previous attack on Port Sheen, and I hope you can cooperate with our investigation. Then what? Of course, it's an assessment of the incident, and then we will take the next step based on the assessment. Phil still smiled. He was very optimistic about Arthur. When sorting out Arthur's information, he noticed that with Port Sheen as the center, within a radius of hundreds of nautical miles, there were often news reports of wrecked ships being miraculously rescued. 1 or 2 times may be true miracles, but if it happens too many times, there will be problems. Obviously, all this was the work of the Atlantean in front of him. This proves that Arthur is a good person. At least he is a person with justice in his heart. Such people are the most likely to be inspired and then recruited by SHIELD. Arthur shook his head. He didn't know SHIELD, so he didn't believe that such an organization could intervene in the feud between the Atlantean and him. That matter has nothing to do with you, and I have nothing to say. You go, Arthur said and was about to close the door. Ward on the side pushed against the door. He was not a good talker. What if we must know, Ward? Phil shouted immediately. Don't do this. Mr. Arthur is not an enemy, but he is not necessarily a friend. He is too dangerous. We can't let such a dangerous person stay in the crowd, Ward said seriously. SHIELD has always been a disciplined force, otherwise it would not have existed for so long. So it is absolutely impossible for a leader to lose command of his subordinates like now. If it really happened, it would have been a mess long ago. Even if Phil was a good talker, he would not allow this to happen. To put it bluntly, they are playing a double act. Sometimes you still need to pay attention to methods and skills when doing things. But just when the two were performing, Arthur suddenly said, Sir, you're here. Ward and Phil suddenly woke up. There was someone behind them. Several people turned their heads and looked behind them. It was Kai. Phil's expression froze. To be honest, he was a little afraid of seeing Kai. Every time SHIELD messed up something, Kai would habitually fight them. Although it didn't cause any major damage every time, it was not a good feeling to be fought back by others. But this time Kai seemed extremely restrained. He just glanced at the shield people and didn't look at them again. Arthur, there is trouble. Let's go to Port Sheen immediately. Arthur thought of something at the first time. They're here. It's more troublesome than that, Kai said with a serious face. At this time, the computer in Simmons' hand also sounded an alarm. Sir? It's not good. Ever since he killed those Atlanteans last time, Kai knew that this matter would not end so easily. So before evacuating, Kai deliberately found a local police station, explained the situation to the local sheriff, and hoped that the sheriff could organize people to evacuate from Sheenport. Unfortunately, although the sheriff was willing to believe Kai, the problem was that he had no power to do so. The government of a small city like the United States has a very poor sense of existence, which is also the small government that the United States is accustomed to. Speaking of the political system of the United States, it is actually very conscious. At the federal level, the power of the government is very large. Even if many people advocate a small government, the number of civil servants in the federal government is still a huge number. Not only that, many departments have developed into super organizations, such as the Internal Revenue Service, such as the FBI, CIA, etc. These organizations are already very large, which also lays the foundation for the federal government to suppress the states of the United States under the federal system. In a sense, this is also a means to maintain the unity of the United States. But when it comes to local areas, the situation is reversed. The smaller the place, the worse the sense of existence of the local government. Local self-control is very common, and the situation in each state is different, which leads to the fact that the United States basically has no grassroots governance capabilities. This is even the case in big cities. Why can gangs be so popular in the United States? Part of the reason is the poor grassroots governance capacity. When this part of power is missing, naturally someone will seize and fill this part of power. Those grassroots communities with good public security and strong self-protection awareness can naturally exercise grassroots power through grassroots organizations such as Residents' Joint Defense and Residents' Federations. But once a community cannot maintain its power well, the gangs will seize this part of power. This refers specifically to those poorer places. In addition, this high degree of self-control will also lead to lack of grassroots mobilization capabilities, which is also the main reason for the huge difference between the grassroots mobilization capabilities of my country and the United States. It is okay at ordinary times, but once an emergency occurs, such as a natural disaster, the difference between this mobilization ability is particularly obvious. The same is true for Sheenport. Not to mention the sheriff, even the mayor of Sheenport does not have this power. The administrative level of the city level in the United States is very different from that in China. In fact, there is no essential difference between a town and a city. Even if the sheriff called the mayor under Kai's repeated insistence, he only issued an emergency evacuation notice in the end. As for whether those people listen or not, that is another matter. Americans are particularly concerned about this point. They felt that if the government forced them to evacuate, it would be a violation of their rights. In short, don't expect to see the grassroots mobilization capabilities of the country here. Kai was helpless about this situation. Even if he was a superhero, it wouldn't work. In the end, Kai could only leave some means to deal with emergencies. And the facts prove that Kai's worries were not wrong. Just now, the means Kai left behind sensed that there were violent energy fluctuations in the sea off Sheenport. So he immediately took action and planned to take Arthur and others to rescue people. Sometimes, Kai really hated to ignore those guys who didn't listen to advice. In several major incidents, most of the police's power was used to deal with such bird things. This is a serious waste of resources. When Kai was in New York before, he had suggested to the mayor to strengthen the grassroots governance capabilities. Unfortunately, it was useless. The Americans have always been arrogant. They always think that they are the best in the world, so everything they have is perfect and correct. But is this really the case? The reason why the United States has become a superpower is certainly due to its political system, but do you think that this system is perfect? That's taken for granted. Where is the perfect system in this world? In short, Kai's proposal didn't even have the opportunity to be discussed in the city council. They refused to change. It was similar in Sheenport. When Kai arrived, the situation was still peaceful here. It wasn't that no one obeyed, and some people left early. But compared to the population of Sheenport, it was still too small. Kai carried Arthur to the top of Sheenport, and then he stared at the sea in the distance in amazement. Oh my God, Don't blame Arthur for losing his temper, the scene in front of him was really too shocking. On the sea surface 20 miles away from Shreveport, waves gathered under the control of groups of blue light, while the water level in Shreveport was dropping rapidly, just like the ebb tide. Then there were waves of water. A sea of 20 to 30 meters gathered and formed, rushing towards Shreveport. Like a tsunami. Fuck. I knew it. I knew this would happen, Ward cursed crazily in the Quinjet. Fuck Atlanteans. Phil's face, which always had a smile on it, became extremely ugly at this moment. Well, in the story of the prince in distress, there is often an unlucky person who encounters an unexpected disaster. And humans, or more precisely, Americans, will always be the unlucky ones. Fitz? Is there any way to stop that thing? Fitz was concentrating on the computer screen, and the scanner was constantly scanning and analyzing the cause of the giant waves. It's not a tsunami. There is no sign of seismic activity around Port Sheen, no, not just Port Sheen, but the entire west coast. It should be energy, but I can't analyze what energy it is, but there is no doubt that this energy is amazing. We know too little about this situation. I need a model to analyze the energy structure that caused all this. But we have nothing. Fitz talked for a long time, and Phil understood the last sentence. He quickly suggested, use the energy weapons on the Quinjet to attack. In the Battle of New York, although S.H.I.E.L.D. was hit hard, in fact, S.H.I.E.L.D. itself did not suffer much loss. After all, the battle was fought by superheroes in cooperation with the Air Force. At most, they caused trouble and sent a nuclear bomb. And S.H.I.E.L.D. also gained a lot of benefits afterwards. For example, the alien technology of the Chitauri. Their Quinjet was equipped with a Chitauri's anti-gravity engine, energy shield generator and energy weapons. This not only gave the Quinjet owned by Phil's team extremely strong flight performance, but also greatly enhanced its defense performance and attack power. It's useless. The two are not at the same level at all. Energy weapons can only produce a little water vapor at most. Simmons also stared at the computer screen and operated the equipment to record everything in front of her. Although she and Fitz were also worried about the situation in Port Sheen, scientists were more rational than emotional. After they had already assessed in their minds that they could not do anything, they immediately began to record as much as they could, hoping to be able to research something later to defend against the next attack of this kind. As the tide approached, the residents of Port Sheen finally knew what they were facing. A tsunami. People began to scream and flee towards the mainland. But how could they run faster than the tsunami? Just as the huge waves of the tsunami hit the pier, suddenly a female voice resounded in the night sky. Hydra, Ward on the Quinjet suddenly felt his DNA moving. When they looked up, they saw a huge magic circle appeared in front of the dock area. Then, a huge, extremely huge 7-headed monster blocked the tide. This monster was very huge, 30 meters tall, and its thick body, like a giant python on Earth, hovered in place, blocking the tide like a dam. Bang! Under the huge impact, the monster suddenly howled to the sky and let out a painful hiss. Its 3 heads were smashed under the huge amount of seawater. Its entire body was also thrown into the air. Its angel witch, Simmons is particularly concerned about female superheroes because of her gender. She is a die-hard fan of the Chicago 3 heroines. Phil is a die-hard fan of Captain America. Why can't she be a fan of the Chicago 3 heroines? So this girl recognized whose trick it was at the first time. Phil immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, there are superheroes to back him up. But the next second, he felt extremely ashamed. It seems that Kai was right. Every time SHIELD was really needed, they seemed to have failed to step forward and provide positive help. This is really weird. It would be weird to say that SHIELD has no such intention. But I don't know why. Every time it comes to such an important occasion, SHIELD will be lame for various reasons. The giant beast did not block the prospect of the tide. The next second, the evil beast, which was notorious even in the demon world, disappeared. It ran away. The tide continued to move forward. At this time, Batra landed from the night sky. She landed beside Angel Witch, and then bursts of crimson magic burst out from her body. Ah! A scream like the death scream of a death banshee resounded in all directions. Those crimson, which looked very bad, suddenly opened up. Formed a thin energy wall. But this energy wall magically blocked the tide. Chapter 866 Try Your Best. Kai floated in the air, constantly looking for the source of that energy. His ability was completely useless for this kind of attack. Could he discharge electricity in the seawater? That would only make the seawater more powerful. As for burning it with divine fire, that would be really crazy. This is the sea. There is not much else, but there is plenty of water. So what Kai can do is to solve the problem from the root. Watching Kai soar into the sky like a flash of lightning, the several SHIELD agents sitting in the Quinjet had very complicated feelings. This should be their SHIELD job. But now? They can only hide in the plane and watch several superheroes risking their lives to protect those civilians, but they are just spectators. Sir, should we do something? May couldn't help herself first. If anyone present cared about the honor of SHIELD the most, it would be May. She has been valued by the top management since she was a child, and has always lived in SHIELD. Her family also works in SHIELD. It is not an exaggeration to say that SHIELD is her home. Chinese Americans like her are very rare in the United States. Because of the relationship between the world lines, the attitude of the Chinese in this world towards the United States is actually just to regard it as a foreign land, a place where it is easy to make money. Many Chinese are more willing to return to China after making money. Therefore, there are not many Chinese communities in the United States, and they are all concentrated in big cities. It is very rare for Chinese people like May to be called traitors. Perhaps this is also the reason why SHIELD attaches importance to May. Her Chinese identity can bring convenience in many cases. In short, seeing this situation, May can't let herself be a mere spectator. Phil is relatively calm. Of course. Our support will come soon. As soon as the voice fell, a huge flying carrier was seen flying rapidly in the distant sky. It is also the life of the people in Shreveport that should not be lost. Since the last flying carrier broke down, this SHIELD aircraft carrier has been repaired and upgraded on the West Coast. This time SHIELD directly placed an order with Stark Group hoping that they could help SHIELD modify the flying carrier. Tony did intend to refuse at first, because what SHIELD did was too disgusting. But Tony is a capitalist. And although he's the largest shareholder, it would cause trouble if he turned a blind eye to such a single order. After all, SHIELD gave too much. SHIELD did not ask Tony to modify any weapons system, but only hoped that he could modify the floating system and power system, and it was not considered to let Stark get involved in the arms industry again. For this transformation, SHIELD is willing to pay $15 billion. Tony really has no reason to refuse. After all, this thing is not difficult for Tony. After the upgrade, the flying aircraft carrier has better maneuverability and greatly improved flight stability. At least the original 4 giant turbine engines have been abandoned. That thing is a live target and can be destroyed with just one rocket. The safety is not reliable. Tony directly used the anti-gravity engine technology of the Chitauri, which was both alive and dead. After completing the transformation, the flying aircraft carrier has been conducting adaptability tests on the West Coast. When Phil asked for help, the flying aircraft carrier was not far from Maine. So it quickly rushed over. Just when the flying aircraft carrier was about to arrive, an accident occurred on the sea again. Kelly did not hold on. Her strength is actually the weakest among the 3 female warriors. Being able to block that tsunami for 2 minutes is already an extraordinary performance. Crack. After a sound like glass breaking, the red protective shield she created began to crack, and pieces of crimson fragments fell from the protective shield and disappeared in the air, and the seawater also poured out uncontrollably. At this juncture, Diana, the eldest sister of the 3 female warriors, showed her power. She leaped in front of Kelly. Kelly. Remove the protective shield. Diana didn't make a move before, not because she was playing soy sauce, but because she was preparing. Just like charging a big move. Diana carries divinity. She is a demigod and is born with powerful divine power, but because of her mixed blood, she cannot control this power perfectly. Just like many demigods in ancient legends, they need to go through countless tests to become heroes. The most obvious example is Diana's brother, Hercules, whose road to becoming a god is very bumpy. In comparison, Diana encountered too few tests. She still has a long way to go before she can unleash the power in her body. So if she wants to use her ultimate move, she must have enough time to accumulate power. And now, it's just right. Get out of the way, Diana shouted. Catherine flashed and appeared beside Kelly, hugged Kelly, and her hair instantly grew wildly and wrapped around the two of them. Ha! With a loud shout, Diana's pair of arm guards, which were already full of golden light, slammed in front of her. A golden shock wave burst out from Diana. The huge shock wave just hit the whistling tsunami. Boom. For a moment, the sky and the earth shook, and the huge impact caused a huge sound wave and even directly caused a level 10 storm. The hurricane blew the people fleeing everywhere in Shreveport to the ground, and even the houses closer to the pier were directly blown down by the storm. But fortunately, the tsunami was also blown into heavy rain by the huge shock wave. Fuck, Ward couldn't believe his eyes. Is this really something that humans can do? Phil swallowed his saliva. Although compared to the scene created by the Night King, this was just a small scene. But, how to say it, the Night King has been positioned above the gods since his appearance. Whatever he does, other people are more accepting. But Wonder Woman. She has been active in Chicago and has a high appearance rate, so S.H.I.E.L.D. has always believed that they have a good understanding of Wonder Woman. Suddenly, such a big move came, which made Phil and others feel even more shocked. They thought they knew, but in fact, what they knew was only what others let them know. What Wonder Woman is like, they only know now. They know that they know nothing. Now you can understand our work, right? Phil took the opportunity to do some ideological work. We S.H.I.E.L.D. are evolved between these superheroes and ordinary people, used to prevent this kind of power from acting on ordinary people. S.H.I.E.L.D.'s attitude towards supernatural powers is based on Phil's theory. It doesn't really matter whether those supernatural people, mutants, wizards, or the like have any ill will towards society. What really matters is that they have the ability to do so. This is the preventive measure proposed by S.H.I.E.L.D. S.H.I.E.L.D. has cheated a lot of funds with this. This theory seems to make sense at first glance. But is it really so? Is there really a difference between superpower crimes and ordinary crimes? In superpower crimes, the harm caused by many superpowers is not as good as a rifle. After all, not every superpower has such a strong power. But S.H.I.E.L.D. and some people just keep a close eye on these people and turn a blind eye to the guns on the streets. What's more interesting is that there are actually very few superpowers. Most people in this world may never meet a superpower in their lifetime. Well, New Yorkers are an exception. This broken place is really popular with all kinds of supernatural events. But in the United States, an average person owns almost 2 guns. The New York police alone receive thousands of reports related to guns a year, but what about superpower crimes? There are only a few in a year. As for those major events, they can only be regarded as occasional events, which are purely due to bad luck. If they really happened frequently, New Yorkers would have died long ago. This is New York, which has the best economy and relatively few shootings. Look at Chicago, it has caught up with the battlefield in the Middle East. But those government leaders turned a blind eye to gun control, and invested in public security and police force, but the investment in supernatural events is increasing year by year. It's a very strange logic. What's more interesting is that the so-called defensive measures of S.H.I.E.L.D. can only be used against those superpowers with weak strength. On the contrary, there are no effective countermeasures for superheroes like Kai who are so strong. So, S.H.I.E.L.D.'s theory seems to make sense, but from beginning to end, it is deceiving others and itself. Ward is in S.H.I.E.L.D., and he himself has not jumped out of this limit. So he nodded. The Avengers plan is the safety valve we set up, Phil said so. I don't know if he emphasized this to his teammates or to convince himself. After Diana released her ultimate move, her body softened and she was about to fall to the ground. At this moment, a ball of dark and smooth hair wrapped around her and gently lifted her up. Diana, how are you? It was Catherine. Catherine was in the best condition among the 3 of them. After all, the demon she summoned was injured, and she herself was fine. Kelly and Diana had obviously used too much force and were a little overwhelmed. Oh, this feels so uncomfortable. Diana held her head. It's like a hangover. Have a good rest. It's up to us next. Yeah. Diana really closed her eyes, and then Catherine's hair continued to stretch and wrap Diana around like a big cocoon. After doing all this, Catherine looked at another cocoon beside her. Sighing, this incident seemed to be more troublesome than they had imagined. Catherine looked at the sea in the distance. She only hoped that Kai could solve the culprits who caused that tsunami as soon as possible. It was only at this time that Arthur came over carrying 2 people. His face was very ugly. Many people he knew disappeared in that tsunami. That tsunami was very big. Even if Diana and the others tried their best, they could not really stop that tsunami completely. All they could do was to protect the central area of Shreveport. But the problem is that Americans have a habit that is not a bad habit. Because of the large land area and privacy, Americans do not like to live densely. Even in big cities, they are pancake-like. The most intuitive comparison is between Guangzhou and Los Angeles, not the Los Angeles area. The population of Los Angeles is only 4 million, and the area has reached more than 1,300 square kilometers, while the urban area of Guangzhou is about 1,500 square kilometers, but more than 11 million people live there. The difference can be seen from the population density. Americans live in scattered places. This is the case in big cities, not to mention small places. The more remote the place, the more so. In some places, it is obviously a town, but the distance between neighbors is thousands of meters. This is nothing. Many people envy this kind of life. But if you encounter some extreme situations, it may not be the case. For example, in the current Shinport, although most of the population is concentrated in the city center, there are still many people living in the surrounding areas. Diana and the others are really powerless in these places. They can only choose to save the majority of people. Don't mention that life is priceless and cannot be measured by quantity. This is something that only people with nothing to do will consider. The reality is that when a choice must be made, the most correct choice is always to save the majority. This is unfair to the minority, yes. But as the saying goes, there is no God in this world, and reality is life. Of course, Diana and the others did not do nothing. What Arthur did was to rescue these people. This is also the limit of what they can do. But looking at Arthur like this, you know that the effect is not very good. The city center is indeed largely saved, but the surrounding areas. The forests on the seaside were directly razed to the ground, the roads were washed away, and many residents' homes disappeared directly in the waves, leaving only a mess. On the other side, with Catherine's hope, Kai finally found the starting point of the tsunami. It was in the deep sea 30 nautical miles away from Shinport. Kai plunged into the sea without hesitation. After diving for about 100 meters, Kai finally saw what he was seeing. The underwater world was so beautiful. The huge metal warships, like squids, stayed in the dark deep sea. The lighting effects on the warships looked more like a nightclub than a warship. But I have to say that the aesthetics of the Atlanteans were really great. There were 3 warships in total, and they formed a triangle. Among them, 5 people who were not wearing any technological armor were suspended on a floating instrument. That thing was very similar to the armillary sphere, with a huge disc at the bottom. 5 Atlanteans stood on the disc, with their hands on the armillary sphere, their eyes closed, and they didn't know what they were doing. Beside them, countless soldiers wearing crimson mechas protected them. This was not a big deal. What was more interesting was that these soldiers, who obviously looked like they had high-tech elements, were riding giant sharks. High-tech knights? The 3 squid warships were on guard while charging the armillary sphere. From the energy fluctuations emitted from it, it is not difficult to guess that this thing is the culprit of the tsunami. Kai's arrival was not concealed, so the 3 squid warships immediately discovered him. Then the red mecha warriors also reacted quickly. They did not see any movement. The sea water seemed to actively push them forward. These soldiers quickly changed their formation and blocked Kai and the instrument. Catcha! Kai did not say anything, and the lightning on his body immediately burst out. Then the mask of the destroyer armor began to deform, revealing the destructive energy rolling inside. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The 3 squid warships opened fire first, and huge blue energy arrows shot at Kai. Then the mecha warriors riding sharks also opened fire at Kai. Buzz! Kai's brewing beam of destruction was also ready. A thick yellow beam of light shot out from the face of the destroyer armor, sweeping away the energy shot at Kai, and also cut a squid warship in half. The Atlanteans were shocked by this scene. On the instrument in the middle, a squid warship was suddenly destroyed, causing a power supply problem. The light on the instrument flickered, and 3 of the 5 people standing on the instrument suddenly twitched, and blood spurted out from their mouths and noses, dyeing the seawater around them red. The subscription is a bit depressing, so please subscribe. Try to support the genuine version. Chapter 867 Peak. These people are not ordinary soldiers of the Kingdom of Atlantis, they are members of the kingdom's nobility. Among the 7 kingdoms of Atlantis, only the nobles of the Kingdom of Atlantis and the Kingdom of Zabel have the ability to control the ocean, and the closer the bloodline is to the royal family, the stronger the ability. The difference is that I don't know what went wrong on the side of the Kingdom of Zabel. Only female members have the ability to control the ocean, and the ability is very strong. They are also called sea witches. There is no such restriction on the side of Atlantis, but the ability is slightly weaker, but there are more of them. These people are called tide sages in Atlantis, which means that they are all blessed by the sea god. Since they have such abilities, these seabed people naturally cannot leave them alone for research. So after all these years, the Atlanteans developed a special weapon with technology and ability, called the tide weapon. The device that looks like a celestial sphere is the main body of the tide weapon. This thing is actually a power amplifier. Through the injection of a large amount of energy, the tide weapon can expand the ability to control the tide on a large scale. A few people can set off huge waves, or even a tsunami. When the tide sage is operating this instrument, he cannot be interrupted, otherwise he will be attacked immediately. The three guys with blood gushing out of their bodies suffered a serious backlash. The consequences of this backlash are very serious. At the least, their spirits will be severely damaged, and the sequelae will continue to torture them, making them unable to use the abilities of the tide sage, or even suffering from lifelong illnesses, making life worse than death. At the worst, they will die directly. Those three are obviously not going to survive. Seeing that 3 tide sages were lost, the Atlantis soldiers riding sharks immediately went crazy. They were nobles with noble blood, and they were rare tide sages among the nobles. These are absolutely precious. Not to mention the scarcity of tide sages, their identities alone are enough to scare these big-headed soldiers. Now that these tide sages are dead, what will be waiting for them? That goes without saying. So even if they want to prevent their families from being implicated, they must kill the culprit. As for themselves, they will definitely die. There is no second possibility. In a society dominated by birth and blood, this kind of inequality is doomed. They have been living like this for 10,000 years and have become completely accustomed to this rule. Therefore, these Metronites have completely put life and death aside. Anyway, they will definitely die if they go back, so it is better not to implicate their families. The remaining 2 squid battleships immediately turned their bows and rushed towards Kai. Kai was naturally not afraid of this level of attack, and directly summoned the ultimate storm and attacked. Just as a group of shark knights and squid battleships besieged Kai, the remaining 2 tide sages on the tide weapon also woke up. The first time these 2 tide sages woke up, they felt their own situation. They have become useless. The sequelae of the interruption of the tide weapon are very inhumane. Once it happens, this damage is lifelong and irreversible. Once you want to use this power again, you will immediately have an unbearable headache. As if there is an electric drill drilling a hole in your head. If it is just like this, it is still good, at least you survived. But things are not that simple. According to the research of the kingdom, this kind of damage acts on the soul, and the soul and the body never exist in isolation. The damage of the soul will affect the body, making them suffer from all kinds of diseases from now on. Even if they are not sick, their bodies will have various problems, and they will be worse off than dead. Therefore, once this happens, most of the tide sages will directly choose to commit suicide. As the noblest people of the sea god, these nobles are arrogant by nature, not to mention the more noble tide sages. They originally had a very high social status in Atlantis society and were regarded as the cornerstone of the entire kingdom. They even meant to be the spokespersons of theocracy. Let them lose their power, linger on, become useless people, and fall from a high position. This gap is enough to make them miserable. The 2 tide sages saw each other, and then saw the resolute light in each other's eyes. They made the decision at the same time. I saw 2 tide sages who couldn't even stand up tremblingly swimming in front of the tide weapon, and injected their last strength into the tide weapon with a ferocious face. Doing this is strictly prohibited in Atlantis, because without the injection of external energy, ordinary tide sages will be immediately sucked dry by the tide weapons, and the tide weapons will also go out of control, leading to unpredictable consequences. It is a very, very dangerous behavior. However, these 2 tide sages obviously don't want to live. As for the unpredictable consequences, this is not Atlantis, and the unlucky ones will be humans. What? And those Atlantean soldiers? Haha, then you think too much. The noble tide sages don't care about the lives of these lower-level soldiers. Have you ever seen those big men in the American political arena care about the lives of the soldiers below? Those cannon fodders are just casualties in their eyes, and they are just units of measurement that can be valued. With the social structure of Atlantis, they will care less about the lives of the soldiers than those politicians. If you really want to make an analogy, it's like the Indian family. While Kai was fighting with those Atlanteans in the sea, He still had time to think about whether to catch one or two of these big sharks back. After all, this thing can actually be used as a mount, which shows that their IQ is not low. And to be honest, Kai is so handsome when he first knows how to ride a fish. But just when Kai was still thinking about these messy things with ease, suddenly the armillary sphere showed amazing energy fluctuations. Kai wanted to rush over it the first time. No matter what the thing was doing, destroying it was the safest way. But before Kai could get close, the armillary sphere and the two tide sages next to it suddenly vibrated rapidly and continuously emitted a faint blue light. Then the next second, the thing exploded. But the explosion not only did not produce fire, but also did not produce shock waves. The thing exploded silently, and then bursts of blue light quickly spread out from the fragments of the armillary sphere. Then, nothing happened. Kai was also stunned. This, fired a dud? It's just, the reaction of the Atlantis warriors around gave Kai a very bad feeling. They suddenly stopped attacking, and even the two squid warships stopped attacking. They put down their weapons, as if they had suffered a major blow, and they were suspended in place without moving. It was as if they had given up and accepted reality. But what reality was it? Just when Kai was about to do something to break the deadlock, the sea water suddenly began to vibrate. Yes, it was vibration. The feeling was very strange, just like lying in a massage bathtub. Before Kai could figure out what was going on, the seawater changed again. This time the reaction was not the level of massage, but suddenly, the seawater was like boiling and moving violently. It was really sudden, very sudden. There was no process at all, just like that, Kai was thrown into a drum washing machine. The seawater wrapped everything and rotated quickly and irregularly. Kai wanted to stabilize his body in this earth-shaking situation, but it was useless. The pressure of the seawater was so great that no matter how powerful Kai was, he could not compete with the sea. So soon, Kai could only go with the flow. However, in the dizziness, Kai still vaguely felt that he seemed to be carried by the seawater to move centripetally, as if a black hole was sucking him and the surrounding seawater in. If someone looked down from the air at this time, they would find a huge vortex 30 miles away from Shinport. On the Quinjet, Simmons and Fitz detected the energy fluctuations again. Sir? Something's happening. That energy fluctuation has appeared again. No, it's a stronger energy fluctuation than before. The next tsunami is coming soon, Fitz shouted. Phil picked up the intercom without saying a word. Agent Hill, speed up immediately and transfer everyone to the flying carrier. Agent Hill's iconic cold voice sounded. The transfer is not that fast. We can't do it. The mobilization ability of the Americans is simply a joke. It's just that the geographical location of the United States is so great that it has not suffered any decent invasion at all. Otherwise, with their poor mobilization ability, they would definitely become slaves of a conquered country. Of course, the residents of Shinport wanted to run. As soon as the flying carrier landed, these people wanted to get on board. But the problem is that there is a lack of constraints from grassroots organizations. They don't have any order at all. You push me and I push you, and it's a mess. This greatly slowed down the transfer speed. SHIELD also tried to maintain order, but the problem was that thousands of people wanted to restore order in a short period of time. That was not as simple as it sounded. There were more than 1,000 people, and the flying carrier was not fully staffed because it was testing the voyage. There were no people except the crew and the minimum guard force. Even if SHIELD trusted Tony's technology, it would not be so reckless as to fill a flying carrier in the test phase with people. So, SHIELD's plan to restore order did not go smoothly. Then try to transfer personnel. Use all means, Phil roared. Hill's calm voice sounded again. Then we can only abandon some people. This is the most cost-effective way. Sir, the energy fluctuations are getting more and more intense, and the tsunami may strike again at any time. Fitz added fuel to the fire at this time. Phil looked at the many refugees on the ground and was unable to make a decision for a while. Not everyone has the courage to make such a choice. Giving up some people is equivalent to killing those people. But if you don't choose, if things go wrong, more people will die. At this time of dilemma, a very charming voice rang out in the night sky. Everyone be quiet. The voice was like a whisper between lovers, but everyone could hear it. Then the noisy crowd suddenly seemed to be possessed by evil spirits. Men, women, young and old all calmed down, and looked at the flying carrier with fiery and pious eyes. Phil and his team members watched all this in amazement. Is that Angel Witch, Ward pointed to a figure that slowly landed on the flying carrier from the night sky and asked. Yes, Simmons said excitedly immediately. She knew all about female superheroes. What is that? Ward naturally knew that it was Angel Witch. He was referring to the ability used by Angel Witch. Before this, there was no information about this in the information of S.H.I.E.L.D. Does she have this ability? Phil breathed a sigh of relief. At least the crowd was quiet. But then came a stomachache. S.H.I.E.L.D.'s intelligence ability seems to have made too many mistakes in superheroes. And this time the mistake was very fatal. If S.H.I.E.L.D. and the Chicago 3 heroines come into conflict, this ability alone would be enough to get them into trouble. Although even the abilities they showed were already exaggerated enough. But Phil immediately realized that he was still too optimistic. Angel Witch's ability could be even more exaggerated. Come one by one, board the ship in an orderly manner, then the crowd nodded in unison, with very happy smiles on their faces. Seeing this weird moment, Phil and the others looked at each other in bewilderment. What is the principle of this? Fitz immediately ran to the virtual screen to check the various values. It doesn't look like some kind of pheromone. The body of the Purple Man fell into the hands of S.H.I.E.L.D. After research, they found that the Purple Man could control people because his body could secrete a pheromone-like hormone that could evaporate into the air. When the target's skin came into contact with these hormones, the Purple Man could control them through words, similar to the effect of hypnosis. That's why Fitz would immediately detect the special hormones in the air. The pheromone hormones secreted by the Purple Man are very complex, and even though S.H.I.E.L.D. has not been able to replicate them. But there are several special chemicals that the S.H.I.E.L.D. science department believes are related to manipulating human behavior. But they just tested and did not find those chemicals. It's magic, Simmons said loudly. Everyone knows that Angel Witch can do magic. Ward curled his lips. Oh, yes, witches can do magic. It makes sense. Although Ward is not from the science department, he is a field agent. But he still believes in science more. Of course it's magic. Didn't you see the familiar summoned by Angel Witch? You can't see such a big demon, Simmons loudly defended his idol. Fitz said a little helplessly, Simmons, you are a scientist. Don't say those stupid things. There is no magic in this world. Those things that are considered magic are just scientific phenomena that cannot be explained by our current technology. Simmons instinctively wanted to argue with Fitz. After all, they are the kind of senior technology geeks who can stay in the laboratory if they can. In addition to research in the laboratory, the greatest fun is to argue with each other. They call it debate about scientific truth, but before she could speak, their detector sounded the alarm again. The energy fluctuation is about to reach its peak. What peak? Phil remembered that Simmons and the others didn't seem to have solved the secret of that energy, so, where's the peak defined? Fitz's face turned pale. The peak of our detector, that means that the scale and power of this energy explosion will far exceed the previous ones. Phil turned his head to look at Fitz. He hoped that Fitz was showing off his inexplicable humor again. This guy is obviously a homebody, but he always seems to make people think he is humorous, but he is clumsy and every time he shows humor, it is very inappropriate and not funny at all. But after seeing Fitz's face, Phil understood that this guy was not joking. His acting skills are not that superb. Chapter 868 Underground. While a group of people were racing against time, Kai was not doing well either. He wanted to get out of the vortex, but the problem was that he was completely confused now. He couldn't tell front from back, left from right, and upside down. He was like a piece of ignorant and careless wood being rolled and spun by the water. That feeling was really uncomfortable. It was like drinking a box of vodka, then being hit on the head with a mallet, and then thrown into a drum washing machine and stirred continuously. He was about to vomit. At this moment, Kai suddenly heard the sound of something breaking in his ears. The sound was very small at first, but soon a louder sound came, like a thunder. Kai suddenly felt as if his body was thrown up, and he saw the moon above the water in front of him. But the next second, a terrifying Section 4 sucked him back again, and Kai opened his hand to grab the moon above the sky. He was just a little bit away from leaving this damn sea water. God knows what kind of black technology Atlantis has studied over the years, it's so powerful. If Atlantis was this powerful, then the humans on land would have no way of defeating the Atlanteans. At most, they would both be defeated by nuclear bombs. But Kai didn't have time to think about it. He felt his back hit a rock, and then more hits occurred, which made Kai see stars. Kai had been hit by debris in the sea before, and knew what it felt like. It was definitely not the feeling now. He felt like he was hitting a mountain. He didn't know how many times he hit it, or how much time had passed. Anyway, Kai had no concept of time. He simply couldn't describe the feeling. The magic of love was spinning in circles. But suddenly, Kai's eyes lit up and he saw white clouds. For a moment, Kai thought he was hallucinating. Was it because he hit too many times? Or was it spinning in circles? But soon, the intense feeling of weightlessness made Kai realize that he was not hallucinating. He was indeed falling from the sky. The sky. Kai's eyes widened and he found that he was falling down a huge waterfall. The starting point of the waterfall was above the sky. The only difference is that this sky is not blue sky, but a dome made up of countless peaks. Looking up from below, it's like looking down at the mountains. And the waterfall is flowing out from a hole in the dome of the peaks. Before Kai could figure out what was going on, the dome closed with a rumble. The water flow suddenly became rootless duckweed, and the waterfall broke. Boom. Kai hit the sea surface like a meteor. Well, this feeling is very strange. He originally fell from the sea, but he fell into the sea again. It took Kai a long time to recover from the extreme dizziness. He barely flew out of the sea. Then he saw a scene he had never seen before. The reason why Kai was sucked away was because the tidal weapon directly triggered a tsunami after it went berserk. The continental shelf on the seabed was displaced by the energy of the tidal weapon. In simple terms, a hole opened on the seabed. But after all, the tidal weapon was just a weapon made by the Atlanteans. It had not yet reached the point where it could shake the continental plates. At most, it opened a hole in the weak part of the Earth's crust. As luck would have it, there was a continental rift where Kai was, so, although the hole was only open for a short while, it was enough for a large amount of seawater to pour in. Then the hole closed under the influence of the continental plates. What this meant was obvious. A real tsunami is coming. Although strictly speaking, the scale of the tsunami caused by the tidal weapon is not particularly large. Don't forget that this place is only 30 nautical miles away from Shinport. So everyone in Shinport saw this scene. The seawater began to recede rapidly. "Sir, the seawater is receding," Fitz shouted loudly while looking at the monitor. "What does this mean?" Phil obviously had no clear idea of this. "It means that tsunami will come soon." Simmons' voice was a little interfering. Boom. It seemed that something on the sea surface in the distance was waking up, and there were bursts of very strange roars. If someone has experience, he will tell you that it is the sound of the waves. At this time, Agent Hill's cold voice came. "The transfer of personnel has been basically completed. It's a small city, not many people. In the United States, they dare to call this small town of a few thousand people a city. This thing is actually quite casual. There are no specific rules. You can call it whatever you want." Thousands of people were quickly transferred to the flying aircraft carrier. Some of these people were arranged in the cabin under the deck, but more people stayed on the deck. On the one hand, it is because the capacity of the flying aircraft carrier is indeed limited, and on the other hand, it is also for confidentiality reasons. There is no way. This thing is the secret weapon of S.H.I.E.L.D., and there are many secrets. Being able to dispatch rescue is already the limit. In fact, if it is really according to the nature of politicians and S.H.I.E.L.D.'s top management, they will really think that the confidentiality of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s secret weapon is more important than the life and death of these thousands of people. But who said that Phil is the one who is in charge now? This guy may be a rare good person in S.H.I.E.L.D., well, the kind of good person in the traditional sense, and even a little bit of white left. Although Agent Hill, as the commander of the flying carrier, could refuse Phil's command, she would not resist such an order. Saving people, there is no way to go wrong. Even if the Bureau has an opinion on this, it will not say anything. Anyway, at the last moment when the tsunami came, the personnel transfer was finally completed. "Take off immediately," Phil shouted immediately. Then there was a buzzing sound, and the huge flying carrier began to rise slowly. It's just that the tsunami came faster than they expected. Almost when the flying carrier was about to rise, the tsunami came. The waves like skyscrapers surged from the distant sea surface with an overwhelming posture. It seemed slow, but in fact, the speed of the waves was amazing. Almost in the blink of an eye, the waves came to the land. The huge amount of seawater was like a mountain, directly rolling over the ground. Whether it was a house or a forest, under the huge waves, they were all like children's Lego toys, being rolled over one by one, and even a little hysteresis could not be achieved. Everyone, Hold on to anything that can hold your body. The impact is coming. Agent Hill immediately connected to the broadcast on the mothership and issued a warning at the loudest voice. With the height of the waves, it is inevitable to hit the mothership. Less than 10 seconds after Agent Hill's words fell, the waves hit the flying aircraft carrier. Boom! The huge waves hit the bow of the aircraft carrier directly, which immediately raised the bow of the flying aircraft carrier, reaching an astonishing angle of 36 degrees. Then the flying aircraft carrier, with a displacement of more than 91,000 tons, was like a rotten wood kicked by an elephant. It was pushed to the east and west by the waves, and the entire hull drifted hundreds of meters backwards. Not to mention the people in it. Many people were thrown directly, and those who were unlucky flew directly out of the mothership and fell into the sea tide. There was no possibility of rescue at all. Those who were luckier hit their heads and bled. But this is not the end. On the contrary, the waves behind are more deadly. The launch of the aircraft carrier was interrupted by huge waves. The 4 anti-gravity engines failed to start due to the violent impact, and the energy supply system of 2 engines could not be started. Although the remaining 2 engines could barely take off, it would take time for the engines to increase their power, and it would also take time for the flying carrier to recalculate and allocate the potential energy for takeoff. However, the surging tide caused the flying carrier to shake violently. Have you seen the American cowboy sport? It is the sport of riding on a crazy bull, and whoever rides the longest wins. Now the flying carrier is like this. There is a possibility of rollover at any time. But facing this natural disaster-like power, neither Catherine nor Diana can do anything. At this time, Arthur, who was helping others on the mothership, suddenly saw a blue light appear in the tide. A woman holding a golden trident, sitting on a flying vehicle that looks like a motorcycle, approaching the mothership quickly from the tide. It's Mila. Arthur recognized the woman. After all, her features are too conspicuous, with wine red hair and a tights covered with green scales. However, unlike the first time I saw her, Mila was now emitting a blue light, and so were her eyes. She drifted to the front of the mothership. Then she raised the golden trident in her hand. Ha! With a loud shout, Mila thrust the trident into the water. But the scene of the artifact appeared, and the water surface was like the real ground. The trident was inserted into it and there was a sound like metal hitting the ground. Then the surrounding water showed strange changes, as if it was alive, surrounding Mila. Ha! Another loud shout. A ball of blue light burst out from Mila, and the light swept over, and the originally surging and rolling sea tide actually calmed down. The blue light only enveloped the surroundings of the flying mothership, and the sea tide outside the light was still surging and rolling. Hurry! I can't hold on for much longer. Mila used magic to amplify her voice. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the flying mothership quickly took off. Finally, the structure of the aircraft carrier was very strong because it needed to fly. Except for the severe deformation of the bow deck and the armor of the hull, there was no structural damage, which did not affect the takeoff. Finally, it flew into the sky at the last moment. At the moment when the aircraft carrier left the water, the golden trident in Mila's hand broke into 3 sections with a snap. The blue light that originally enveloped the aircraft carrier disappeared in an instant. Mila also fell from her aircraft helplessly. Just when she was about to fall into the stormy waves, Arthur found a rope from somewhere, swung to her side, hugged Mila and took her away. On the aircraft carrier, Hill grabbed the railing of the command platform in a panic. She had just hit the command platform due to the collision, and her head was full of blood. But she still breathed a sigh of relief. At least, they survived. After the order inside the command tower stabilized a little, Agent Hill looked down. The seawater washed the ground recklessly. The originally azure seawater had become turbid. All kinds of debris kept rolling in the turbulent seawater and rolled towards the distant horizon. Port Sheen had completely disappeared. Port Sheen was originally a beautiful city with beautiful beaches and large tracts of virgin forests, but now they were all gone. Arthur fell on the rope and looked at his hometown. Sadness and anger overwhelmed him. He had lost too much today. His home was gone, his ship was gone, and many of his friends were killed. Mila said weakly at this time, "Now you understand the meaning of my coming to you? The war must not be started, otherwise it will be a disaster for both the people on land and us Atlanteans." Orm is a madman. Mila was absolutely sincere this time. She didn't expect Orm to play so big. He actually directly detonated the tidal weapon. That thing is an absolute strategic weapon in the underwater world. The manufacturing process is complicated and time-consuming. Even in the kingdom of Atlantis, there are not many. He actually detonated one directly. The real stage of this thing is not on land, but on the seabed. Thinking of Orm's ambition to unify the seven kingdoms, Mira shuddered. Zabel would never surrender. If Orm did that, I couldn't even imagine it. Her first reaction was that Arthur must not die. If he died, Orm would have undisputed legitimacy. If he wanted to overthrow him, he would have to use force. But with the madness that Orm showed now, force would definitely be the worst option. It was also based on this consideration that Mira directly took out the artifact of the Zabel royal family, a replica of the Neptune trident, the Zabel trident. Since the disappearance of the Neptune trident, the Atlanteans have never forgotten this artifact. From ancient times to the present, the imitation of the artifact has never stopped, but none of them have been truly successful. The Zabel trident is the closest imitation. Now it's ruined. But Mila didn't feel bad. Saving Arthur and getting closer to him was her most important task now. If it was just for power before, it was different now. This was related to the survival of the kingdom of Zabel itself. If it was before, supporting Arthur could only be regarded as a political speculation. Even if it failed, at most, she would be bowing to Orm. But after seeing Orm's madness, Mila's idea changed completely. She now supported Arthur to fight for the survival of Zabel. No one wanted to live under the rule of a madman. Arthur looked at everything in front of him and finally made up his mind. What should I do? Kai looked at the new world in front of him and suddenly didn't know what to say. The sky was a rock curtain with peaks inserted upside down. Under that, there were also clouds. Kai even saw a group of flying birds. That thing looked a bit like a pterosaur. What's more amazing is that these pterosaurs actually live between the suspended and broken islands. If you have to describe it, it's a bit like the floating mountain in Avatar. These suspended boulder islands are relatively flat on top, but extremely steep on the sides. Rivers pour down from the cliffs to form waterfalls suspended in the air. They are suspended in the air, just like icebergs floating in the ocean, and they will collide with each other. And there are many such strange landscapes. Kai looked up at the sky, as if looking for the light source. Because it looks like daytime on the ground. But after looking for a long time, he didn't see any light source like the sun. There is another problem. How can he get out? He didn't see any exit. Now, it seems to be stuck. It was fine when he came here, but he can get out? Chapter 869 Aftermath. There is still a sea under the sea. This is where Kai is currently. At first glance, there is no land in sight. There are only floating islands in the air. Kai boarded a floating island, which was lush and green with various vines and shrubs. There were many flying creatures of various kinds. They had obvious pterosaur characteristics, but the sizes and types varied greatly. Kai even saw a huge orange-red flying dragon with a wingspan of more than 30 meters. The thing was very fast and had 2 pairs of wings. Kai didn't see other features because it flashed over Kai's head and disappeared into the clouds with a whoosh. If you want to find it again, you can't find even a hair. In the sea, various sea monsters that had disappeared would occasionally surface. There were long-necked dragons, ichthyosaurs, various sea crocodiles, and huge tentacle monsters. In short, the creatures here are very dreamy. Some are like prehistoric creatures, while others are all kinds of bizarre and very strange. It is estimated that they are native species in the center of the earth, or creatures originally on the ground came here to evolve independently. In short, Kai was not too bored along the way. After all, it is difficult to see these creatures in the outside world. Just as Kai was idly looking for land and exits, the tsunami began to slowly recede on the ground. According to the monitoring of the flying aircraft carrier, the tsunami penetrated dozens of miles inland. This disaster caused countless forests to become saline alkali land, and several rivers were diverted. The affected areas were not only Sheenport, but also several cities around Sheenport. Fortunately, there were no major casualties. The power of the tsunami was concentrated on the line of Sheenport. So, where did Kai go? In the command tower of the flying aircraft carrier, Phil, who arrived, asked immediately after looking around. At this time, the mothership had landed on the sea. After all, the damage to the hull caused before had not been systematically inspected, and it was not known whether it would cause any other chain reactions, so it was the best way to temporarily land the flying aircraft carrier. In addition to the necessary defense forces, all the agents and staff on the mothership were devoted to treating the victims. At this time, there were not many people in the mothership's command tower. It was also suitable to say something that was not easy to spread. He should be chasing the culprit of this incident. Diana and Kelly had left because they were not in good condition. Catherine was left behind. After all, S.H.I.E.L.D. is not trustworthy. So unless necessary, never show weakness in front of S.H.I.E.L.D. Looking at Angel Witch, who was dressed in a nun's outfit and wearing a veil, Phil sighed. S.H.I.E.L.D.'s bad reputation after the Battle of New York worked. These superheroes were all on guard against S.H.I.E.L.D. Obviously, they were all for the same purpose, but Wonder Woman and Batwoman were still so wary of them. Of course, Phil did not deny that if they were still here, S.H.I.E.L.D. would definitely find a way to find more information from them. One of the responsibilities of S.H.I.E.L.D. is to prevent those superheroes from defecting. Again, the reason why superheroes are taboo is not because of their character. Those senior people don't believe in personal morality at all, but because they simply have the ability to destroy peace. Can you contact him? Phil asked a little worriedly. After all, Kai never showed up. This was a bit beyond his expectations. I need to know more about the situation to decide what we should do next. Catherine was also panicking. Just as Phil thought, Kai was unable to stop the tsunami from coming again, which was abnormal in itself. Moreover, Kai had not appeared until now, which was definitely a problem. But the problem was that she had no reason to tell S.H.I.E.L.D. no. But we believe him. Catherine's charming voice was full of coldness and defense. Phil sighed. Which? Can I call you that? Whatever. Catherine didn't like this name, nor did she dislike it. This thing was imposed on her by the media and public opinion. Okay, Witch, I know you superheroes don't like S.H.I.E.L.D. but for now, our cooperation is the best choice. You can see that the current situation cannot be solved by you guys. You need the help of S.H.I.E.L.D. This was absolutely true. If it weren't for S.H.I.E.L.D., with just a few of them, Port Sheen would be doomed. It was also at this time that a virtual screen appeared, and the face of Nick Fury, the bastard, appeared on the screen. Phil, what's going on? Why is there a tsunami? And why are you there too? Nick Fury actually knew the general situation a long time ago. He pretended to be completely ignorant of it for a reason. Phil immediately went up to explain, and soon Nick Fury looked at Arthur and Catherine who were sitting aside without saying a word. So I can assume that this trouble was caused by you. This is Nick Fury's purpose. He needs to blame these superheroes so that he can use public opinion to suppress them. In addition, S.H.I.E.L.D. has made too many mistakes. He needs to pull these superheroes to the same level as them, otherwise every time they face those superheroes, S.H.I.E.L.D. will be a head shorter. Arthur didn't say anything because he really thought so. And the facts are similar. Catherine opened her eyes and looked at Nick Fury, and she didn't say anything either. She is different from Arthur. She is just too lazy to communicate with Nick Fury. To be honest, when it comes to protecting the world, Catherine is more qualified than the entire S.H.I.E.L.D. As early as World War I, she followed Kai to solve so many crises that could threaten the entire human society. For many years afterwards, she had been fighting against the darkness hidden in the world in the Templar Church. The old British looked down on the United States, thinking that it was a rural colony where people were either drunk all day or rude and impolite, a bunch of nouveau riche. To protect the world, do you have to be like S.H.I.E.L.D.? You won't feel comfortable without causing some trouble? Look at the Templar Church and Kingsman. The Templar Church has been protecting Britain for hundreds of years, and Kingsman also has a history of 100 years. Look at these two organizations, they have solved so many troubles, but they are so low-key. Not to mention others, even the British government knows very few people about these two organizations. It's not like S.H.I.E.L.D., which is always big news, as if it's afraid that others don't know that it is a secret organization, just highlighting an amateur. It seems that you don't intend to refute it. Well, who of you can give me a reasonable explanation? Arthur opened his mouth. He felt that the reason why Orm made such a big deal was to kill him. So Arthur decided to stand up and take responsibility. Orm wanted him. I can explain. At this moment, Mila suddenly broke in. Phil had seen Mira. Just now, she stabilized the seawater and allowed the flying carrier to take off smoothly. Phil was very impressed. Who are you? Nick said aggressively. I am the princess of the kingdom of Zabel, Mira Zabel Chara. Mira was not at all intimidated. What was there to be afraid of a black man? Nick Fury raised his eyebrows. He didn't know what the kingdom of Zabel was at all, but he didn't need to pretend to know. Instead, he asked directly, the kingdom of Zabel, what is that? one of the 7 kingdoms of Atlantis. It is also the only kingdom among the 7 kingdoms that can compete with the kingdom of Atlantis. Mira didn't mind telling this black man the secrets of the Atlanteans. In fact, Mira and her father Nereus believe that in order to protect the ocean, the Atlanteans must show some strength, otherwise humans will continue to wantonly destroy the marine environment, which is the greatest insult to the Atlanteans. Peace is never achieved through compromise. The only thing that can bring peace is war. Nick Fury didn't say anything. He knew Atlantis, but he had no idea about the 7 kingdoms, the kingdom of Atlantis, or Zebel. Fortunately, Camelot took the initiative to explain. The current king of Atlantis is King Orm, who is a very ambitious king. This attack is a greeting to the land. Greeting, no need to guess, this King Orm is the villain. Although Nick Fury would not believe everything, it was the best choice to listen to others when he knew nothing. It is a very stupid act to express one's own opinion when you know nothing. That's right. The ocean accounts for 70.8% of the Earth's area. This planet is more like a sea ball than an Earth, and we Atlanteans are the rulers of the ocean. For many years, we have regarded you Earthlings as barbarians. After all, you have only developed technology worth seeing in the last 100 or 200 years, so we have never planned to contact you. After all, the ocean is very rich. It can bring us everything. We don't need to care about your pitiful land at all. When Mila said this, she couldn't hide her full sense of superiority at all. Of course, the people present didn't foolishly refute it. After all, it is recognized that the ocean is richer than the land. There are many kinds of minerals that are rare on land and the seabed. Humans just can't mine them. Originally, this situation of no mutual influence could have continued, but unfortunately, you humans are too barbaric and greedy. You wantonly destroy the natural environment, causing the entire Earth's environment to change because of your destruction. The sea is also harmed by your recklessness. Your pollution of the sea and the extinction of marine life have made many Atlanteans unbearable. Nick Fury didn't feel surprised when he heard it. It was indeed because of environmental issues. With the mind of the king of agents, this cause and effect relationship didn't take much thought at all. Is the most radical among them, right, princess? That's right. What's worse is that he has the ability. Don't doubt it. In fact, if it weren't for the laws of the Atlanteans, Orm and the kingdom of Atlantis alone could sweep across this continent. Law, ask if you don't understand. Well, that is a law jointly formulated by the first kings of the 7 kingdoms. Any country that wants to wage war on land must agree with 4 of the 7 kingdoms. Even the king cannot violate this law. What is the attitude of your kingdom of Zelber? Nick Fury immediately understood that the matter was serious. He never suspected that Mila was bragging. Because the facts are here. These underwater people don't need to start a big war. They only need to continue to launch tsunamis of this scale on the coastlines of the world to destroy most countries. Unfortunately, after you humans launched an attack on my father has decided to ally with Orm. I tried to stop it, but there are many people in the kingdom of Zabel who are dissatisfied with you, and I can't stop it. You said, we attacked you. Which country is so awesome? It can actually launch an attack on the underwater people on the seabed? Nick Fury said seriously, I don't know where this news came from, but I can guarantee that this must be a misunderstanding. There is absolutely no country that would do such a stupid thing. After all, no country would go back to conceal such a major event as the discovery of the underwater people. If they really discovered it, of course they would contact them and find out the details first. Who would be so stupid as to launch an attack? How stupid that is. Nick Fury's head full of suspicion and conspiracy immediately appeared with the words, you can always find a pretext to accuse someone of a crime. It's impossible for the English to be so good, the meaning is roughly the same. He even suspected that this was directed and acted by the underwater people themselves. No. There was indeed a submarine that attacked the 2 kings. I know you will say that there is a problem, and I know there is a problem. But it doesn't matter anymore, right? Even if my father knew that there was a problem, he would just go with the flow, because the people believe it, and those who hate you are willing to believe it. In addition, my father, King Nereus of the Kingdom of Zabel, doesn't like you either. Nick Fury smacked his lips. Okay, let's skip this question. This is just like when the United States held a tube of laundry detergent and insisted that Iraq had weapons of mass destruction. Did everyone believe it at that time? Haha, there were so many smart people. Even the Americans themselves didn't believe it, and everyone just made choices according to their own interests. So Iraq had to have it even if it didn't. The facts are not important. It has never been important. There is no need to worry about this. Can S.H.I.E.L.D. still manipulate the public opinion of the underwater world? Then can we say that the war is about to begin? Nick Fury hated this statement very much. No one wanted to go to war. And it was with a civilization they didn't know at all, especially the civilization was much more advanced than human civilization. No, we still have a chance, Mira stood up and said excitedly, I found you, Arthur. His hope, unexpectedly. Arthur smiled bitterly, I am very grateful that you think so highly of me, but please, how can I, a mixed-blood bastard, become the king of Atlantis? If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. I can't bear chapter 870 anymore. I'll post 2,000 words first and make up for it tomorrow. Wait? Can someone explain to me what king? What last chance? Nick Fury was keenly aware of the elements. This scene gave Nick Fury a strong sense of déjà vu. Has this episode been played before? The last chance for peace between the land people and the Atlanteans lies with Arthur, because he is the eldest son of the previous Atlantean Queen Atlanta. He is born with the highest priority of inheritance. If he can ascend to the throne, then everything can end, Mila shouted with full emotion. Anyone who saw it would think that this woman should be the kind of saintly white left. At least Nick Fury couldn't see the flaw, but even if he saw it, Nick Fury wouldn't care. No one in this world would do something for no reason, especially when it is very dangerous. Nick Fury prefers the more dangerous the higher the reward. This is normal human nature. At least now, the purpose of this woman is consistent with that of S.H.I.E.L.D. But the premise is that this whimsical idea can be realized. The premise is that your whimsical idea can be realized. Suddenly a deep male voice interrupted. Everyone in S.H.I.E.L.D. was startled at first, then turned their heads and saw that a tall man had appeared there at some point. Before that, they had not noticed anything. Batman. Agent Hill immediately put his hand on the weapon at his waist. It was a shame for Agent Hill to be invaded so silently. They were S.H.I.E.L.D. agents, not a mob. Nick Fury's face was also very ugly, but it was not visible because of his naturally bitter black face. Otherwise, how could he be called the king of agents? Racial talent has a bonus. He immediately turned to one side. The agent on his side immediately mobilized all the cameras and various scanning equipment on the aircraft carrier. As a paranoid patient, he certainly could not let the flying aircraft carrier, a powerful weapon, out of his sight. He was monitoring everything on the flying aircraft carrier all the time. As a result, the agent shook his head at Nick Fury with an ugly face. They did not see Batman's invasion at all, which meant that the security system on the flying aircraft carrier had a huge loophole. This was a slap in the face. Nick Fury's expression did not change at all. Even though he was cursing in his heart, he still looked as calm as an old dog. As the king of agents, he still has this kind of self-control. Catherine was immediately delighted when she saw Batman appear. How is Kai? She knew that Batman could appear here, which meant that Kai was fine. But she was still worried instinctively. Batman shook his head. Catherine was a little wrong in this regard. Nick Fury was not a simple character. Although it seemed that he and his S.H.I.E.L.D. had been doing stupid things, it was because the pursuit of power exceeded rationality, which did not mean that they were really useless. If that was the case, Kai would have eradicated S.H.I.E.L.D. after the Battle of New York. It was useless and would only hold back. Why keep it for the new year? It was precisely because S.H.I.E.L.D. was useful that Kai would hold his nose and endure these bastards. It's okay, just trapped temporarily. However, the relationship between Batman and Kai was too magical. Even if they had big imaginations, they could not regard the two as one person. So some things can be exposed. Nick Fury was sensitive to the unusual connection between Batman and Kai. He just didn't know what this connection was. It seems that you have noticed this crisis, Batman. So let me ask you, what about the Night King? And what about the mysterious wizard organization Camelot? The whole world is facing a crisis now. Haven't they always claimed to be the guardian of the world? Why don't they show up? Nick Fury has always wanted to contact these two forces. In his opinion, if they are really an organization dedicated to protecting the world as they say, then it is the best solution for them to cooperate with S.H.I.E.L.D., rather than with a bunch of scattered soldiers. This is what Nick Fury has always hoped for. Superheroes put a lot of pressure on him. If there is the support of the Night King and Camelot, or even loyalty, then S.H.I.E.L.D. will truly become the organization he envisioned. Of course, he knows this is difficult. But if there is no basic contact, then it's really useless. Batman glanced at Nick, and he probably understood what Nick meant. Haha, Nick Fury, you are thinking of something bad again. I advise you not to think of it anymore. They have a very bad impression of you. That was just a mistake. S.H.I.E.L.D. has been committed to protecting the world for decades, and it has done a good job. You and they can't deny us because of a mistake. It was the first time that Nick Fury and Batman had a face-to-face conversation. He also wanted to know what kind of person Batman was. Haha, decades? Ha. Do you know that your mistake destroyed tens of thousands of years of efforts of our ancestors? Batman's electronically synthesized voice was full of sarcasm. Seeing that Nick Fury was about to say something, Batman waved his hand. Forget it, I don't want to continue this topic, otherwise I'm afraid I can't help but find you. Although you are not important, for the time being, I don't want to conflict with your SHIELD. Well, about the Night King and Camelot you asked about, I can answer you with certainty that they will not care about this matter. Why? Aren't they known as the guardians of the world? Nick Fury seemed to have found some loophole and pursued relentlessly. What is it now? Dereliction of duty? I really hope there is a place to complain. Or did you hide because you saw the strength of the Atlanteans? Batman smiled lightly. Don't be so obvious, Nick Fury. This level of provocation will not be cared about by the Night King and Camelot. Talking to this kind of person is troublesome. This guy will keep testing at any opportunity. Their ideas and concepts are completely different from ours. In other words, our so-called countries, nations, and concepts are not important to them. They protect the world, but they protect the entire human race. If it weren't for your S.H.I.E.L.D. causing so many terrible problems, you would never have seen them in your life. But isn't the entire human race threatened now? Nick Fury said. No, the Atlanteans are also human beings. Batman pointed at Arthur and said, he is the best proof. There is no reproductive isolation. Arthur was a little embarrassed. Although it was true, he always felt weird. That is to say, even if Atlantis really destroyed the entire land civilization, they would not appear. Nick Fury was really a little embarrassed. Yes, in their eyes, there is no difference between us and the Atlanteans, so we should not take ourselves too seriously. They only care about whether the human race as a whole survives. As for other things, they are all trivial matters. They will not take action. Batman added to the Night King's crazy style. Then Batman looked at Camelot. Okay, let's get back to the point. Mom, I want to hear how you can ensure that your fantastic ideas can be realized. Camelot didn't know Batman at all, but she didn't care much about this sudden appearance. However, she could see that this strange guy had a very special status. Chapter 871 King's Duel. Her target is Arthur. Atlantis is different from you land people. We are very strict about the law. Once the law is established, everyone must abide by it. In the Atlantean law, regarding the heirs, the eldest son and the eldest daughter have the natural first place, but Arthur, he is a half-blood, and he grew up on land, Nick Fury asked. But the law does not stipulate that the succession to the throne must be pure blood. What's more, Arthur's talent is not worse than that of the pure blood king, and even stronger. Mara did not lie about this. Arthur's talent is indeed very strong, even stronger than Orm. Then what should we do? Batman asked calmly. Go to Atlantis in a swagger and have someone hack Arthur to death? Especially after this incident, if it is said that before, the average Atlantean had the most disgust towards Arthur, because of him, Queen Atlanta was forced to be sacrificed. But in the final analysis, these things have nothing to do with most ordinary people. The Queen is very good, but so what? They are living well now. Strictly speaking, although Orm is ambitious, so what? Isn't it normal for a ruler to be ambitious? Besides, it is precisely because of his ambition that Orm needs support, so under his rule, the kingdom of Atlantis has a good life. If they have a public opinion survey, Orm's support rate is still quite high. So the sacrifice of the Queen did make the people of the kingdom of Atlantis a little sad, but that's all. At most, they discriminated against Arthur, and no one really hated him. After all, what happened to Arthur has nothing to do with him. But now it's different. Someone in the kingdom of Atlantis was killed because of Arthur. This is a bit different. They don't care that Orm sent them to kill Arthur and was killed in return. They only know that Arthur killed the Atlanteans. That's enough. As long as Orm is a qualified ruler, the blame for the sacrifice of those soldiers and the Tide Sage will definitely be put on Arthur, as long as public opinion is in favor. Who the hell cares about those things? Bush did this after 9/11. Now many Americans are complaining about Bush's IQ problems and that they wrongly accused Iraq, but who opposed it at the time? Public opinion is in favor, saying that you have weapons of mass destruction, and you have them. In short, Arthur is no longer an irrelevant person in the eyes of the Atlanteans. He is a murderer. How do you expect those Atlanteans to treat him? Welcome him? Return the throne, and it is the Queen's blessing that he is not immediately humanely destroyed. I can secretly take Arthur to the kingdom of Atlantis. As long as he publicly challenges Orm to a king's duel in the throne room, Orm will never refuse, said Mara. Challenge, Batman said in surprise. After all, the civilization level of Atlantis seems to be very high. How could such a barbaric project be popular like in the Middle Ages? This is an ancient tradition, a duel before the gods, Mila explained. We Atlanteans still retain our fear and faith in the gods. So this ancient sport has been preserved. But now it is basically just a competitive sport. Although it is dangerous, it will not kill you. This is a very noble sport. Participants must be the best fighters, because the weak and crappy are not qualified to show their bravery in front of the gods. Of course, the oldest function of this sport has not been abandoned. It has the highest judgment authority in the entire Atlantis. Only the victor will be recognized by the gods. As for what will happen to the loser, it seems that there is no need to say more. Although it seems a bit far-fetched to bring a wanted criminal directly to the enemy's base camp, Batman and Nick Fury both think that since this woman dares to speak, she must be sure. So the only question now is, whether Arthur can beat that Orm. So the two looked at Arthur, the person involved. Arthur stood up, no problem. I do. Since Arthur agreed, Nick Fury and Batman naturally would not stop him. After all, this is the best way. If successful, it will undoubtedly solve the current problem perfectly. And even if he fails, it seems that he won't be worse than now. Others are about to fight. If they win, everyone will go home. If they lose, they can just keep fighting. Will Orm agree? Would a king be willing to duel with a bastard? Even in the Dark Ages, no king with a brain would agree to such a nonsensical thing. There is no benefit if he wins, and he will die if he loses. It's such a loss. Yes. You don't understand our insistence on the law. If Orm can defeat Arthur, then his legitimacy will be impeccable. He won't miss this opportunity, Mila said firmly. Then, the last question, is Arthur a match for Orm? Mila looked at Arthur. This question needs to be asked to Arthur. Arthur had a question mark on his face. How could he know? He only recently found out that he had a younger brother. To be honest, Arthur felt quite settled about having a younger brother suddenly. If possible, he also wanted to meet this younger brother. In fact, until now, he didn't hate his brother that much. After all, if this happened to him, perhaps his reaction would be more intense than Orm's. Everyone just has different positions, and it's not necessarily a question of who is right or wrong. Seeing Arthur's doubts, Mila was stunned for a moment, and then said, I have seen your weapon. It is the Mother Trident of Queen Atlanta. The Mother Trident is a silver 5-pronged halberd with gorgeous patterns. It is a secret treasure of the Kingdom of Atlantis and a very excellent weapon. And your ability, someone must have taught you. And people who know how to use the royal ability must have a high status in the Kingdom of Atlantis. In fact, Mila has always suspected that Arthur has an insider in the Kingdom of Atlantis, otherwise many things cannot be explained. After all, the ability of the Atlantis royal family requires talent, but also corresponding training. This is not something that ordinary Atlanteans can touch. Are you talking about Vico? Arthur had a good impression of Mila, and he didn't mean to keep it secret at all, and blurted out Vico's name. Nudius Vico. Nudis Vico was no ordinary person. He was the advisor and warrior leader of 3 generations of Atlantis kings, an absolute important official of 3 dynasties. Camelot didn't expect Arthur to have such a big shot support. Nick and Batman looked at each other. From the princess's expression, it can be seen that Vico was not simple. Chapter 872 Argument. Vico soon returned to land again. He wanted to find Arthur. The shock caused by the destruction of the tidal weapon was too strong, and the Kingdom of Atlantis also felt it. Vico was very anxious about this. He needed to ensure Arthur's safety. This was the last thing the Queen asked him to do. He couldn't break his promise again. Once, when the previous king died, Vico knelt in front of the old king's bed and swore to protect Princess Atlanta with his life. But he broke his promise. He watched his queen walk up to the altar and fall into the endless dark trench. Before being sacrificed, Vico knelt in front of Queen Atlanta and swore with his life that he would protect Arthur. If he broke his promise again this time, Vico didn't know what qualifications he had to live. No, it should be said that he didn't even deserve a decent death. He had no face to go to the other side of death to face the souls of the queen and the old king. But fortunately, Vico at least saved his last face. Arthur was still alive, but Arthur's next words made Vico jump up. "Are you crazy?" Although Vico was cursing Arthur, his eyes were looking at Mira. This woman made the worst choice for Arthur. She was hurting Arthur. You can be invincible on land. But in the water, you are definitely not a match for Orm. Orm has been in the water since he was born. He has received the most rigorous training and the best care. He is the best warrior, and you will not be able to adapt to the water in the water. Arthur, don't go. I know Orm. He won't hold back. He will kill you, then let him come. I will beat him to pulp. For the sake of Portsheen. I will stab my 5-bladed halberd into his chest. Although he did not hate Orm in his heart, blood debt must be paid with blood, and the crimes committed by Orm must be settled. As he said, Arthur looked at Vico. I can't escape, Vico. If Orm really succeeds, do you think this world is still safe for me? Vico opened his mouth, but couldn't say anything, because he knew Arthur was right. This time, Orm plans to gather the power of the 7 seas and sweep all the land. After a moment of silence, Vico took out his weapon from behind his back. Let me see if you are qualified. Arthur laughed. Then you have to be careful, old man, don't get hurt. As they said that, the two of them started fighting. Camelot did not interrupt the conversation between the two, but watched their competition from a distance. She knew that she was too impatient and made Vico begin to doubt herself. Camelot would not explain this. The more she explained, the more unclear it would be. Camelot had lived in the kingdom of Atlantis for a long time and was raised by Queen Atlanta. She only needed to make herself appear to be influenced by Queen Atlanta. After all, instigating the kingdom of Atlantis is a long process. Being too impatient is not good. Batman looked at the two people fighting on the beach and remained silent. Do you believe them? Nick Fury appeared beside Batman at some point. Kai was not surprised by this. It was normal for Nick Fury to come and deal with such a serious situation in person. Batman didn't look at Nick Fury but said very casually, is there any difference? If Arthur is not sent to fight for the throne, there will be a war between the land and the sea. If Arthur is sent, there will be a chance to avoid a war. Even if he fails, it is just the beginning of a war. Why not fight? Nick Fury definitely understands this truth. His real purpose of coming here is just to find an excuse. Sure enough, the next sentence, Nick Fury said to Batman, you and your friends will come to help, right? Batman then turned his head and looked at Nick Fury. What exactly do you want to say? I think we should cooperate. Nick did not hide anything, but said very bluntly, there was a plan inside S.H.I.E.L.D. It's called the Avengers. Avengers, why is it this name? What's the special meaning? When you can't protect the Earth, you can avenge it, Nick Fury said emotionally. He looked at the sea in the distance. The Earth has changed. More and more dangers emerge. We must prepare for the worst. Human beings are no longer safe. So we need some deterrent power, like a nuclear bomb. Even if we can't win the war, we need a trump card that can hurt the enemy. So we have the Avengers plan. We need superheroes like you as a trump card to deter the enemy. Haha, very interesting suggestion. Batman did not comment on it, but it seems that your shield is the culprit that makes the Earth more and more dangerous. You know, I said before that the Night King and Camelot would not care about this war, and I didn't finish my words. What is it? Nick Fury was unhappy that Batman liked to take advantage of their weaknesses at every turn. But he still asked patiently. Because they don't have time. You know, in the previous 10,000 years, the wizards of Camelot were not too busy. Although they had to deal with some troublesome things from time to time, those wizards still had their own time to explore the world of magic. But since you did something stupid, the wizards of Camelot have been crazy busy. The alien invasion incidents in recent months have been more than the previous 100 years combined. This is also the reason why they don't have time, otherwise Camelot would not be indifferent. After all, those wizards were ordinary people before, and accordingly, no Atlantean has ever become a Camelot wizard. The founder of Camelot was originally a human being. What's wrong with favoring humans? But the problem is that the idiots of S.H.I.E.L.D. just pushed away such a help. For Camelot, the Atlanteans' attack on the land will naturally cause a large number of casualties. It is not surprising that human society will regress by 100 or 80 years, and the consequences are serious. But in comparison, if there are visitors from other dimensions wreaking havoc on the Earth, humanity may be directly extinct. No matter what, the former will not cause the extinction of humanity, but the latter is really hard to say. So even if Camelot is willing to help, it will still make the option that best suits the interests of the entire human race. Nick Fury felt uncomfortable after listening to this. So it's still my fault? Since Camelot is so busy, it should cooperate with our S.H.I.E.L.D. We have manpower and resources, which is the best supplement for them. Batman looked at Nick Fury in surprise. This old guy really peeked into the secrets of the wizard all the time. Seeing Batman looking at him, Nick Fury could sense the surprise even through the mask. What's wrong with that? Since Camelot has such power, why not contribute it? It will benefit mankind as a whole. Humanity's strength will be enhanced, and they won't have to worry about manpower. Batman shook his head. Then why do you think Camelot hasn't considered this method? Regardless of the origins of wizards, there is one thing in common: they are all wise people. After all, fools can't be wizards. They are not stingy or narrow-minded, many of them can even be called saints, and their character and morals are impeccable. Do you think they would be so stingy and unwilling to share their knowledge? Nick Fury didn't say anything. He did think so, but he didn't think the other party was wrong. What's wrong with not wanting to share such a powerful power? The power of a mage is not only strong, but also comes with danger and various temptations. The mages of Camelot are about the mind. A person whose mind is not pure and tough enough, mastering those powers will only bring greater threats to the world. And this is the conclusion Camelot came to after many reckless failures. Camelot has been around for 10,000 years, and there are really many mages who couldn't stand the temptation of power and went astray. These fallen mages have brought all kinds of harm to the world. Even several times Camelot itself was in danger of imminent destruction. So now, Camelot's recruitment and training of new mages is not about talent or something like that, but about character. If a person's character is not good, the more power he gets, the more reactionary he will be. This is all wisdom gained through bloody lessons. Do you think Camelot knows nothing about S.H.I.E.L.D.? No, Camelot has been observing you since the day you were founded, and then they came to the conclusion that you are a group of people who are desperately pursuing power, and you are getting more and more unscrupulous. So, if you want to gain the power of Camelot, give up on this idea. Camelot's magic is closely related to their philosophy, and their philosophy is a typical Eastern philosophy, a mixture of three religions, including Taoism's inaction, Buddhism's tranquility, and Confucianism's moderation. These philosophical thoughts are difficult for Westerners to understand. They talk about inaction, mind, and great benevolence. These foreigners even have a hard time understanding Buddhism, Chinese Buddhism, not to mention Confucianism's moderation and Taoism's inaction. So most of Camelot are Orientals, and there are very few Westerners. Let those S.H.I.E.L.D. agents learn magic? That would be a lot of fun, and if things go wrong, they might produce a bunch of traitors who are desperately pursuing power. Nick Fury's face turned ugly, not because he couldn't get the power of Camelot, but because of the first half of the sentence. Camelot had been observing them, S.H.I.E.L.D., a long time ago, and S.H.I.E.L.D. knew nothing about it. This was a complete slap in the face. They had always been the ones to monitor others, but now, others told him that they were being monitored, and for many years, without interruption. Of course, this was also Nick Fury's overthinking. Others, Camelot, didn't have the time to monitor S.H.I.E.L.D. all the time. After all, S.H.I.E.L.D. itself was just a part of humanity, and a very small part at that. It would be over if they paid attention to it for a while, and the mages of Camelot would rather study magic at that time. But Nick Fury was a suspicious person, so he thought wrongly. But after all, he was a big shot, and others quickly calmed down. Let's put aside the issue of Camelot for now. He didn't come here for Camelot in the first place. We can put this aside for now. Regarding the Avengers project, I hope you and your friends can participate. In fact, Nick Fury had given up the Avengers project before, but with the threat of the Atlanteans, he picked up the plan again. Then you know that Kai and I are friends, right? Batman said. This should not affect our cooperation. Nick Fury was talking about cooperation, which was contrary to Nick Fury's original idea. He wanted a controlled Avengers alliance. But the problem is that the situation is beyond one's control, so he can only settle for the second best. No, it matters a lot, Batman said. Kai and Tony are very wary of SHIELD. SHIELD's position cannot be doubted. We have been working hard for this world, Nick Fury immediately said seriously. But you do have the power to destroy the world. And you have demonstrated it. It doesn't matter what your position is. The real problem is that you have that ability. Batman's calm tone did not change at all. It's very similar to your logic, right? And what's worse is that you have no supervision at all. No. We do. The US government, the Security Council, all. Obviously those are useless, otherwise there would be no Battle of New York. SHIELD is amazing. It was originally a private organization, but it was incorporated by the US government. Then it was called a national organization, and nominally supervised by the Security Council. But the Stark family, who originally owned SHIELD, didn't know there was such an organization when they came to Tony, so there was no supervision. Even now, a large part of SHIELD's funding still comes from the Stark Group, but does Tony have any jurisdiction over SHIELD? Others are still thinking about pulling Tony into SHIELD and leading Tony in turn. The US government. That's even more ridiculous. How many things has SHIELD asked the US government for instructions? Didn't you see that the White House was about to be blown up, but it still couldn't touch SHIELD? Even Nick Fury is the director. If other government departments had tried this, the leaders would have been fired 800 years ago. As for the Security Council, let alone. How many secret projects does the entire SHIELD have? No one knows except Nick Fury, the director. Otherwise, the Security Council would deliberately insert people. A superior organization wants to command a subordinate organization, and it even wants to insert spies. Have you ever seen such superiors and subordinates? So Kai and Tony came up with an idea, that is, we should check and balance SHIELD. Prevent SHIELD from endangering the world one day. No. You don't have the power. Nick Fury finally got a little angry. Well, strictly speaking, we don't have the power to be superheroes. That's abusive lynching. So don't worry, we just do what is right for us. How do you define what is right? Just based on what you think is justice, aren't you the same? Batman was not panicked at all. After all, SHIELD did something more exaggerated. Look, everyone is about the same, just checking and balancing each other. How great. Chapter 873 each. Perhaps because SHIELD originated and developed in the United States, it has an imperialist temperament in its bones. I say what justice is, and I can only define it for others. If others criticize me in return, that is smearing. A kind of arrogance deep in the bones, born to think that they should be the protagonist of this world. But just like Nick Fury questioned just now, how do they define what is right, just based on their so-called justice? This sentence can be perfectly returned to Nick Fury. Nick naturally understood what Kai meant, so he became more annoyed. We are different. We are SHIELD. Oh? I'm still a superhero, Batman still said lightly, without any fluctuations due to Nick Fury's irritability. In fact, he was still a little disappointed. These people had no intention of reflecting on themselves. They wishfully believed that SHIELD was good and wonderful, and SHIELD could represent the Earth. Whatever they do is for the good of the Earth, so even if there is a problem, it is just an accident. After all, their hearts are good, and then they can willingly pretend that nothing has happened and continue to practice their own twisted values. Does it look more and more familiar? Isn't that what the Americans do? This country supports the most dictators in the world. This country teaches people to grow drugs in Afghanistan, South America, and even the Golden Triangle. You can go to Baidu for this. It also provides one-stop services, helping with sales, helping with the purchase of arms, and even helping with intelligence integration of the drug market. As a result, these grandsons turned around and blamed those countries for the drug epidemic that affected the United States. They invaded everywhere and killed everywhere. They have committed many evil deeds, but they advertise that they are maintaining world order and are the beacon of justice. That's fine, but the key is that they believed it themselves. Just like the current SHIELD, they have caused several world crises, but they don't think they have done anything wrong. They even inexplicably believe that SHIELD is the protagonist who saves the world. So stop quibbling, Nick Fury. I know exactly what kind of person you are. You are a suspicious, selfish, and extremely controlling bastard. You say you want to protect the world, But in fact you just want the world to run according to your ideas. You keep saying that you want to change the world, but the problem is that you haven't asked the world if it is willing. I have talked to Kai and the others, and they don't trust you and your shield. You have too much power, and you don't accept any supervision at the same time. This is not good. So it's just right that we check and balance each other. Nick Fury wanted to tell Kai loudly that they have supervision, and they don't need to worry about superheroes like them. You just need to accept the supervision of our shield. But the mysterious superhero in front of him is not the kind of person who can be fooled. Does S.H.I.E.L.D. really have supervision? Haha, I said it before. There is no supervision. S.H.I.E.L.D. is to maintain world peace. If those politicians are allowed to participate too much in S.H.I.E.L.D., it will only make S.H.I.E.L.D. no longer pure. This is contrary to our philosophy. Although he knew it was useless, Nick Fury still explained a few words. Does this make sense? Of course it does. Look at the United Nations agencies. They were infiltrated by the United States. Basically, whatever the United States says is true. It has only been a little better in recent years, but it has been limited. There is no neutrality that an international organization should have. If S.H.I.E.L.D. does not want to become like that, it must eliminate political influence. This seems to make sense, but the question is, has S.H.I.E.L.D. really done it? No, not at all. If S.H.I.E.L.D. is really as great as it says, why didn't S.H.I.E.L.D. stand up to stop the United States and its allies when they did those evil things all over the world? So many wars in the Middle East were provoked by the United States and its allies. What did S.H.I.E.L.D. do? No, not only did they not do anything to maintain peace, they were even accomplices of the United States most of the time. In fact, many of the so-called terrorists that S.H.I.E.L.D. dealt with were defined by the United States and its allies. S.H.I.E.L.D.'s malice towards the Soviet Union and Russia also came from these countries. Do you call this not being influenced by those politicians? But Batman didn't say anything, just turned his attention to the battle between Arthur and Vico. Some things are boring if you talk too much. Anyway, everything that needs to be said has been said. They can't be friends with each other, so many things should be stopped at the right time. S.H.I.E.L.D. can't change because of Batman, and Batman can't be controlled by S.H.I.E.L.D., so it's better for each of them to be well. Nick Fury took a deep breath and then exhaled slowly. Then he didn't say anything. He knew that the other party would not change his attitude. This made him feel very irritated. This kind of irritation was something Nick Fury rarely felt in recent years. As the king of agents, he is not afraid of the sky falling, but it is not much different. In their line of work, sometimes a little flaw can lead to death. Agents who can reach the status of Nick Fury are the best among them. What really made him feel excited was that he instinctively felt that what Batman said was right, but he was unwilling to admit it. I don't know where I heard a saying before, that truly great people are all paranoid. They will always stick to their goals and firmly believe that they are right. Because if they don't have such beliefs, they can't stick to the best at all. It's a bit too much to say that Nick Fury is a great person. But there is no doubt that he has such qualities. If he cannot stick to his beliefs, he would not be here today. He firmly believes that no matter what he does, it is to maintain the world. It is for peace. Even if he makes trouble, he still believes so. He always believes that his way is right. But he is not a fool. He understands what Batman said. That is why he feels irritated. Arthur won the game. But Vico was not happy. Vico was old. Even though the lifespan of Atlanteans was much longer than that of humans, Vico was still old. After 3 dynasties, he was an age to retire even with the level of Atlanteans. The reason why he can continue to serve as the chief warrior and the king's advisor is more because of his wisdom and experience, rather than force. Vico clearly knows the gap between him and Orm now. Orm was trained by him, and he knows the king's strength too well. Arthur even had a hard time defeating him, let alone Orm. In addition, Orm has the home advantage. Vico was angry, helpless and deeply worried about Arthur's recklessness. Arthur, on the other hand, was open-minded. He was not a fool. Vico was so serious that he naturally could not really think that Vico was just bluffing. But he also had his own ideas. He felt that he had an advantage over Orm, that is, he dared to fight to the death. This was not a joke. It was a fact that he was just a useless salvage captain who didn't even have a crew. At the same time, he knew clearly what he was carrying. As long as he won, he would prevent countless people from losing anything because of the war. If he lost, he would only lose a life, but if he won, he would save countless lives. On the other hand, Orm was the king. He had a brilliant kingdom and he had everything. He fought with a captain who had nothing. If he won, he could certainly consolidate his legitimacy. But the problem was that Arthur never had any idea about the throne. All he wanted was peace, so legitimacy didn't really matter to Orm. If he loses, he will just stop the war and give up his ambitions, and he will still be the king. In comparison, Arthur thinks that Orm is not as determined as he is. He is not afraid of death, so what else can he be afraid of? Don't worry, Vico. I know what I'm doing. Arthur put his arm around Vico's shoulders and said relaxedly. As he spoke, the two looked at the ruins of Port Sheen. Arthur looked at his hometown and whispered, I know what I'm doing. I have to do this. Vico heard it, and a bitter smile appeared on his face. Really just like his mother. Just as fearless. Queen Atlanta knew what kind of situation would be caused by giving birth to Arthur, but she still did not hesitate. This is stupid, really stupid. But, maybe it is precisely because of this stupidity that Vico cannot refuse. Then you still have a lot to learn, boy. Pick up your harpoon. I need to give you a intensive training in the shortest time. Vico is actually very conflicted. Arthur is his disciple, and so is Orm. He even swore allegiance to Orm. But people, there will always be close and distant relatives. Although Orm lost his parents, he had the whole kingdom caring about him. He had everything since he was born. And Arthur. In Vico's view, the weak Arthur was the child who needed care. Coupled with the Queen's final instructions, Vico naturally invested more emotions. Closeness and distance appeared. I will tell you Orm's habits and weaknesses. This is the last hope. Vico became a complete traitor. If he protected Arthur before for his oath to the Queen. But now, it is really a naked betrayal of his king. So after making up his mind, Vico instinctively felt sorry for Orm. He wanted to ask Arthur if he could let Orm go. Although he thought the probability was very low. But Arthur seemed to notice Vico's entanglement. Don't worry. I will show mercy. I just want to stop the war. Killing a king will cause the hatred of the entire kingdom, which is not what peace needs. Just when Vico and Arthur were training intensively, Orm also started his own plan. He took King Nereus of Zabel to the Fisherman's Kingdom. The residents of the Fisherman's Kingdom are creatures that are most similar to the mermaids in the legend. They have the upper body of humans and the lower body of fish. They have completely abandoned the possibility of going ashore. The only bad thing is that they are a little more evolved than mermaids. They have a face similar to that of fish. Anyway, according to human aesthetics, they may be regarded as monsters by them. This is very regrettable. There is no mermaid. But there is no doubt that the Fisherman's Kingdom is the country that likes poetry and art the most among the 7 countries of Atlantis. Their country is highly developed, with very advanced technology. The people live a peaceful and fulfilling life with a slow pace. They do everything slowly, but they hate war. So they instinctively resisted the visit of Orm and Nereus. They already knew the purpose of the 2 kings. The king of Fishermen originally planned to take this opportunity to persuade the 2 warlike kings to give up the terrible idea of war. As for marine pollution, it is not impossible to solve it. Technology can be used to purify pollution. Their Fisherman Kingdom has been committed to research in this area. As for other things, they can also use diplomatic means. They are good at this. Unfortunately, he underestimated the determination of the 2 kings. So Orm angered the king of Fishermen with words, making him unable to help but attack Orm, and then Orm was forced to fight back, and then the king of Fishermen was killed. Died in a fair duel, or in his own palace. There is a reason why Fishermen hates war, that is, they are really not good at it. The king of Fishermen obviously thinks that Orm is too young and thinks he can win. This illusion gives Orm a reasonable opportunity to kill him. The kingdom of Atlantis and the kingdom of Zabel joined forces. After killing the king of Fishermen, they forced the only princess of Fishermen to ascend the throne and become a puppet. Orm must abide by the law. Killing the king of Fishermen can still be excused by dueling, but forcibly conquering Fishermen is not possible. So a puppet king is necessary. In this way, in less than a day, the Fisherman Kingdom was pulled into the chariot. It was so fast that it was unbelievable. Now Orm only needs the consent of 1 kingdom to start the sea and land war. Kai finally found the land. He had seen Avatar in his previous life. This was one of the few foreign films Kai had seen. After all, this film was so famous back then. He watched it on the computer. So the moment he saw the land, Kai felt like he was traveling again. The continent in front of him was so dreamy. On the top of the continent, where the dome of the strange rocky peak should have been, there was a huge crystal mountain range that stretched for who knows how many kilometers. Those huge crystal mountains were very pure, and those gorgeous crystals were transparent and colorful, very spectacular and shocking. It was like a dream in a fairy tale world. Not only that, the crystals constantly emitted gorgeous light. When these lights were on the surface of the crystals, they were colorful, but once they left the crystals, they would become a sunlight-like effect, making people feel warm. It seems that the daytime here is because of these crystal mountains. What's even more amazing is that there are day and night here. When a certain time comes, the light of the crystal mountain begins to dim slowly, and then turns into dark blue with a little starlight in it. This is a small world. Chapter 874 Brave New World. Moreover, this place is very large. Although Kai did not fly at full speed, he was not slow. Even so, he still flew for a whole day before he found this continent. He looked up at the crystal sky above his head. Well, this is the name Kai gave to the crystal hanging upside down in the sky. It sounds good. Looking at the majestic and magnificent sky, Kai was a little depressed because he had not found any exit yet. But no matter what, since he was here, he might as well make the best of it. Anyway, he had his own clone outside. If he really couldn't find the exit, he could ask the clone to ask Uyi for help, although it was a bit embarrassing. Kai landed on the ground and planned to rest for a while. But as soon as he landed on the ground, Kai was shocked by the scene in front of him again. Looking down from the air, he thought this was just an ordinary primeval forest, but once he went deep into it, Kai realized how much he had underestimated this world before. The trees here are extremely huge. The canopy supported by countless giant trees over 100 meters has turned the forest into a dark world. Looking down from above, you can't see anything except green leaves. But if you look up from the ground, you will find that the tree canopy will be completely blocked, and no light can penetrate through the tree canopy. This causes the world under the tree canopy to be completely hidden in darkness. Of course, this does not mean that there is no light under the tree canopy. On the contrary, there is light here. There are bloom moss-like plants everywhere on the ground. Most of the flowers and plants also have luminous organs. Some vine-like plants will also produce some luminous flowers. There are also some cotton-like things floating in the air, a bit like jellyfish activities, floating in the air like cricket pupae. Kai caught one and looked at it for a long time, but couldn't figure out whether it was an animal or a plant. Anyway, there are quite a lot of them. What's more interesting is the giant trees. There are also luminous objects on the lower branches of the giant trees, and they are the brightest. The overall light is blue, and there are also purple and white. It feels a bit like a nightclub. At first, Kai always felt that he would hear the sound of banging in the next second. Fortunately, this kind of nonsensical thing did not appear. To be honest, it's not that bad. On the contrary, it's very dreamy here, enough to make anyone with a girlish heart scream. It's very beautiful. It's just that it's very humid and a bit stuffy here. Kai stood there for a while and felt a wetness on his destroyer armor. Just when Kai was about to continue exploring, the grass beside him suddenly shook. Kai just looked over and a group of dinosaurs the size of kittens ran out of it. There was also a clucking sound, a bit like chickens. Some people say that chickens and Tyrannosaurus rex are close relatives. Although Kai thinks it's a bit far-fetched, it seems that it's not completely nonsense at the moment. These little guys were also scared when they saw Kai. They originally planned to run towards Kai, but they made a sharp turn and ran to the other side. Some of them probably didn't break well and fell to the ground directly, but they quickly stood up and ran with their companions. One of them was unlucky. Maybe his feet were slippery, and he slipped to Kai's feet. Kai reached out and grabbed the little guy in his hand. The little thing immediately struggled violently, but this little strength was nothing to Kai. Kai grabbed the little guy and found that it was not a carnivorous dinosaur. Although there were two sharp teeth sticking out from the corners of its mouth, in fact, all the teeth in its mouth were flat, and only those two were pointed. They were probably decorations, used for courtship. Kai liked to watch popular science videos in his previous life. Those things are much more nutritious than those boring funny videos and meat-selling videos. At least you really gain knowledge, right? Regardless of whether it is useful or not, knowledge will never be a burden. Just when Kai was planning to continue studying this little thing and then return to the ground to brag to Tony, suddenly, more small animals ran out of the bushes. There were many kinds, and all had obvious reptile characteristics. Some crawled on the ground, Some jumped back and forth, some glided, and some slid on the ground like snakes. In short, there were all kinds. Kai had seen the animal world. In this case, either a fire or an earthquake occurred. In short, only those natural disasters would cause such a fright pot effect. Isn't that unlucky? Kai casually threw the little thing in his hand to the ground and let it run for its life. Roar! A sharp scream came, so sharp that Kai had to cover his ears. The little animal suddenly seemed to explode and ran faster. Then there was a sound of trees and plants collapsing and breaking. This made Kai breathe a sigh of relief. At least it was not a natural disaster, otherwise it would not be this kind of movement. But the next second, Kai took a breath of cold air, and saw a huge snake-like monster that was dozens of meters long suddenly shot out from the dark jungle. It looks like a snake, but not quite. The most notable feature is the wing-like membrane that extends from its head to the tail. It starts to get bigger from the head, and then starts to narrow when it approaches the middle, looking like a pair of wings. It's a bit like the flying snake worshipped by the Mayans. But this thing doesn't look like it is hunting. After all, the size of this thing is too large, and it is too difficult for it to catch those small things on the ground. If it is not careful, the energy obtained by eating those small animals will not be enough to catch them. Living things always follow the most reasonable options to survive in nature. Unlike upright apes, wild animals rarely waste their energy on unnecessary things. This thing is not hunting anymore, but running away. A monster that is dozens of meters long is actually running away? Roar! Behind the monster, more than a dozen black shadows are chasing the flying snake. Not only that, they are constantly releasing sound waves to attack. The sound waves spread, and the small animals on the ground were affected. They directly stood up on their legs and fell straight to the ground, and blood began to flow from all over their bodies. When the monsters flew closer, Kai also saw the appearance of those guys clearly. They were very ugly. From a distance, they looked like bats. The size of a 13 or 14-year-old child. When you look at it from a close distance, it looks like a small animal without hair. The face looks like a very old witch. The flesh on both sides of the cheeks is drooping, which looks extremely scary, but its mouth is similar to that of a bird, with a sharp beak. These guys are very flexible, flying up and down between the trees, always able to avoid obstacles very accurately. Their attack method is also very bloody. They will emit sound waves to make the flying snake stiffen for a while, and then these bat monsters will rush up and use their sharp beaks to pierce several holes in the flying snake. Sometimes they will tear off a piece of meat, but more often they will pierce holes. There are already many holes on the huge flying snake, and a lot of blood is sprinkled on the ground like raindrops. The amount of blood loss is too exaggerated. As for the small animals on the ground, they disdain them and just stare at the giant snake. But their sound wave attack range is very wide. Every time they scream, the small animals running slowly nearby will be killed by the sound waves immediately. Boom! Finally, the giant snake couldn't hold on. It hit the ground hard and slid into a deep gully on the ground. The head of the giant snake just stopped not far from Kai. The giant snake's huge eyes saw Kai, and those eyes that should have been cold and turbid actually revealed a trace of prayer. This monster is intelligent. Kai can see the light of prayer from it. This is definitely not the look a wild beast should have. The bad monsters got excited and pounced on the flying snake. But the interesting thing is that just when they were about to pounce on the giant snake, one of the bat monsters suddenly screamed, and the group of bat monsters stopped abruptly, flew into the sky again, and flew towards Kai. These bat monsters should be like real bats, not using eyes to observe, but using sound waves. They detected Kai. Given Kai's size, Kai did not take back the destroyer armor, so his size was very large. It is understandable that these bats regarded him as an enemy. Originally, Kai had not decided whether to help or not. He was not a saint, so there was no reason to help. After all, compared to the bat monsters, this giant snake looked more terrifying. Although the giant snake was the one being hunted. But the world is like this. Many people say that it is wrong to judge people by appearance, but the problem is that isn't the original function of appearance to do this? When two people who have never met for the first time meet, the first impression is not based on appearance. Not to mention two species. But now there is no need to choose, the bat monsters helped him choose. Seeing the bat monsters rushing towards him, Kai sent a beam of destruction directly. These bats can indeed locate by sound, but the problem is that no matter how fast you are, you can't be faster than light. And how can you use sound to locate light? So after only 2 seconds, these bat monsters fell to the street, leaving no corpses. After doing all this, Kai hesitated for a moment and did not attack the giant snake. After all, there was no need. Let it fend for itself. But when Kai turned around, the giant beast moved its body towards Kai with difficulty, and it stuck out its tongue very carefully. Hiss hiss hiss. This sounds pitiful, really. Although it is difficult to describe why this hissing sound is pitiful, Kai really heard it. Kai turned his head in surprise. The giant snake looked at Kai with expectation, and the pleading in his eyes became more obvious. You want me to save you? Kai asked subconsciously. After all, this look doesn't look like something a brainless snake can make. As soon as he said this, Kai felt stupid. Let's not talk about whether this snake is really intelligent. Even if it is, how can it understand English? But something even more ridiculous happened. The snake actually nodded. The head was so big, the amplitude was not large, but the movement was loud. It was impossible to be wrong. Fuck. You really understand? This time the giant snake tilted its head to indicate that it didn't understand. Instead, Kai reacted. Yes, how can it understand swear words? If it really understands, then Kai should be happy. After all, this means that someone must have been here before, and that person spoke English. Okay. Then how can I save you? Suture your wound. As for saving people, Kai has learned first aid and can suture wounds. But can the body structure of this flying snake be the same as that of humans? The giant snake nodded excitedly and raised his head to look at the vines beside him. Kai looked over. A few hours later, Kai sat on the ground with the sweat on his face. This broken place is really too hot. It feels like there are a dozen small solar heaters around me. More importantly, it was always wet here. It was so uncomfortable. Okay. Done. Kai patted the giant snake's body. I didn't expect you to be so smart and know how to use herbs. Really? That's right. What the giant snake wanted Kai to do was to use herbs to heal its wounds. The vines and herbs were pointed out by the giant snake, and then Kai crushed them and used the vines and leaves as bandages to bandage it. The giant snake's vitality was also really strong. Not long after applying the medicine to it, the wound stopped bleeding. When Kai was done, it also recovered some experience. The giant snake nodded happily. Kai was originally going to say goodbye, but the next second, Kai asked tentatively, have you seen a creature like me? Kai asked with a completely triad mentality. But unexpectedly, the giant snake nodded. Really? The giant snake nodded. Where, if there are humans, then they can communicate. Since they can communicate, it will be much easier. At least we have to figure out what is going on here. The giant snake suddenly lowered its head, put its head in front of Kai, and then looked up. You want me to sit on it? Kai understood. The flying snake nodded. Kai didn't pretend, and jumped directly on the head of the giant snake. A gust of wind suddenly blew around the flying snake. Its body gradually floated up. Then it spread its wings, and the flying snake rushed into the sky. Countless branches were knocked away by it, and they suddenly appeared at the top of the canopy. Kai noticed as he was rising that the three-dimensional ecology here was very complete, and each layer had a corresponding biological community. Not to mention the bottom layer, there was another ecology under the canopy above the ground. The air here was much better than the lower layer, not so hot, and the water vapor was much better. The branches of those 100-meter giant trees had been next to each other for who knows how many years ago. As time went by, they actually created platforms of different sizes under the canopy. The big ones were as big as a dozen football fields, and the small ones were as big as basketball courts. There were herbivores like goats, deer, and rabbits on these platforms. That's right, there were grasslands on those platforms. There are lakes in some places. It's so amazing. Then there's the canopy layer. And in the canopy layer are birds, or pterosaurs? In short, it is a paradise for flying animals. I didn't see any primates, but there were all kinds of fancy canopy animals. It was very lively. Flying through the canopy layer, we came under the dome. Riding on the head of the flying snake, Kai became more and more interested in this place. Apart from anything else, the biodiversity here can make those biologists faint with excitement. Who would have thought that there is such a world in the center of the earth? Chapter 875 is too late. The second update will be 2,500 words first, and there will be another update tomorrow. Without mentioning other feelings, the biggest feeling is that the flying snake's endurance is really great. Its speed is not fast, but it is very stable and there is no bumpy feeling. Except that the wind is a bit cold, there is no other problem. After flying for a day, they came to a cliff by the sea. This place is very interesting. There are cliffs all around, but between the cliffs, there is a U-shaped valley. The valley is surrounded by mountains on 3 sides and faces the sea on one side. It looks like a cave impacted by the sea. From other angles, it is difficult to see that there is a cave and a white beach inside. At first, Kai didn't quite understand why the flying snake brought him here. But soon Kai found something interesting. Between the beach and the cave, Kai actually saw a simple wooden shelf built of wood, on which many javelins were displayed. These javelins are not made of wood, but bones. One of them even has a swordfish head. This is obviously a man-made tool. Kai rode the flying snake to the entrance of the cave. After putting Kai down, the flying snake did not leave, but flew to the top of the cliff and coiled up. It seemed to be waiting for Kai. Is this relying on Kai? But Kai did not refuse. It was actually quite interesting to have such a pet. Kai walked into the cave and found that there was a fire pit here. At the same time, in the cave, Kai could hear the sound of water. He walked into the cave and found a large cave below. Under the cave was a clear and glowing pool of water. The pool was extremely clear, but the light at the bottom of the pool made it difficult to see what was inside. After looking at the pool and finding nothing, Kai returned to the cave. This place had been artificially excavated. There were many daily necessities, pottery jars, animal skins, and various supplies. Kai also saw tools for drilling wood to make fire, and even saw the red clay that was collected. This thing is clay with a very high iron content. This thing can be used to smelt iron. Kai even saw some strange iron beads in one of the first bags. It seems that people here are really smelting iron. It feels like this guy is playing wilderness survival here. Then Kai also found a lot of interesting things, such as some strange plant debris with the smell of spices, bows and arrows, and other items. It seems that this person has lived here for a long time. Not long after, there was a sudden explosion on the sea. Kai ran out quickly. He saw a shark being thrown from the sea onto the beach. A strange-looking humanoid creature walked out of the sea. He wore a fishbone helmet on his head. The fishbone helmet was made of a fish head, with big eyes, sharp teeth, and a hair on his head. The hair was glowing. It looked a bit like the head of a deep-sea anglerfish. He was wearing a leather armor, which should be sharkskin judging by the color. There were also some bone armor sewn on important parts. He held a spinal spear in his right hand and a big crab claw in his right hand. The man stood in the water, watching the flying snake on the cliff vigilantly. If he hadn't seen that the flying snake had no intention of attacking, she would have run away long ago. When Kai walked out of the cave, the man was stunned. After a long time, the man seemed to understand the situation. He saw a person. After a long time, the man threw away his helmet, revealing a face that Kai recognized. Atlanta, if Kai was not mistaken. This woman was Atlanta. But she was haggard, with a head of beautiful white hair that was a little messy and a little tangled. It seemed that it was because she hadn't taken care of it for a long time, but Atlanta's face was still recognizable. You know me. Atlanta couldn't believe that she actually saw someone here again, and the other party knew her, but she was sure that she didn't know him. It has been more than 30 years since she came here. Atlanta lives on her memory. She keeps recalling every bit of her first half of life, afraid that she will completely lose the courage to live. After all, loneliness is more terrible than death, and the only thing that can fight loneliness is memory. So living alone for more than 30 years not only did not make her forget the past, but because of her memories again and again, her memories became clearer. So she definitely didn't see the person in front of her. Maybe it was because she saw an old friend. Kai was not so defensive and directly revealed his true identity. It's you, how could you? Atlanta had participated in the battle between Camelot and Ares. Although the main target of Camelot is to deal with demons, poor Ares is just a byproduct. But the battle had deeply shocked Atlanta. So Atlanta was impressed by Kai's appearance. It must be said that Atlanta fell in love with a landman because of Kai. Everyone has a time when they were young and frivolous. Girls' feelings are always poetic. Kai is handsome and strong. He is so majestic when facing the devil. It is normal to be secretly loved. Kai lifted his transformation and restored his appearance to Adam. Well, this is an accident. Just when Kai and Atlanta recognized each other, Orm also had a surprise. He conquered the Fisherman Kingdom and was returning to the kingdom with great satisfaction, planning to prepare for a war against the Saltwater Kingdom. The Saltwater Kingdom is not a country like the Fisherman Kingdom with a weak army. On the contrary, this country is full of martial virtues. Unlike the Fisherman Kingdom, in order to adapt to the environment, they did not evolve towards fish, but towards marine crustaceans. Well, you can imagine them as mantis shrimps, crabs, lobsters, hermit crabs and the like. They are also the only Atlanteans with several arms. The people of the Saltwater Kingdom are naturally strong, with exoskeletons growing on their bodies. They survive in the harshest environment and are excellent warriors. More importantly, they have the most powerful forging technology in the entire ocean world. Not only that, the Kingdom of Atlantis needs a huge amount of resources to expand its army. Due to ideological reasons, the Kingdom of Atlantis, the Kingdom of Zabel, and the Kingdom of Fishermen have no habit of mining. All their mineral resources need to be provided by the Saltwater Kingdom. In addition, the steel industry and the rare metal industry, these kingdoms do not have any. It can be said that the Saltwater Kingdom is the most important part of the plan. Unfortunately, the Saltwater Kingdom, like their king, is synonymous with stubbornness. In the underwater world, many people believe that, apart from the Trench Clan, the Saltwater Kingdom is the most barbaric. They don't like diplomatic rhetoric, and they don't like to contact other kingdoms. The only contact is trade. They hate the environment of other kingdoms because there is no huge pressure from the ocean and no heat from the underwater volcano. In short, they are very isolated. At the same time, they also enjoy this isolation. That's fine, the key is that human activities have no effect on them at all. Pollution? Haha, what pollution is more serious than the pollution of submarine volcanoes? You know, those submarine volcanic eruptions are basically highly toxic. Heavy metal pollution? Sorry, every mouthful of seawater in the Saltwater Kingdom is full of various heavy metals. As for fish, seabed creatures and the like, the Saltwater Kingdom is very desolate, and the creatures that can evolve there don't care about pollution at all. Stubborn, withdrawn, weird temper, indifferent to humans. All these combined, knew that he couldn't convince the king of the Saltwater Kingdom. But fortunately, they are barbarians with low organization. Killing their leaders will clear their morale and the Saltwater Kingdom will naturally surrender. On the contrary, as long as the king exists, they can resist to the last person. So doesn't need to really mobilize the whole country to fight a devastating war. If that were the case, Atlantis would not have to attack the land. The sequelae of the war alone would take hundreds of years for the Atlanteans to recover. He only needs to launch a decapitation operation on the battlefield, and everything will be solved. However, the reorganization, training, and deployment of war weapons of the coalition forces were all very troublesome. But at this time, someone sent a great gift. The patrol of the kingdom captured Arthur. Speaking of this, it's really confusing. It was originally agreed that Mera would bring Arthur to the kingdom of Atlantis, and then Vico would pick him up, and finally rush to the throne room to catch Orm off guard. As a result, when Vico was preparing a backup plan, Arthur was exposed. This kid didn't receive any infiltration training at all. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone, see you in the next video.